Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2998. Not long after, the caged WYRM reached the bottom of the continent. There was a dim light above the continent, and there were cities and villages on the surface. It seemed normal, but as the caged WYRM streaked past, Elder Chan, Jiang Qingyue, and the others' expressions turned ugly. Even the ghost monkey and the dragon turtle fell silent. This continent was not land at all, it was hell. The people on the continent were not living, they were fleeing for their lives. They were being hunted down by creatures that resembled mantises. Some were strong, and some were weak. The stronger ones destroyed cities, while the weaker ones destroyed villages. Lu Yin and the rest had personally witnessed these mantises chasing after the humans as if they were playing. They would only kill the last person to escape, and they would only kill one person at a time. The people in front could escape to their heart's content, and as long as they were not the last person, they would not die. This was no longer a massacre, it was a game, a survival game that targeted humans. Humans could also resist, and some could even kill the mantises. However, after killing one, stronger mantises would quickly appear and continue this killing game. Lu Yin and the rest could clearly see that there was a large group of mantises not far from where the humans were gathered. They were excited to see their own kind being killed by the humans, and then they would go up and slaughter the humans themselves. Whether they were killed or killed, they were very excited. These were disgusting beasts. Jiang Qingyue's gaze turned cold, and she could not help but kill a group of mantises. However, there were simply too many of them, and it was impossible to count. The people below had no idea that there were so many praying mantises waiting to play this game. Killing a praying mantis gave them hope, but it was just the beginning of a desperate feast. This was a truly desperate killing game, and it was impossible for these people to win. Lu Yin had the caged WYRM head towards the sixth continent, which was the same. The only difference was that there were fewer mantises, and the humans were not as desperate. However, the killing game continued, and people were constantly being slaughtered. The fifth, fourth, and third continents were the same. It was only when they reached the second continent that the killing game stopped. Lu Yin and the rest understood that from the bottom to the top, everyone was facing a killing game. They could resist and kill the mantises, but there was another option, which was to head towards the upper continent. As long as they reached the upper continent, their survival situation would be better. The people who could come up from the lower continents were not weak, and they had the ability to resist the mantises. Once someone reached the second continent, they would no longer have to go through this killing game. The second continent would be the end of the game. This feeling was similar to raising venomous insects. It was as if these mantises were specifically selecting the strongest among humans. The second piece of land was like heaven, completely different from the land below. As for those who lived on the second continent, they wanted to go to the top continent. It was said that the top continent had delicacies, fine wine, and beauties that they would never be able to enjoy. It was a place that attracted everyone. They had been freed from the killing game, but they were still not satisfied. They still wanted to pursue higher material things. The climbing of the continents had become a curse, causing them to habitually climb to the top. Lu Yin and the rest also saw the top continent, where the true game would begin. There was a progenitor realm mantis there, and anyone who could reach the top continent would have to participate in its game of slaughter. There was no chance of survival, as the difference between a progenitor and other cultivators was just too great. This was a game from death to life, and then from life to death. It was a game from hell to heaven, and then from heaven to hell. This was the cruelest game. It gave people hope and pushed them into despair. This was a game that tested one's humanity. They could live on the second continent and live a good life, but these people were not satisfied and wanted to climb to the top. No one had ever come down to the top continent, but to those on the second continent, there was something there that they could not enjoy. Otherwise, why would no one come down? This thought became the goal of most of the people on the 7 continents, and it also became their motivation to continue climbing. 7-star mantis, Jiang Qingyue said with a serious expression as she sat on the back of the hellworm. Lu Yin and Elder Chan had never heard of it before. 7-star mantis. Qingyue, have you seen these mantises before? Jiang Qingyue said in a low voice, 7-star mantis is a powerhouse from the outer realm. It enjoys controlling the desires of living things. Be it humans, giant beasts, or even plants, as long as they have thoughts and desires, they can become its entertainment. It is also a helper of the Eternals. Lu Yin frowned. He had not seen any mantises among the group of powerhouses that had arrived in the zone of E before. How strong is the 7-star mantis? Elder Chan asked. The dragon turtle was unusually serious. It's very powerful. Although White Cloud City has never fought with it, a few powerhouses from the outer realm have died at its hands. It's best at using its arm blades and is extremely fast. Master said that the 7-star mantis speed is comparable to that of time. Lu Yin's heart sank. Time, it was time again. Ever since he had come into contact with sequence law powerhouses, time and space were no longer mysterious. Any powerhouse could come into contact with them. However, this did not mean that the powers of time and space were weak. On the contrary, it was precisely because of their strength that the sequence law powerhouses valued them and cultivated them. The undying god had escaped several times by skipping through time. Now, the 7-star mantis had the speed of time, but Lu Yin did not know how fast it was. Jiang Qingyue looked at the top continent. Father wanted to get rid of the 7-star mantis a long time ago, but because he did not declare war on the Eternals and did not have the confidence to finish it off immediately, he delayed it until now. This monster is very agile, and it will not fight against a powerhouse like Father. It will not be easy to kill it. Father is also afraid of forcing it to completely side with the Eternals. Lu Yin was surprised. The 7-star mantis has not completely sided with the Eternals. Jiang Qingyue nodded. It has helped the Eternals before, but it is different from awakening hibernation. It helped the Eternals because it lost a bet. The bet was based on human desires. It likes to control desires. The higher its intelligence, the greater its desires. Thus, it likes to control the desires of humans the most. The Eternals are also humans in its eyes, but what desires can a corpse king have? Besides, compared to the 7-star mantis, the Eternals understand humans far better. It has lost several bets, but it has only helped the Eternals a few times. In the eyes of White Cloud City, it is the Eternals' foreign helper. The dragon turtle sighed. We cannot make it join our side at the cost of toying with the desires of humans. It controls desires and loves to kill. Old Master wanted to get rid of such a monster, not rope it in. It is impossible to rope it in. Lu Yin looked at the 7 continents. Did it like to control human desires? This must be the origin of the 7 continents in front of him. The lower continents saw through human life and death, while the upper continents were the true test. The worst outcome of human desires would always be death. This was the most despairing outcome. Beasts were beasts. If humans did not have desires, how could they have feelings? How could they have the motivation to continue developing? Desires did not mean that they were wrong. Survival was the instinct of all living things. It likes to test life and death and toy with desires. I want to see how petty it will be when it faces death, Lu Yin muttered to himself. Although his voice was soft, his words were extremely cold. The dragon turtle was startled. You're not thinking of fighting it, are you? It's best if you don't. Old Master said that its speed can rival that of time, and that is definitely not an exaggeration. Even if it is not a sequence law powerhouse, it is definitely not inferior to any sequence law powerhouse. Elder Chan was shocked. It's not a sequence law powerhouse. Jiang Qinghua said, no. That's why it is especially afraid of meeting Father. It doesn't care if there is any hostility. As long as a sequence law powerhouse appears, it will run. Speaking of which, no one knows where its nest is. I didn't expect it to be here. It's better to tell Old Master and ask him to take action, the dragon turtle said. Jiang Qinghua frowned. Father is dealing with the primordial thunder locusts. I don't know when he will be free. It might take a long time. Since it's not a sequence law powerhouse, there's nothing to be afraid of. If it's fast, then let's find a grave for it, Lu Yin said ruthlessly. Everything that he had seen on the 7 continents had stirred his killing intent. It did not matter if this 7-star mantis was an ally of the Eternals. Even if it was an ally of the 6 Direction Association, it still had to die. Hearing Lu Yin's words, Jiang Qinghua knew that she could not stop him from taking action. Furthermore, she had no intention of stopping him. Anyone who saw such a scene would be tempted to kill. Now, the question was what to do. The hellworm circled around again. The 7-star mantis is not here. Otherwise, the hellworm would have been discovered the moment it approached, Jiang Qinghua said with certainty. The group discussed for a while and decided to set up according to the 7-star mantis habits. First of all, the battlefield could not be here. Otherwise, everyone on the 7 continents would die. Lu Yin instructed Ghost Monkey to spread rumors on the 7 continents that a parallel spacetime had been discovered and that there were many people inside. This would attract the 7-star mantis and Jiang Qinghua to that spacetime. Their mission was to find the nearest parallel spacetime and set up a trap for the 7-star mantis. At the same time, they would also bring a group of people to that spacetime. Rumors cannot be spread too quickly. I believe that there are definitely people on the 2nd continent who have seen the truth and have not thought of going to the top continent. These people will definitely be watched by the 7-star mantis. It would be best if they spread the rumors to the 7-star mantis. Don't worry about wasting time. This spacetime flows 80 times faster, so we have plenty of time, Lu Yin advised. Jiang Qinghua said, we don't know when the 7-star mantis will return. We won't be too anxious. 7th bro, you have to keep an eye on the little monkey at all times. The little monkey doesn't want to die, Ghost Monkey wailed. It was now right under the 7-star mantis's nose. The moment that monster swung its arm blade, it would die. The dragon tortoise sneered, coward. Ghost Monkey immediately jumped up. You damn tortoise. Your tortoise shell is so hard that even the mantis won't be able to cut through it. How can I be the same? You're the coward, the coward. That's the ancestral tortoise, not the dragon tortoise, the dragon tortoise angrily retorted. Jiang Qinghua scolded, shut up and let's go. The dragon tortoise glared at Ghost Monkey and then headed towards the 2nd continent with Jiang Qinghua. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2999. The monkey also wanted to go to the 2nd continent, as it felt that it was the safest. However, Lu Yin had threatened it, saying that while the 2nd continent was safe, it would definitely be watched by the 7-star mantises. Only then did the monkey fearfully head to the 3rd continent. Lu Yin and Elder Chan split up to search for parallel spacetime. This was not easy, as one needed to travel through parallel spacetime, and the people on the 7 continents should not be able to find it. They had to arrange this properly. 5 years quickly passed in the current spacetime. At the top of the 7 continents, the killing game continued. A large mantis brandished its blade, and a face twisted in fear appeared in front of it. The face could not even utter a single word before it was chopped into pieces. The mantis brandished its blade and clashed with it, causing a metallic sound to ring out as it scanned the area with its narrow eyes. There were mantises everywhere, and in the distance, there was another mantis that exuded a terrifying pressure. It was the progenitor mantis that Luin and the rest had seen. There was only one progenitor mantis in the entire spacetime, and above it was the seven-star mantis that had yet to return. There were dozens of people surrounded by mantises, and they were tightly huddled together as they stared at their surroundings. An aura of despair enveloped them, and some of them were missing limbs. Fresh blood flowed down the center of the crowd, causing the mantises' eyes to turn red. So it's true. This is the land of death. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. I should have listened to those people. Bastards, you're all a bunch of bastards. If you want to kill us, we'll kill you too. Come on, come on. Frenzied roars were accompanied by despairing howls and struggles before death, which excited the mantises even more. They loved to watch humans wail before they died, and they could never get enough of this scene. The furthest progenitor mantis excitedly raised its blade and swung it down, slicing through the void. Along the way, many mantises were split in two, and it eventually slashed towards those people. Those people were killed before they could even react. To the mantises, killing their own kind was also a form of entertainment. The progenitor mantis jumped around excitedly, its blade incomparably sharp and reflecting its sinister and terrifying face. The top continent was covered in blood, and the stench of blood filled the air. Under this blade, only a few of those people survived. They were all trembling in fear. A group of giant mantises surrounded them, their shadows covering them. They looked up and saw pairs of blood-stained blades and ferocious faces with sharp fangs. Someone immediately went crazy and let out a wild laugh. His head was pierced from head to toe by the blade. No, no, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I can live, please don't kill me, don't kill me. Someone begged. Several blades fell, cutting him into pieces. Everyone stared at the last person. His eyes were lifeless, and his pupils were flickering. Apart from the numerous praying mantises, the blood-stained blade, and the corpses on the ground. The blood had gathered into a river and rushed straight to his head. Mantis did not make a move, but the blade was getting closer and closer. This was a kind of enjoyment, the ultimate enjoyment. In every game, the last person would bring them the ultimate enjoyment, because the last person was the most fearful. The more fearful they were, the more they didn't know what they would do. This kind of unknown and desperate struggle for survival was what they looked forward to the most. This person's legs had long since gone soft. He sat on the ground paralyzed, unable to stand up no matter how hard he tried. His entire body lay on the ground trembling, muttering something to himself. The surroundings were filled with strange laughter. The mantis' laughter was like a nightmare. When he climbed up from the lower continent to the second continent, he had heard it too many times. Every time, it would wake him up from the dream. He originally thought that he could escape when he reached the second continent, but what he faced was an even crueler game. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? If he had known, he would have listened to those people. There was clearly a place to escape. He didn't want to stay here anymore. He wanted to live. I can escape, I can escape. His voice kept ringing out. This person had also gone crazy. A praying mantis raised its blade and was about to strike down. The next game would soon begin. Suddenly, the sharp blade swept across, cutting off all the praying mantises around. It was that progenitor realm praying mantis. The progenitor realm praying mantis's huge shadow shrouded the last person who had gone crazy. It slowly approached him, its triangular head close to that person, listening. I can escape. Some parallel universes are filled with humans. They said that they can take us away. I can escape. I should escape. Ha 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 ha, I am going to escape. Ha 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 ha, the progenitor realm praying mantis raised its body and stepped forward. With a bang, its body pressed the person into a pool of blood. Its cold eyes stared at the second continent. Parallel universes. Humans. Too interesting. Another 10 years passed. In these 10 years, the 7 continents didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, but there was an additional voice inside. This voice was getting louder and louder, so loud that it changed many people's minds. Go to the parallel universes. There were humans there. There, they could escape these monsters. There, they could live. The top continent was hell. Only by escaping to the parallel universes could they live. It was unknown when it started. It was about 10 years ago, but this voice had grown uncontrollably. It developed at a speed that even Jiang Qingyue and Ghost Monkey did not expect. It was as if there was a pushing force that kept increasing. Lu Yin sat on the prison drake's back and looked at the top continent. That praying mantis wants to change games. Elder Chan said, it already knows that there are people from the parallel universes coming to save these people. It didn't stop them. Instead, it pushed them. It's as if it wants to treat this parallel universe as a second top continent. You will get tired of a game after playing it for a long time. It knows how to play. It is also very confident. It is not worried about whether there are strong people in the parallel universes. No, it is worried. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. It is precisely because it is worried that although it allowed these people to go to the parallel universes, it did not investigate it. It is waiting. Waiting for the 7-star praying mantis to return. This is the safest way. This changed game is a gift to the 7-star praying mantis. It is safe and stable. This is what it wants. Lu Yin and the others had been in this spacetime for 15 years. They had waited for 15 years, and they still had to continue waiting. He did not plan to leave until he dealt with the 7-star praying mantis. The Eternals tried their best to rope in various helpers. He also had to think of a way to eliminate those helpers one by one. Jingzhou was not the last, and the 7-star praying mantis was not the last. Finally, when it was the 30th year, a feeling of palpitations appeared. Lu Yin was especially afraid when he looked at the top continent. He knew that the 7-star praying mantis had returned. Ask Qingyue and Ghost Monkey to come back. The trap has been set. We are just waiting for them to take the bait. Lu Yin said as he headed in a certain direction. That was the parallel spacetime that they had discovered. There were people in the parallel universes that Lu Yin had brought over from the 7 continents over the years. The praying mantis could not tell who was who. They could not even distinguish between corpse kings and normal people. They could not tell the difference. Although the progenitor realm praying mantis had not come to the parallel universe, it had sent ordinary praying mantises over. It was certain that there were humans in this parallel universe. Lu Yin and the others returned to the parallel universe and waited for another 3 years. During these 3 years, praying mantises constantly entered to investigate. The people in the parallel universe had been taught by Lu Yin and the others, and their strength was far superior to the people on the 7 continents. This allowed the praying mantises to confirm that this universe was different from the one they were in. When it was the 35th year, the progenitor realm praying mantis entered the parallel universe. Jiang Qingyue walked out. Its opponent is me. This was something that had been decided long ago. Lu Yin had first seen Jiang Qingyue in the 6th mainland. At that time, she was only an emissary. However, as time passed, Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue broke through to the half-step ancestor realm. She cultivated in the Ice Spirit clan, where time flowed 100 times faster. Lu Yin did not know how long she had cultivated, and he did not ask. After all, it was not convenient to ask about her age. However, it should not have been a short time since she had broken through to the half-step ancestor realm. Half-step ancestor was a classification of the origin space. In White Cloud City, Luyin did not know what a half-step ancestor was, but he was curious about Jiang Qingyue's strength. This was her first official battle after accompanying Luyin, and her identity was the master of this parallel universe. The progenitor realm praying mantis was bewildered as it looked at Jiang Qingyue. She was not an extreme powerhouse. Human, who are you? Jiang Qingyue's gaze was cold as she raised her sword and pointed it at the praying mantis. Get out. The praying mantis tilted its triangular head. Are you the strongest person in this universe? I'll say it again. Get out. Jiang Qingyue deliberately acted tough. This was what Luyin had taught her, but she did not express it at all and remained as cold as ever. The progenitor realm praying mantis moved, slashing its blade from top to bottom and tearing through the void. It had been ordered by the seven-star praying mantis to test this universe. Jiang Qingyue attacked at the same time, but no sword shadow could be seen on her snow-white sword. All that could be seen were the cracks caused by the collision. The blade collided with the sword, and Jiang Qingyue retreated. The progenitor realm praying mantis's narrow eyes flashed with a cold glint, and it spread its wings on its back. Its speed suddenly increased as it swung its blade at Jiang Qingyue. Luyin frowned. If not for the dragon turtle hiding in Jiang Qingyue's sleeve, he would not have been able to resist taking action. It was not easy for a half-step ancestor to fight an ancestor. He could do it, and so could senior brother Qingping. Even senior brother Mu Xia and senior brother Mu Carving could do it, but that did not mean that it was easy. On the contrary, this was Mr. Mu's standard for selecting a disciple. Even now, Luyin could barely see through Mr. Mu's realm, which was definitely on the same level as a Grand Empyrean and even higher than the Thunder Lord. Although Jiang Qingyue was the Thunder Lord's daughter, that did not mean that she could definitely do it. The pressure from the blade swinging forced Jiang Qingyue back, but there was no fear on her face. Instead, it was the same tenacity and fearlessness that Luyin had seen her for the first time. The blackish-purple substance continued to spread, giving Jiang Qingyue the strength to resist the praying mantis's blade. White Cloud City had never fought the seven-star praying mantis before, let alone this progenitor realm praying mantis. He had no idea what the blackish-purple substance was, and he only knew that Jiang Qingyue's sword had suddenly become powerful. The heavens were constantly being slashed apart. Jiang Qingyue was barely able to resist the progenitor realm praying mantis's blade, but as time passed, she would definitely be defeated unless she had some other strength. A half-step ancestor from the primordial space had an inner world, so what did Jiang Qingyue have? The outcome of this battle was far from being decided. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3000. Not long after, Jiang Qingyue escaped. This was the plan. If she didn't escape, how could she lure the seven-star mantis over? The progenitor realm mantis chased after her. It was very fast, but Jiang Qingyue wasn't slow either, especially with the help of the dragon turtle. The progenitor realm mantis couldn't catch up at all and finally gave up. It circled the entire spacetime. Other than Jiang Qingyue, no one could fight it. After a few days, it was certain that there were no powerhouses in this spacetime. Only then did it return to its original spacetime in satisfaction. The next one to come should be the seven-star mantis. Jiang Qingyue returned, panting heavily. Luyin looked at her. How was it? Jiang Qingyue gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. I'll deal with it. Luyin's eyes flashed. The progenitor realm mantis' strength was singular. Although it had the destructive power of a progenitor, it was not as strong as the powerhouses in the primordial space who had experienced the origin tribulation to break through to the progenitor realm and had an ancestral world. However, it was not something a half-ancestor could easily defeat. It was good that Jiang Qingyue still had a trump card. The next battle won't be long, Luyin muttered to himself. Half a month later, the progenitor realm mantis came again. It seemed to be looking for Jiang Qingyue, but it didn't find her, so it returned. Then, a month later, it came again. It came again and again until Lu Yin and the others were almost numb. It wasn't until half a year later that Lu Yin felt his heart palpitate again. This feeling only appeared when facing a threat. He opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. He saw a huge mantis appear in the starry sky. It looked similar to the progenitor realm mantis, but it was more than 10 times larger and exuded an oppressive aura. "It's here." Lu Yin's expression was solemn. The Hell Wirm's claws curved, not wanting to move. It also felt threatened. Although it was not a sequence law powerhouse, the 7-star mantis was valued by the Eternals and made the Lightning Lord find it troublesome. It must be extraordinary. The 7-star mantis stared ahead with its triangular head. Behind it, the progenitor realm mantis appeared and was clearly communicating. However, Lu Yin and the others were too far away and couldn't hear it. Even if they could, they might not understand. Jiang Qingyue revealed her aura. The 7-star mantis suddenly looked over. The progenitor realm mantis also sensed it. It spread its wings and shuttled through the void. Jiang Qingyue stepped forward and slashed out with her sword. The ancestor realm mantis let out a strange laugh. Its long and narrow eyes stared at Jiang Qingyue with a chilling glare. Its arm blade slashed down, and with a bang, Jiang Qingyue was cut down. The ancestor realm mantis sped down even faster. Lu Yin stared at the mantis, but it didn't seem to have any intention of approaching. Its eyes were fixed on Jiang Qingyue the entire time. Many experts were extremely cautious. If they weren't cautious, they wouldn't have survived until now. Old Monster Mo was like that, and so was this 7-star mantis. Lu Yin was able to see through the lines in space, and he moved to attack. The 7-star mantis had been staring at Jiang Qingyue, who was fighting with the progenitor realm mantis. Suddenly, his head tilted to the side, and Lu Yin appeared. He had disguised his appearance to prevent the 7-star mantis from recognizing him. His strength had yet to reach the progenitor realm, so he could not pose a fatal threat to the 7-star mantis. Thus, the 7-star mantis would not immediately leave. The result was just as he had guessed. Even though the 7-star mantis was cautious, it wouldn't flee upon encountering a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin gripped his sword and slashed out with the 12th sword. The sword slashed straight at the 7-star mantis, but the mantis casually waved its arm blade and sliced through the sword. It then spread its wings and instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin. It raised its arm blade high and slashed down. 7-star mantis. The 7-star mantis was enormous, and the pressure it exerted was immense. When its blade fell, a cold glint flickered, and even Lu Yin became serious. A dark purple substance spread out, and the sword slashed upwards. There was a loud bang, and Lu Yin continuously retreated in shock. The 7-star mantis was indeed worthy of being valued by the Eternals. Its strength was actually on par with Lu Yin's Palm Realm battle force. If Lu Yin wanted to win through brute force, he would have to rely on his limitless inner world. Lu Yin was shocked, and so was the 7-star mantis. It had never met anyone who wasn't an ultimate powerhouse who could withstand its attack. Other creatures could not do so either. This human was very powerful. "Human, you are the strongest in this space-time," the 7-star mantis said in an ear-piercing voice. Lu Yin gripped the hilt of his sword and pointed at the mantis. "You are the strongest monster in that space-time." "Chirp. You've picked the wrong opponent. Fortunately, you can bring some other fun to this game." "Chirp." The mantis blade fell, and Lu Yin had no choice but to use all his strength to defend himself. He was continuously pushed back by the blade, and the 7-star mantis closed in on him. Victory was in its grasp. There was a loud bang, and the sword broke. The seven-star mantis arm blade slashed horizontally, and before the blade reached its target, the void had already been sliced horizontally. With the strength that Lu Yin had just displayed, he was definitely not a match for this attack. Lu Yin growled and used the broken sword to block the attack. The blade slashed down and sent both Lu Yin and the broken sword flying. Lu Yin tightly grabbed the back of the mantis arm blade, which was the mantis claw. Behind him, a finger descended. The seven-star mantis suddenly turned around and saw Elder Chan and Lu Tianyi, who had been drawn out by Elder Chan's 3 yang ancestral qi. This finger had come from Lu Tianyi's law of destruction. Lu Tianyi's finger was so powerful that even a powerhouse with a sequence law might not be able to block it. This finger was the killing move that Lu Yin had prepared for the seven-star mantis. He had used himself as bait to capture the mantis and create an opportunity for Elder Chan. Lu Tianyi's finger descended, piercing through the void. The fingertip rapidly approached Lu Yin, but it was unable to get any closer. No matter how fast the finger moved, Lu Yin felt as if it was out of his reach. His entire being felt out of place, as this space and time did not seem right. By the time he reacted, his body had already moved far away from where he had been. Elder Chan's finger, which had been drawn out by 3 yang ancestral qi, remained where it had been. A huge force swept over the blade, and Lu Yin hurriedly let go. The mantis retracted its arm blade and retreated. Its triangular head tilted towards Elder Chan, and its long, narrow eyes stared fixedly at Elder Chan. "Human, you are the strongest." Elder Chan was confused. What had just happened? He spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully using 3 yang ancestral qi to display Patriarch Tianyi's sequence law had caused great damage to Elder Chan. If this attack had succeeded, it would have been worth it. However, it had failed, and Elder Chan had lost his ability to fight. Lu Yin stared at the seven-star mantis. Just now, time had disappeared. This meant that this mantis had used a speed that was equivalent to time and forcefully smoothed out time, causing what had happened in that period of time to be treated as if it had never existed. Or rather, it had quickly passed by, causing Patriarch Tianyi's finger to fail. This was a speed comparable to time. Chirp chirp, an attack that can threaten me. That feeling is a sequence law, right? Chirp chirp, you're amazing. Human, where did you come from? You've set up a trap for me. The seven-star mantis stared at Elder Chan. In its eyes, Elder Chan was the true mastermind, and the attack that had threatened it had come from Elder Chan. Elder Chan's face paled as Patriarch Tianyi slowly disappeared. He was already powerless. The seven-star mantis. It could tell, but that scene had been extremely dangerous. It was not sure if this human had been faking it. Lu Yin sighed. Since his plan had failed, he could only fight head-on. Lu Yin stirred up the spatial lines and visualized the Akalanatha king's elephant. His realm of the palm battle force spread out, and his limitless inner world fused together. He punched out, and the stars in his heart swayed. The seven-star mantis was wary of Elder Chan and did not pay much attention to Lu Yin. However, it would not ignore Lu Yin's sudden attack. It raised one of its arms, its eyes still fixed on Elder Chan as it swung its other arm at Lu Yin. This attack seemed ordinary, but it sealed off all of Lu Yin's paths of attack. The seven-star mantis might not have cultivated any blade techniques, but attacking was its instinct. This creature had been fighting with other creatures since the day it was born, and its instinctive killing sense was not inferior to that of a specially cultivated blade technique. In fact, it was even smoother. Lu Yin's celestial eye stared at the arm blade. Whether it was a weapon's cultivation method or a creature's instinctive killing, as long as he attacked, there would be traces. The celestial eye could see through all weapon techniques. The arm blade sealed off all paths of attack, but perfection did not exist in the universe. The seven-star mantis had not reached the level of a sequence law, let alone perfection. Under the celestial light, Luin stepped in reverse, reversing spacetime. The arm blade suddenly froze and was pushed back at a strange angle. The seven-star mantis was shocked, and Luin took advantage of this opportunity to punch the mantis abdomen. This punch landed squarely on the seven-star mantis. The seven-star mantis would have dodged Elder Chan's sneak attack as quickly as possible, but Lu Yin's attack had been fair and square. The seven-star mantis had thought that it could block it, but it had been hit by Lu Yin instead. The power of 100 punches was something that even a sequence law powerhouse might not be able to withstand. The Cyclops King was bent over, and the seven-star mantis was not known for its defense. Green blood flowed from the corner of its mouth as its huge body was sent flying. Its long, narrow eyes were filled with disbelief. It could not believe that a human who had not even reached the extreme realm could injure it so severely with a single punch. This punch made it question life itself. Its abdomen was cracking. The seven-star mantis stared at Lu Yin with its long, narrow eyes and emitted an angry chirp. Lu Yin took a step forward, raised his hand again, and punched out. The seven-star mantis no longer dared to underestimate Lu Yin. It was only because Elder Chan was an extreme realm powerhouse that it was wary of, but this human in front of it was also a great threat. 4 pairs of wings spread out from its back, and the seven-star mantis suddenly disappeared as its speed increased dramatically. Lu Yin frowned and stopped where he was. The seven-star mantis appeared from the side and slashed down with its arm blade. Lu Yin took a step back, and the arm blade slashed in front of him. He grabbed the arm blade with his left hand and the slipper appeared in his right. The slipper had been upgraded once more, and Lu Yin was certain that the seven-star mantis would not be far from death if it was hit by the slipper now. Perhaps it was afraid of being ambushed twice, or perhaps it had sensed danger, but the moment the slipper appeared, the seven-star mantis spread out its 6 pairs of wings and suddenly disappeared. That strange feeling appeared again. Lu Yin held on tightly to the arm blade and did not let go. He wanted to slap the slipper away, but he could not find the seven-star mantis's body. Its body was constantly moving, dragging Lu Yin through the void. Compared to time, Lu Yin could only be sure of the arm blade in his hand. The seven-star mantis wanted to use its speed to get rid of Lu Yin, but it still underestimated Lu Yin's strength. As long as the arm blade was caught by him, it would be difficult to get rid of it. The seven-star mantis was good at speed, not strength. Its strength did not surpass Lu Yin's, so it could not get rid of him at all. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3001. Although Lu Yin's body was out of place, his physical strength was able to withstand the sudden speed. This was what the seven-star mantis could not understand. How could a person who was not even an extreme powerhouse withstand this speed? The other arm blade slashed out horizontally. Even if this human could withstand this speed, it was impossible for him to attack again. This slash was enough to kill him. Lu Yin could not find the seven-star mantis's body for a while. Even the heavens I could not find it. The heavens I could see through weapons and techniques. In the future, it could see through parallel time and space, but in the face of this speed, it needed to be able to see. However, when the seven-star mantis raised the other arm blade, the chill in his bones told him of the danger. Without hesitation, his slipper fell and slapped the arm blade in his left hand. With a bang, the arm blade shattered. Lu Yin heard a scream as the seven-star mantis's body retreated rapidly. Lu Yin was flung away, his head spinning, and he almost vomited. Looking up, in the distance, one of the seven-star mantis's arm blades had shattered. 6 pairs of wings spread out on its back and flapped slowly. Its triangular head stared at Lu Yin. Green blood flowed from the corner of its hideous mouth. "Human, who are you?" Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Although the feeling of matching time was out of place, it gave him a different kind of understanding. There were two kinds of changes in reversing time. One came from the undying deity skipping time, and the other came from progenitor Chen's parallel time. The so-called parallel time and the seven-star mantis's speed were the same. The difference was that one relied on the changes in combat skills while the other relied on pure speed. Although he had learned the changes, he could not understand them. Then, could he first understand the speed and then experience the changes? This idea opened up another line of thought for Lu Yin. He looked at the seven-star mantis again. Not only was there murderous intent in his eyes, but he also felt like he had seen a treasure. "Human, who are you? You are targeting me. You are here to kill me," the seven-star mantis screamed. On the other side, far away, the battle between Jiang Qingyue and the progenitor realm mantis continued. It was extremely intense. Lu Yin did not say a word and rushed toward the seven-star mantis using reverse steps. After 2 lessons, the seven-star mantis did not intend to fight with Lu Yin again. It was sure that this time and space was a trap. After living in the universe for so many years, he had encountered many parallel universes with humans, but how many of them had reached the realm of extreme powerhouses? Moreover, it was impossible for a human who had yet to reach the pinnacle to injure it. The only ones it could think of were the Six Direction sect and the other major forces in White Cloud City. Suddenly, the seven-star mantis screamed, "You're Lu Yin from the Above Heaven sect." Lu Yin was stunned. He had actually guessed it. The mantis spread its 6 pairs of wings, turned around, and flew back to its own space-time. It stopped fighting, as it realized that this human was definitely that Lu Yin. Otherwise, how could there be so many monsters? It was impossible for anyone below the extreme realm to be able to injure it, and if it really was that Lu Yin, then it would be troublesome. He was the one who had killed Jing Jie. The Six Directions Guild would send out ruthless people. Those who had helped the Eternals had retreated. There was no need for them to fight head-on. Lu Yin hurriedly gave chase, but how could he possibly catch up? Time seemed to have stopped. However, he didn't need to give chase. He had been in this space-time for dozens of years, preparing for this moment. The entire process, from the moment the seven-star mantis spread its 6 pairs of wings, was already an illusion. In the next moment, the seven-star mantis body shook. A sourcebox array. After spending dozens of years in this space-time, Elder Chan had used the ancestral qi of the 3 Yangs to create progenitor Hui and set up a sourcebox array that circled the entire space-time. Fortunately, this space-time was very small, and the sourceboxes that Lu Yin had obtained from De Shikong came in handy. Lu Yin had used the sourcebox array to disrupt the void and prevent the seven-star mantis from tearing through the void to leave. Of course, this was only disrupting space-time. It did not mean that the seven-star mantis could not leave at all. However, no one knew what would happen if they entered a parallel space-time. The seven-star mantis was cautious, and it would not leave until the very last moment. At least for now, it was not that it did not have the confidence to defeat Lu Yin, but that it did not want to take the risk. There were risks left and right, so it would naturally choose one. And the choice it had chosen was to leave. Lu Yin had killed Jing Jie and was infamous in the outer realm. The seven-star mantis would rather take the risk and go to an unfamiliar parallel spacetime than stay here and fight to the death. With its strength, the chances of encountering danger in another parallel spacetime were much lower than dying at Lu Yin's hands. Since that was the case, why not leave? There was no problem with this choice, but it was too late. The sourcebox array that Lu Yin had spent decades setting up was not really meant to trap the seven-star mantis. Lu Yin had been waiting for that one moment. The seven-star mantis tore through the void again and tried to leave, but a ray of light flickered around it and reversed for a second. The torn void returned to its original state, and the seven-star mantis was shocked. Time had changed. That 1 second had prevented the seven-star mantis from leaving, and it had also given Lu Yin a chance to approach it. 1 second was enough for many things to be done. At the very least, it was enough for Lu Yin to appear behind the seven-star mantis and grab it. The 6 pairs of wings on the seven-star mantis back flapped. It had no intention of fighting, and it only wanted to get away from Lu Yin. The speed that rivaled time was enough to allow the seven-star mantis to get away from Lu Yin before he could even see it clearly. As long as it increased the distance between them, it could tear through the void again, and the seven-star mantis did not believe that it would be stopped again. The ray of light had been able to reverse the seven-star mantis time by relying on that 1 second when the seven-star mantis tore through the void and was blocked by the sourcebox array. Without that 1 second, the ray of light would not have been able to approach the seven-star mantis. Now, the seven-star mantis had relied on its speed to increase the distance between them once again. In its mind, Lu Yin was helpless against it. Normally speaking, this was indeed the case. From the very beginning, the battle between Lu Yin and the others against the seven-star mantis had changed. Elder Chan's sneak attack had not been successful, and the seven-star mantis had not been severely injured. Furthermore, the seven-star mantis had been so cautious that it had not even thought of fighting. An enemy that only wanted to escape, and one that possessed speed that rivaled time, was simply unstoppable. Unfortunately, the seven-star mantis had run into Lu Yin. Escaping at a speed that rivaled time and made it impossible for others to see it clearly. Lu Yin had the ability to look back at time, and he could look back at 88 seconds. Now, he only needed to look back at 1 second. The ray of light shuttled back and forth, and in that 1 second, the seven-star mantis could do whatever it wanted. It did not even try to attack Lu Yin. It only wanted to escape. Lu Yin could clearly see the direction that the seven-star mantis was fleeing in, and even its location. Once he had identified the location, Lu Yin waved his ray of light and headed in that direction. The seven-star mantis had just appeared when it thought that it had already distanced itself from Lu Yin. It wanted to tear through the void, but the ray of light followed closely behind it. Everything had happened in just 1 second. In that 1 second, Elder Chan and the others could not understand what had happened. Even the seven-star mantis himself could not understand what had happened. It needed another second to tear through the void, and that 1 second was just enough for the ray of light to catch up. Just as the seven-star mantis was about to leave, the ray of light reversed for another second, and Lu Yin closed in once more. He raised his slipper high and slammed it down. The seven-star mantis was stunned. What was going on? How had he found it? Again. The same thing happened again. The seven-star mantis thought that it could escape, but Lu Yin had seen the direction and location of its escape. The ray of light kept a close eye on the seven-star mantis, making it difficult for it to escape. The seven-star mantis collapsed. How was this possible? How could this human catch up to it? Impossible. Even the Eternal's power of laws might not be able to catch up to it, so how could this human do it? Elder Chan, use the sourcebox array, Lu Yin called out. Elder Chan endured his injuries and used the ancestral qi of the 3 yangs to summon progenitor Hui and strengthen the control of the sourcebox array. Lu Yin wanted the seven-star mantis to have a harder time tearing through the void. It would be best if he could increase the time from 1 second to 2 seconds. Not only would this increase the sourcebox array, but it would also increase the spatial dimension. He looked at the lines in space and moved them. The seven-star mantis continued to shuttle through the void, and the ray of light continued to close in. As long as the seven-star mantis tore through the void, the ray of light would reverse for a second. No matter where the seven-star mantis fled, the ray of light would be able to track it down. Finally, Lu Yin used the spatial lines in Elder Chan's sourcebox array to delay the seven-star mantis from tearing through the void for 2 seconds. 2 seconds was too long, and Lu Yin did not use the ray of light to reverse for a second. Instead, he grabbed the seven-star mantis's wings, which were hard and cold to the touch. The seven-star mantis was shocked. "Human, let go of me. Beast, do you think you can escape?" Lu Yin's tone was icy. His palm realm battle force covered his palm as he exerted force. No matter how hard the seven-star mantis's wings were, they could not withstand the force. It wailed, "I'm not from the Eternals. Let me go, and I'll help you deal with the Eternals." Jinja shouted the same thing before she died. Lu Yin was indifferent. The seven-star mantis was horrified. "You really are that Lu Yin? Let me go. I'm not helping the Eternals. I'm willing to serve you. Let me go." Lu Yin exerted more force. The seven-star mantis's triangular head suddenly turned 180 degrees, and it opened its mouth to bite Lu Yin. This scene was extremely horrifying. It was a mantis, and its mouth was terrifying. Lu Yin snorted. He grabbed the wings with his right hand and grabbed the slipper with his left. He then aimed it at the seven-star mantis's triangular face. The seven-star mantis was clearly afraid, and the slipper shattered its arm blade. That was the toughest part of its body, and if it was hit again, it would definitely die. "Lu Yin, down Master Lu, I won't do it again. I'll do whatever you say. Let me go. Please, let me go," the seven-star mantis begged. Lu Yin coldly said, "Don't you like to test people's natures? Then, let's play a game. Fly as fast as you can, and I won't hit you. Let's see if you can shake me off. If you can shake me off, I won't bother you. If you can't shake me off, you'll die." The seven-star mantis was confused. "Fly. You're not willing." I'm willing. You really won't hit me." It was terrified of the slipper. "This is just a game. You like to play games, and so do I. Let's see who wins." Lu Yin's tone was relaxed, and he grabbed the wings with one hand and the slipper with the other. He was full of threat. The seven-star mantis's narrow eyes scanned its surroundings, and then it suddenly spread its 6 pairs of wings and flew through the air. Normally, once it displayed this speed, no one would be able to catch up to it unless they had the ability to manipulate time. Coincidentally, Lu Yin did. This was the most frustrating thing, as it had actually met its nemesis. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3002. The strange feeling appeared once more as Lu Yin's stream of light continued to revolve around his body. He did not have the ability to see through the seven-star mantis speed. All he could do was adapt to this speed and hold on tightly to its wings. The entire spacetime became the seven-star mantis flying stage. On the other side, Jiang Qingyue's lips were stained with blood, and her white sword was stained with mottled blood. It was green, and it had come from the progenitor realm mantis. The progenitor realm mantis had seen the seven-star mantis fight with Lu Yin. It was not stupid, and it wanted to leave as well, but it was not the seven-star mantis and did not have that kind of speed. Every time it tried to leave, it would be interrupted by Jiang Qingyue. Even without a sourcebox array, it could not escape. "Human, you cannot defeat me. Give up. Your target is the boss of the seven stars mantis, and it has nothing to do with me. I promise that I will not target humans in the future," the progenitor realm mantis said, its voice sharp and piercing. Jiang Qingyue had fought with it for so long, and both of them had been injured. From the progenitor realm mantis's point of view, it had not been easy for Jiang Qingyue to fight with it for so long, and it was impossible for her to win. "Young master, leave the rest to me," the dragon turtle said from within Jiang Qingyue's sleeve. Jiang Qingyue's tone was cold. "It is my opponent." The dragon turtle had a complicated expression. "Young master, you are not thinking of using that move, are you?" Jiang Qingyue did not answer, and her sword slowly lowered. The progenitor realm mantis relaxed when it saw her like this. "Human, you have made a wise choice." It then tore through the void to leave. Suddenly, snowflakes danced in the deep darkness of space. It was unknown where they had come from, but it was bone-chilling. The progenitor realm mantis was confused, and it had a bad premonition. It hurriedly tore through the void, but it discovered that its movements had slowed. A white sword had appeared behind Jiang Qingyue at some point. This sword was identical to the one in her hand, but it gave off an inexplicable sense of sorrow. The dragon turtle sighed. This sword had belonged to Kong Tianzhao, the one who had died. Jiang Qingyue had two masters. One had defeated the other, and the other had died. That battle had become a scene that Jiang Qingyue would never forget for the rest of her life. With the support of Shi, her other master had appeared. This sword represented the other Kong Tianzhao, that powerful man. The white longsword slowly descended, overlapping with the sword in Jiang Qingyue's hand. The ancestor realm mantis stared blankly at the other side. This human had changed. It seemed to see another shadow. White robes and a white sword, standing aloof from the world. Under the dancing snowflakes, he took a step forward, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of it. The progenitor realm mantis subconsciously raised its arm blade and slashed out. With a soft sound, the two arm blades broke apart at the same time. The incision was smooth and clean, and a white shadow flashed past. Jiang Qingyue was still standing in place, looking at it coldly. Of SS. 2. Nobody could help her. Looking up, the seven-star mantis shuttled through the sky. They couldn't see it. They only knew that spacetime was fragmenting. Lu Yin grabbed the mantis's wings tightly. He had no time to care about Jiang Qingyue. He was experiencing the speed of time. As time passed, his feet moved. He understood the changes that progenitor Qin had imparted to him. Now, he just had to incorporate those changes into his speed. The seven-star mantis's heart was crumbling. It liked to toy with human nature, but in another sense, it was being toyed with by human nature. It was afraid of death and wanted to escape, but it couldn't. The human on its back had the ability to kill it at any time, but he just wouldn't. This feeling of despair caused it to crumble. The humans who had been toyed with by it felt the same way. This was a game of life and death. It didn't want to play this game anymore. The word game was a nightmare, an abyss. The sense of dissonance gradually disappeared, and Lu Yin's footsteps became smoother and smoother. He was getting used to the speed and the changes. He looked around and saw the seven-star praying mantis flapping its wings and saw its trajectory. He gradually understood what the speed of parallel time was. Perhaps he was still unable to successfully reverse time to parallel time, but he was already a beginner and was not far from success. In other words, he could succeed at any time. At the same time, the seven-star mantis's mentality was on the verge of collapse. It knew that there was no way it could escape this human. The feeling of a guillotine hanging over its head was too terrifying. It had to rely on itself to escape. It had seen too much of human nature. Humans' greatest weakness was not selfishness, cowardice, or fear of death, but their emotions. Its long, narrow eyes suddenly stared into the distance at Jiang Qingyue. It gradually slowed down, raised its arm blade, and slashed down. At the same time, it raised its blade again and slashed at Elder Chan. 2 slashes were enough to kill these two humans. It wanted Lu Yin to make a choice. He could either save them or let them die with him. It had deliberately slowed down to give Lu Yin enough time to save both of them at the same time. That way, it would have enough time to escape. It did not believe that Lu Yin would be able to stop it while saving them. No matter how strong this human was, there was a limit to his strength. However, it did not know that there were other creatures besides Lu Yin and the others present. Facing the seven-star mantis's blade, the dragon turtle and the hellworm reacted at the same time. The dragon turtle blocked in front of Jiang Qingyue while the hellworm raised its claws to grab the blade that was slashing at Elder Chan. Both attacks were blocked at the same time. The seven-star mantis was shocked. There were more enemies. You're courting death. Lu Yin roared and slammed down with his slipper, shattering the mantis's wings. The mantis howled and frantically twisted its body, but its speed had also decreased. Its wings were the key to maintaining its speed, but now that they had been destroyed, it could no longer increase its speed. Human, I'll kill you. The mantis's body suddenly shriveled up, and Lu Yin slammed down with his slipper on its back, shattering it. However, before that happened, a much smaller mantis crawled out of its body. This was the mantis's true body, and its huge exterior was just a shell. This was its life-saving technique. The smaller mantis's true body also had 6 pairs of wings, and as it spread its wings, its speed increased to a level comparable to that of time. Escape. It would definitely have its revenge, but it had to escape first. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he tried to reverse time and parallel time. At that moment, the universe stopped, and only he and the mantis were moving. Lu Yin stared at the mantis closely. The mantis frantically chased after Lu Yin, its reverse steps becoming smoother and smoother. The mantis turned around in shock. How was this possible? This human had caught up to it. Previously, it had relied on time to prevent Lu Yin from leaving, but now it was certain that this human had reached a speed similar to its own. How was this possible? How did he do it? The mantis could not figure it out no matter how hard it racked its brain. Lu Yin had lamented more than once that progenitor Qin had a unique talent in the creation of battle techniques. It was simply unparalleled, and now that he had experienced the speed of the mantis, this feeling was even more profound. If he could catch up to the mantis's speed, Lu Yin would have a way to stop it or even kill it. Its life-saving technique could only be used once, but it could not be used a second time. General Appointment Platform 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. The mantis stared blankly at the progenitors surrounding it, stunned. Where did so many powerhouses come from? Summoning so many progenitors was not easy for Lu Yin. Fortunately, he had an endless amount of astral sources in his body, which was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even progenitors did not have as many astral sources as he did. Only with so many astral sources could he guarantee that he could summon so many progenitors. In the end, 17 progenitors were summoned, and they covered the entire spacetime. Even though the 7-star praying mantis had a speed comparable to that of time, it was still unable to surpass Lu Yin's speed and awareness. Lu Yin did not need these summoned progenitors to cause any harm to the 7-star praying mantis, all he needed was to stall for time. The arm blade slashed out, and the progenitors were split in two. Then, one after another, they were cut down and reduced to nothingness. The mantis wanted to tear through the void and leave, but under the influence of the sourcebox array, it did not even need a second to tear through the void. Even a second was a luxury for the mantis. One progenitor after another was cut into nothingness. Lu Yin continued to approach, and the threat he posed to the mantis increased. The mantis wailed again, "Master Lu, I'll submit to you and not resist. You also want a powerhouse like me to help you deal with the Eternals, right? I can even join the Eternals and help you uncover their secrets. Master Lu, let me go. I don't want to die." Lu Yin did not say a word. The mantis had to die, as its last bit of value had disappeared. Its death was to pay tribute to the humans it had killed. They were from different races, and Lu Yin would not say that the mantis was wrong. However, as a human, he had to take revenge. This was his principle. The mantis saw that Lu Yin was still approaching, and there were still nearly half a progenitor around. If it continued to be delayed, Lu Yin would catch up sooner or later. The mantis had been able to contend with Lu Yin because of its speed, and the Eternals also cared about its speed. Without its advantage in speed, the mantis was not much stronger than a progenitor who had yet to reach the sequence laws. Master Lu, I can help you a lot. You humans need me. The mantis was still begging. Lu Yin looked at it. Last one. Kill. The mantis shuddered. This was one of the rules of the game it had set in the first 5 of the 7 continents. It was to only kill the last person in a team to bring about despair and struggle for humanity. Now, it had become the last person Lu Yin wanted to kill. Master Lu, are you really going to fight me? The mantis's tone changed, and its voice became sharp. Its eyes were ferocious. Another progenitor blocked its path, but it was cut off by the mantis arm blade. The mantis turned around, faced Lu Yin, and then charged at him. Lu Yin was stunned. It was actually charging at him. No, what was this? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3003. The 7-star praying mantis came to a sudden stop as it approached Lu Yin, then flew off in another direction. Lu Yin hurriedly chased after it, only to find that the mantis had changed directions again, leaving him confused. After a few times, Lu Yin realized that the mantis had left 7 spots in space, and he was surrounded by the 7 spots. 7-star slash. The mantis arm blades fell, and Lu Yin tried to rush out of the encirclement, but it was too late. The spot closest to him exploded with a slash, and the 7 spots connected. The first spot exploded with 1 slash, the second with 2 slashes, the third with 4 slashes, and so on until the 7th spot exploded with 32 slashes. Lu Yin casually shattered the first slash with his slipper. Although it was powerful enough to kill a progenitor, it was not a threat to him. The most troublesome part was the number. The 7th spot had 32 slashes, and the power was the same as the first. This meant that Lu Yin had to endure 32 slashes from the mantis. It might have been a killing move to others, but it was not a threat to Lu Yin. He had faced similar moves more than once, and the most recent one had been the Moon Immortal's Moonlight Slash from the Tri-Moon Alliance. Every slash had the same power, and the mantis had used numbers to suppress him. Unfortunately, numbers were useless against him. The slippers shattered the slashes one by one. Since the 7-star mantis needed to perform slashes, it could not move away. It was controlling the 7 points. Seeing that the slashes were ineffective against Lu Yin, the mantis expression turned sinister. 7 stars as 1. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 dots appeared once more, and 128 slashes shot towards Lu Yin, covering the sky and the earth. Space itself was torn to shreds. The dragon turtle hurriedly brought Jiang Qingyue and Zhao Ran out of this spacetime. The caged Wirm and Elder Chan left as well, leaving only Lu Yin and the mantis. Fortunately, everyone who had been brought to this spacetime by Lu Yin and the others were all gathered on the caged Wirm's back. Otherwise, they would not have been able to leave. The entire spacetime was shattering. Lu Yin no longer used his slipper to block the slashes. Instead, his entire body was covered with Palm Realm battle force, and he took them head-on. The mantis was shocked. Its attacks were not weak, and there were so many of them. 128 slashes was something that even sequence laws powerhouses would be wary of, but this person was actually taking them head-on. Lu Yin faced the onslaught of attacks head-on and took a step forward, smashing through many of the attacks. He then faced the mantis and raised his slipper, slamming it down. In the praying mantis' eyes, Lu Yin had transformed into a giant, and he gave it a sense of despair and a sense of fatal danger. It wanted to escape, but it couldn't. The 7 stars slash was a battle technique that it had created, and once it was used, especially when the 7 stars were combined, the mantis body would be connected to the 7 points, making it impossible for it to escape. If that wasn't the case, it would have used it a long time ago. He had only used it in this life and death situation, but he hadn't expected that it would still be unable to harm Lu Yin. "Master Lu, I beg you." There was a thump, and before the mantis could even finish its sentence, Lu Yin had smacked it to death with his slipper. Even in death, the mantis had never imagined that it would die one day. It thought it was fast enough that even the Eternals would be wary of it. It thought it wouldn't be targeted because it hadn't completely interfered in the war between the humans and the Eternals. It just liked to play games, that's all. But this human just wouldn't let it go. It had already submitted to him, and it was already so strong. Lu Yin gripped his slipper and panted heavily as he watched the mantis corpse float in the air. He let out a deep breath. It was over. Ever since he had broken through to half-progenitor, aside from the powerhouses of the sequence laws, all other progenitors were about the same in his eyes. There was nothing that he couldn't deal with, but the mantis had shown him a different side. The sequence laws weren't the only way to become stronger. Regardless of whether it was strength, speed, or strength, once one reached a certain level, they would all possess extraordinary strength. This mantis had just happened to run into him. If it had been anyone else, even Patriarch Tianyi, they might not have been able to kill it. When he thought of this, Lu Yin immediately called out a general. "In my name, I call out a general." When he saw the mantis brand appear on the stage, Lu Yin relaxed and became excited. He didn't care about the mantis. First, this beast had to pay the price for what it had done. Second, he didn't need it to submit to him. As long as it was willing, Lu Yin could use its strength. This was the terrifying aspect of the Lu family. There were now 19 progenitors in Lu Yin's selection stage. In the past, the strongest had been the Cyclops King, but now, it was the 7-star mantis. After all, the Cyclops King had lost the power of the sequence, while the 7-star mantis had full strength. Before this, Lu Yin had called out astral beasts, such as the Amethyst Beast and the Sylvan Dragon Lord. They were all astral beasts, so he could naturally call out the mantis. With the mantis, Lu Yin was even more confident in fighting against the powerhouses from the outer realms. In the surroundings, the starry sky continued to crack open, revealing the void of the world. This spacetime had been completely destroyed, but fortunately, there weren't any living creatures. This was also why Lu Yin had specifically chosen this spacetime. It was small and had few living creatures. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the spacetime where the mantis was and looked at the 7 continents in the distance. There were so many mantises there that they didn't know that the mantis and the progenitor had already been killed. When she saw Lu Yin arrive, Jiang Qingyue relaxed. "The mantis is dead?" Elder Chan asked anxiously. The dragon turtle also looked at Lu Yin. The mantis was a creature that even the Lightning Lord cared about. Lu Yin smiled. "It's time to call out a general." Elder Chan laughed. Jiang Qingyue relaxed. The dragon turtle opened its mouth. What a monster. Calling out the mantis meant that Lu Yin officially had the confidence to fight against a powerhouse who controlled the laws of the sequence. This was a qualitative change, and it was also their greatest guarantee for this trip. Lu Yin looked at the 7 continents in the distance. "I'll use these mantises in exchange for the recognition of this spacetime." With that, he disappeared. Young master, old master will definitely be satisfied with this son-in-law. He can even deal with the mantis. Although that thing isn't very strong, its speed is top-notch, and it has enough ability to stay alive. Old master will wake up laughing when he sees it die, the dragon turtle praised. Jiang Qingyue ignored the dragon turtle's words and looked at the 7 continents. The mantis. That might not be what Lu Yin cares about the most. His goal this time was to find a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. If there were enough of these spacetimes, what kind of transformation would it bring him? Elder Chan's face was still a little pale. His sneak attack had failed in the previous battle, and he had thought that victory was hopeless. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to still be able to create a miracle. What he had grasped was unimaginable, and he would definitely be able to lead humanity to greater heights in the future. The spacetime where the mantis resided had a flow of 80 times, which was a lot. It was worth it to pay a higher price for this. Lu Yin had waited for 35 years to battle the mantis. After that, he swept through the 7 continents as quickly as possible and completely exterminated the mantises that took pleasure in slaughtering humans. After that, he spent another 10 years to become the spiritual pillar of everyone on the 7 continents before he was finally recognized by this spacetime. The time that he could look back in time had increased to 245 seconds. With an additional 80 seconds, Lu Yin had a different feeling about the time that he could look back in time. Previously, he had sensed that looking back in time might not be the true use of the time. Now, this feeling was growing stronger. He had a feeling that he was about to grasp something, but he still lacked the time to look back. He had to continue searching for a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. He had spent 45 years in the mantis spacetime, but only half a year had passed in the origin space. It had been more than 3 years since he had left the above heavens sect. It was time for him to return to prevent any accidents. Of course, he also had to settle the people here before he left to prevent any mantises from not returning. He had to rely on the compass to leave, but returning was very simple. He could just return to the eternal kingdom. The void distorted, and the caged WYRM disappeared from this spacetime. Less than an hour after Lu Yin and the others left, a figure arrived in this spacetime. If Lu Yin was here, he would definitely recognize this person as one of the captains of the True God Guard. The middle plate had come to search for the mantis since the Eternals needed the mantis' help. However, he quickly discovered that the mantises had all disappeared from the 7 continents, and this spacetime had changed greatly. The middle plate returned to the disaster zone and reported this matter. After Lu Yin and the others returned to the above heavens sect and confirmed that it was peaceful, they set off again to continue searching for a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. To Lu Yin and the others, it was not just 2 years, but 60 years. Lu Yin's time had also increased by 25 seconds, reaching 270 seconds. Over the years, he had brought Elder Chan, Jiang Qingyue, and the others to wander through parallel spacetime and did not encounter any danger. Zhao Ran was still as naive and happy as ever. As long as someone drank her tea, there was nothing unusual. Jiang Qingyue was still the same, but her gaze had softened when she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin now knew how she had killed the progenitor mantis. It was both a killer move and an inner demon. This situation was the most dangerous in the progenitor's origin tribulation. However, Jiang Qingyue was from White Cloud City, and her cultivation path was different from astral sources. No matter which path she chose, it was not easy to reach the progenitor realm. If she did not overcome her inner demon, she would eventually pay a heavy price. Elder Chan had long since recovered the price of using Lu Tianyi's power. The most noteworthy person was the ghost monkey. That damned monkey had actually said that he felt like he had broken through to the progenitor realm, which left Lu Yin speechless. Had this guy cultivated before? Aside from the increase in time reversal, Lu Yin had also become much more proficient in using time reversal. He felt that he would one day reach Mr. Mu's level of cultivation, which could cause time to stop when he appeared. That would be impressive. Be careful, we're almost there. Although the chances of encountering danger were low, Lu Yin would always warn Elder Chan every time they arrived at a new parallel spacetime. The next parallel spacetime that they would arrive at was not one with a different flow of time, but rather a normal one. Only by using the compass to determine their direction would they be able to find a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. The void distorted, and the caged WYRM appeared. It vigilantly scanned its surroundings, but there was no danger. It was so beautiful up ahead. Lu Yin and the others also looked up ahead. The heavens should have been deep and dark. They had been to many parallel spacetimes, and there had been very few exceptions. However, up ahead, they saw a faint radiance that resembled clouds. It extended into the heavens, just like the fifth mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3004. Lu Yin opened his heaven's eye and looked ahead, but he couldn't see the end. However, he could see a flourishing civilization above the clouds. Was this a human civilization? Were those wings of light on their backs? Just as he was in shock, the sky suddenly changed, and a bright light shone above his head. Lu Yin and the rest looked up and saw a palm of light that covered the sky, causing the entire void to tremble. Divine Kingdom. Do not trespass. Retreat. There was a loud shout, and Jiang Qingyue groaned, her face pale. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. This voice had penetrated his brain and caused his ears to ring. Caged Drake looked up at the giant palm in a daze and panicked. What's that? The dragon turtle was shocked. Lu Yin looked at the dragon turtle. Divine Kingdom. Have you heard of it? The dragon turtle was at a loss. No. Trespassers, die. A loud voice resounded through the sky as the palm pressed down on Caged Drake, intending to crush Lu Yin and the rest. Lu Yin was furious. They hadn't even met, yet the dragon turtle was trying to kill them. They were all from a human civilization, yet the dragon turtle was showing no mercy. He took out Mount Supreme from his cosmic ring and let Elder Chan and the rest in. At the same time, he leaped up with his slippers. Who's playing tricks over there? Get out here. The slippers slammed into the palm of light, and Lu Yin used his heaven's eye to see that the dragon turtle was twisting around the palm, forming an inexplicably complex character. It was this character that was exerting pressure. However, he had seen too many dragon turtle. Did the dragon turtle really want to crush him? How was this possible? There was a bang, and the void trembled as countless cracks spread out and swept towards the beautiful clouds in the distance, cutting through the void. At the same time, a pair of beautiful eyes opened far away in shock. You actually blocked it. You came with ill intentions. Fight me with the power of the four beasts. Great Sage Transcendence, suppress. Lu Yin's slippers cracked the palm of light, but just as he was about to shatter it, his pupils shrank. He saw an endless amount of dragon turtles' eyes spread throughout the sky and enter the palm of light. If the dragon turtle's eye had only formed a single character before, then these dragon turtles' eye had formed an entire palm of light that was suppressing him. Lu Yin was shocked. He had only seen so many dragon turtles' eye when the seven sky gods and the grand Empyreans attacked. Without any hesitation, he slipped away and used the reverse step to parallel time, vanishing in an instant. The palm of light crushed the void and shattered everything around it, but there was no trace of Lu Yin. Far away, the owner of those beautiful eyes was a young girl wearing a purple veil. She frowned when she saw Lu Yin fleeing. He hadn't died, and she could sense that this person had actually been able to escape from her palm. Who exactly was he? There was no aura of those monsters. No matter who it was, they deserved to die for trespassing into the divine kingdom. As she thought about this, the young girl closed her eyes and opened her arms. Her graceful figure was as beautiful as a painting. She stepped forward barefooted. With her as the center, the entire space seemed to shrink countless times as it circled around her, constantly searching. Soon, she opened her eyes and found it. On the other side of the battlefield, Lu Yin was fleeing backwards, bewildered. What the hell? There was actually such a powerhouse in this space-time. He was definitely comparable to the seven heavenly gods. He could not fight against him head-on, but he could escape using reverse steps. The other party was not at the level of the bitter adversity realm. What kind of space-time was this? Directly expelling the outsiders and killing them if they didn't leave was too tyrannical. The Divine Kingdom. This name was in line with this method. The dragon turtle did not know, which meant that White Cloud City had never come into contact with this divine kingdom. Luin did not know if the Six Direction Association had. There were too many parallel spacetimes in the universe, and no one knew what would appear. Luin was very curious about this divine kingdom, and he wanted to see what kind of kingdom it was. If possible, it would be a powerful ally against the Eternals. Just as he was thinking about this, a palm of light suddenly formed above his head and ruthlessly crushed down. Luin was shocked. Had they found him? How had they done this? He did not hesitate and continued to flee using reverse steps. But no matter which direction he fled in, the other party seemed to be able to find him and would not rest until he was dead. Luin helplessly took out the progenitor platform and summoned a progenitor to escape. The progenitor was quickly crushed into nothingness by the palm of light, and Luin took the opportunity to retract his aura and stop moving. After a while, the palm of light did not appear. Luin sighed. He had deceived them. Who was this person? How had they found him? It did not seem like they could see through reverse steps, and even if they could, they would not have been able to constantly flee. But if they could not see through reverse steps, how had they found him? Luin waited for a long time, but the palm of light still did not appear. Luin looked at the sky. Could it be that they had retracted their aura? Or did they think that he was dead? Far away, the girl opened her eyes in confusion. Luin should not have died so easily, as a single palm could kill him. How could he have escaped so many times? However, she could not find him. The other party had completely retracted their aura, making it difficult for her to find him. This was an expert, and one who was skilled at concealment. Divine Lady, the day of God prayer is about to arrive. All citizens are waiting for this moment to send you their most sincere blessings and prayers. The girl calmly asked, "Is everything ready?" "It's ready. Order the entire country to be on guard. An outsider has entered." The person outside was clearly surprised. "An outsider? Didn't you suppress him?" "Go." "Yes." The girl looked into the distance. Could this person have come at this time for the Day of God prayer? From a distance, the clouds had a faint glow, but the closer one got, the weaker the glow became. When Luin stepped onto the clouds, the glow completely disappeared. This was a continent, but it was a continent made of clouds. There were too many strange phenomena in the universe, but Luin was not too surprised by this. He quickly found something that looked like a village, and he saw many people with wings of light. Aside from the fact that these people had a pair of wings, there was nothing different about them. Luin stayed in this village for a few days, and Elder Chan and the others came out as well. They disguised themselves as people from this spacetime and experienced the culture of this place. This spacetime was called the Divine Kingdom, and it was completely sealed off from the outside world. Luin also knew who had attacked them. It was the goddess, an existence that had been deified by the Divine Kingdom. She was just a young girl. When he first heard this news, Luin could not believe that he was being chased by a young girl. However, a few days later, with their cultivations, they easily learned the secrets of the Divine Kingdom. Luin understood that this divine lady was not very powerful, but she could borrow the power of the legendary four symbols that protected this spacetime. With the power of the four symbols, generations of divine ladies protected this spacetime, preventing any powerful enemies from invading. Luin did not know what the four symbols were. There were cultivators in the Divine Kingdom, but they cultivated a power similar to an astral source. There was nothing special about it, and it was not the power of the four symbols. Luin was more concerned about the Divine Lady. The Divine Lady was actually able to borrow the power of the four symbols to attack him. What kind of strength could suppress him? That palm of light was covered in sequence particles, and it was definitely at the level of the 7 sky gods. For an ordinary girl to be able to borrow the power of the 7 sky gods was abnormal. Lu Yin could only think of one possibility, and that was that this divine lady had been recognized by this spacetime, just like how he had been recognized by the primordial space. That was why this girl could borrow the power of the 4 symbols to attack and locate Lu Yin. Too passionate, too honest. The ghost monkey returned inside as he leaned against Elder Chan's shadow. Elder Chan sighed as well. It's been many years since I've seen such an honest person. Perhaps we've come into contact with too few ordinary people, but there are actually many such people among them. Lu Yin looked at Elder Chan. It doesn't seem like they're pretending to be honest. They're really honest. The people in this village are pure and kind. There's no deception or oppression. They only help and support each other, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin also realized that this situation was not limited to this village. Around them and even further away, the people they saw seemed to be living in a fairy tale. Although there were also conflicts, arguments, and even fights, there was a limit to it. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or ordinary people, there was no hierarchy. Everyone was very harmonious, to the point that it was abnormal. Based on Lu Yin's many years of cultivation experience, this situation was either a disguise, or these people's thoughts had been deceived. All of their actions and logic followed a certain person. He was more inclined towards the latter, because even if it was a disguise, it was impossible to disguise everyone in this spacetime. However, a powerhouse with a sequence laws could change the thoughts of everyone in this spacetime as long as they were strong enough. Jiang Qingyue and Zhao Ran returned as well. Zhao Ran was holding many flowers with a blank expression, and she was almost buried in them. I said that I liked those flowers, and then they gave them all to me. Zhao Ran was confused. Jiang Qingyue's tone was gloomy. They're so passionate that it's hard to get used to. They clearly forbade outsiders from entering, and they even used killing methods. The dragon turtle said, outsiders are forbidden, but the people inside are so passionate. Their passion isn't directed at outsiders. Once our identities are exposed, they'll be as passionate as they are now. Everyone, there's something wrong with this spacetime. Be careful. I think they're very nice. Zhao Ran began to arrange the flowers with a happy expression. The ghost monkey said earnestly, you're still too young. Human nature is complicated. It can be nasty or tolerant, but it shouldn't be this harmonious. Something's wrong. 7th bro, let's go. Lu Yin looked into the distance. I want to see what's going on with this spacetime. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lu Yin. Let's go to the deity's realm. The land under our feet is called the Divine Kingdom, and it can also be called the Cloud Kingdom. The center of this kingdom is called the deity's realm, and that goddess is in charge of it. If we want to see this spacetime clearly, the deity's realm is the best place to go. Young master, it's a little risky. This spacetime doesn't seem easy to deal with, the dragon turtle advised. Elder Chan said, we shouldn't be enemies with it. Let's see what's going on first. I really want to see if this entire spacetime is like this. Their kindness and tolerance aren't faked. At least, what I see isn't fake. I want to go to the deity's realm to take a look. Elder Chan rarely made requests, and this was exactly what Lu Yin wanted to do. Then let's go to the deity's realm. The Divine Kingdom's biggest event, the Day of Prayer, is about to arrive. Let's go take a look. There's no rush. Let's follow the village's team and try our best to see this spacetime clearly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3005. The entire Divine Kingdom was huge, no less than the Outerverse. It took a long time to travel from this village to the Divine Realm. Fortunately, there were special transportation tools that could pass through the clouds like wormholes in space. Even at the edge of the divine kingdom, ordinary people could reach the divine realm in a few days. Lu Yin and the others blended in with the village team. They did not attract attention and could easily sneak into the divine realm. Along the way, they saw many people from the divine prefecture nation. They passed by many cities, villages, and even places where clans and forces were located. No matter where they were, the harmonious atmosphere was exactly the same. The people in the cities did not look down on the people in the villages, and the powerful cultivators did not look down on the ordinary people. Everyone was treated equally, which was simply incredible. When Lu Yin and the others reached the divine realm with the village team, they saw the same thing. The people in the village were not reserved and greeted everyone. Some of the people in the divine realm were powerful cultivators, and they took the initiative to greet Lu Yin and the others. They were very enthusiastic. They were not used to this kind of enthusiasm. Lu Yin could see that they welcomed others from the bottom of their hearts. This was a situation that everyone should pursue, but it made him uncomfortable. After so many years of cultivation, he was used to cheating and scheming. He was used to wandering between life and death, and it was as if he was walking on thin ice. He had never encountered such a scene. These people were very friendly, but Lu Yin and the others found it difficult to accept. This was the life they had always wanted, but it was difficult to adapt to suddenly facing this kind of life. Elder Chan's gaze was complicated. Ever since the astral tree separated the fifth mainland, I created the Hall of Honor. I hoped to bring the fifth mainland to this state, but it was just an unattainable dream. At first, I wanted to come to the divine realm because I did not believe that such a place existed. Perhaps the people in the remote parts of the divine kingdom were simple and honest, and the closer they were to the center of power, the easier it was for ambition and darkness to grow. But I was wrong. It is the same here. I really want to know who did this and who can make these people live in peace. This kind of scene is the greatest irony to the dark side of human nature. Lu Yin and Jiang Qingyue did not speak. No cultivator would be able to adapt to this kind of scene. Cultivation was a struggle against the heavens, a struggle against the fate of others. How could there be harmony? Where was tolerance? Once it was tolerated, it was not far from death. Even if the celestial sect suppressed the primordial space and everyone obeyed Lu Yin's orders, the conflict between their existences would not disappear, and no one could resolve it. Now, the scene that Lu Yin and the rest were witnessing left them shocked. They were filled with curiosity about the goddess. What kind of person could cause such a huge divine kingdom to become like this? The deity realm was as beautiful as a celestial being. Compared to the Six Directions Guild, this was a true paradise. Lu Yin and the others stayed in the divine realm, interacting with others as ordinary people. They felt a rare sense of peace and tranquility. As the day of prayer drew closer, the atmosphere in the divine realm became more and more lively. All sorts of methods of prayer appeared, and it was an eye-opener for Lu Yin and the others. As far as the eye could see, there were people everywhere. There were wings of light everywhere, shining brilliantly. On this day, the colorful Milky Way spiraled in all directions and formed a lake above the divine land. It was like a mirror that turned the entire divine land upside down. Lu Yin and the others also saw their own reflections in the lake above their heads and were quite surprised. "What are you doing?" Zhao Ran asked. Someone nearby said, "The goddess god praying dance is inside the lake." You don't know. Lu Yin hurriedly pulled Zhao Ran away. The goddess praying method was common knowledge in the divine kingdom. If he didn't know this, it would be easy for him to be suspected. He wasn't sure if the goddess believed that he was dead. The lake rippled with the astral river, illuminating every single person within the deity's realm. This scene was extremely shocking. Although the deity's realm was only the center of a small deity's realm, it was still extremely large and was equivalent to a weave in the outerverse. This scene was equivalent to an entire Weaves lake being pulled over, and it was reflected above everyone's heads. When the lake appeared, it meant that the day of prayer had entered its countdown. Beautiful figures flew into the sky and entered the lake, dancing gracefully within it. This was the prelude to the day of prayer and the goddess dance. This was the scene that everyone in the divine kingdom was looking forward to. Only pure girls could enter the lake and dance. The divine kingdoms were harmonious and tolerant of each other, but that didn't mean that they had lost their 7 emotions and 6 desires. Instead, there was another way of thinking that suppressed their desires. Their desires were suppressed, but they didn't have the desire for beautiful things. There was no one who didn't want to see beautiful girls dance. Many girls flew into the sky, and many of them had been waiting for this day to remain pure. They had prepared beautiful clothes for this day, and their beautiful dance moves were displayed in front of everyone in the divine realm. This was another type of battle. Luine sat on the roof and looked at the sky. There were too many girls in the lake, and only those who were extremely confident in themselves dared to enter the lake and dance. He had never seen so many people dance before. It was a spectacular sight, and it was filled with an exotic charm. 7th bro, they're too beautiful. Let's do it. They're all ours, and we'll take them back as mascots, the ghost monkey urged excitedly. The dragon turtle looked at him with disdain. You're just a shadow, yet you're still so lecherous. Shameless. The ghost monkey was furious. What does that have to do with you? You're just jealous. There are no female turtles in this world. Stupid monkey, what nonsense are you spouting? What, did you see a female turtle? Zhaoran asked weakly, do you want some tea? No. No. Jiang Qingyue frowned. Shut up. The dragon turtle shut up, and the ghost monkey smiled flatteringly, as if he was looking at the mistress of the above heaven sect. Elder Chan praised, they're so beautiful. It's good to be young. Lu Yin smiled. There's something special about this kind of competition. We can have one when we return to the above heaven sect. It'll let everyone relax and give the girls a chance to show off. Ah, those little bastards will be overjoyed. Elder Chan was overjoyed. Lu Yin shook his head. It's a pity that Jiang Qin isn't here. Otherwise, he could find a wife and stop thinking about Luo Xin. Jiang Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. Luo Xin. Lu Yin remembered. I haven't told you. Jiang Qin likes Luo Xin, but it's one-sided. Jiang Qingyue nodded and didn't say anything else. Elder Chan looked at Jiang Qingyue with a smile. Do you want to try? Jiang Qingyue was stunned and looked at Elder Chan. Me. Elder Chan nodded. Lu Yin blinked and looked at Jiang Qingyue. He had never thought that Jiang Qingyue could dance. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lu Yin, and when their eyes met, she looked away. No. The dragon turtle raised its tail. Old man, my young master's dance isn't something you can watch. Shameless. Elder Chan laughed. I can avoid it. I'll let the Tao Lord watch. The dragon turtle's eyes widened. My young master won't dance for anyone. You're not worthy, right? He kept winking at Ghost Monkey. Ghost Monkey jumped up. Stupid turtle, what did you say? Who's not worthy? My 7th brother is the above heaven sect's Tao Lord, the master of the origin space. Even if the lightning lord of White Cloud City comes, you still have to greet him politely. If my young master says you're not worthy, then you're not worthy. My 7th brother is worthy. Not worthy. Worthy. Shut up. Jiang Qingyue shouted. She grabbed the dragon turtle and threw it out. She wasn't an idiot. How could she not see that these two fellows were working together to provoke her? However, she said, Brother Lu, don't tell anyone about what happened today. After saying that, she disappeared. Lu Yin was stunned. Was she going to dance? Elder Chan had not expected Jiang Qingyue to take his casual words seriously. He looked at Lu Yin. Who was this dance for? The dragon turtle returned and was excited. The young master is tempted. Ghost monkey was excited. Seventh bro, you've struck gold. Lu Yin reacted and looked up at the lake. Some of the dancing girls had wings of light, while others did not. This was good, as Jiang Qingyue would be easily exposed. She can really dance. It was hard to imagine that such a cold, sword-wielding girl could actually dance. She had such a gentle side to her, and Lu Yin was looking forward to it. A gust of wind blew from behind, carrying the white dress towards the lake in the sky. Lu Yin looked up, and the white dress danced in the wind like a fairy. He saw a different Jiang Qingyue. She had lost her decisiveness and now had a gentleness to her. She put down her sword, and her long hair danced in the wind. It was as if she had become a different person. Jiang Qingyue danced into the lake, causing ripples. As her dance stretched out, the water sparkled like stars. It was beautiful and dreamy. Lu Yin was lost in thought, as if this was the first time he had seen Jiang Qingyue. On the sixth mainland, he had never paid attention to the scene where she had killed the corpse king with a sword. Jiang Qingyue was very beautiful, and her beauty was not only in her appearance, but also in her contradictory beauty. Men could enter the battlefield with swords, and women could enter the imperial court with swords. Women could also wield swords to kill and dance to the clouds. Lu Yin had never seen Jiang Qingyue like this before. She displayed her gentleness, her absolute beauty, and her unforgettable beauty. Countless voices entered Lu Yin's ears, and all eyes were drawn to Jiang Qingyue. She had a dance style that was different from this spacetime, and her beauty was not inferior to anyone else's. At this moment, she became the most beautiful scenery on the lake. Lu Yin looked at the lake, and all the light in front of him disappeared. Only Jiang Qingyue remained. Sound, light, and complicated thoughts were all replaced by this dance. It was as if only Lu Yin and Jiang Qingyue remained in this world. Within the lake, Jiang Qingyue turned into light, becoming the goddess of countless people. Beautiful moments were always short-lived. Lu Yin did not know how long Jiang Qingyue had danced for, but when he came back to his senses, she was already beside him. She was still as cold as ever, wielding her sword. She was a completely different person from the one who had just danced. Lu Yin stared at her in a daze. Jiang Qingyue's face was slightly red, and she looked a little tired. When she saw Lu Yin looking at her, she was puzzled. What are you looking at? Lu Yin was stunned, and then he coughed. You danced really well. Jiang Qingyue was expressionless as she took a sip from her teacup. Her coldness and gentleness were flawless. The ghost monkey suddenly squealed, beautiful. This squeal startled everyone. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, wanting to hit the monkey. She's too beautiful, an eternal goddess. Damn turtle, I envy you for having such a beautiful young master. The ghost monkey was jealous. The dragon turtle was pleased. Of course, the young master is the most beautiful person in the universe. Jiang Qingyue frowned. Shut up, or I'll chase you back to White Cloud City. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3006. Elder Chan praised, countless people in the Divine Kingdom won't be able to sleep with just one dance. He then glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't say anything and just drank his tea. Zhao Ran was excited, I want to dance too. Lu Yin rolled his eyes, come on, don't forget yourself in the middle of the dance. Zhao Ran felt wronged. On this day, Jiang Qingyue brought amazement to the divine kingdom. However, this was the divine kingdom after all, and there were too many girls preparing for the day of God prayer. Jiang Qingyue's amazement was quickly suppressed. Lu Yin admitted that Jiang Qingyue's dance was beautiful, but there were also girls who could rival her. Not everyone could withstand the flirtatious dance. However, the more he looked at the girls dancing, the more he recalled Jiang Qingyue's dance. The way he looked at Jiang Qingyue was different from before. Jiang Qingyue was still cold and indifferent. She would wipe her sword from time to time like a tomboy. Who would have thought that she had such a gentle side? Hee, how is it? The young lord is beautiful, isn't she? The dragon turtle laughed strangely. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at the lake. There were fewer and fewer girls dancing. The day of God prayer was getting closer. The dragon turtle came over. The young lord's mother is called Lu Pianran, known as the rain god of light. She used to be one of the most beautiful girls in our kingdom. The young lord inherited the rain god's appearance. Her dance was also taught by the matriarch. Other than the old master, you are the first to see the young lord dance. Even young Lord Qin hasn't seen it before. I didn't expect the young lord to be willing to dance. Lu Yin was moved, even Jiang Qin hasn't seen it before. The dragon turtle shook his head. No, young Lord Qin has been complaining about it for a long time. Oh right, Qingyue has you protecting her. Who is protecting Jiang Qin? Lu Yin suddenly asked. The dragon turtle said, no one. We have a saying, raise a son in poverty and raise a daughter in wealth. The old master used this saying to the extreme. Young Lord Qin can do whatever he wants, but the young lord can't. He has to report to the old master wherever he goes. The old master is very worried. Lu Yin found it funny. He would probably do the same when he had children in the future. Days passed by, the number of girls dancing in the lake decreased. When the last girl left, the lake returned to its peaceful state. There were still a few days before the day of God prayer. The day of prayer to the gods was the biggest event in the divine government nation, and it gathered people from all over the divine government nation. Lu Yin and the others could feel that the tolerance of the divine government nation did not diminish just because there were so many people present. Even though they had seen some disputes over the past few days, the area that they could control was so small that it was as if there were no disputes at all. I'm getting more and more used to this feeling, Elder Chan said as he looked at the bustling crowd below. Jiang Qingyue's tone was cold. These people are not suited for the cultivation of killing. That's why outsiders are not allowed to enter the divine kingdom. This was a pure land, and it would be good to maintain it forever. However, once the door to this pure land was broken, what awaited these people would be unimaginable despair. Any living creature should have a sense of danger, and not be protected all the time. This was especially true for humans. This goddess was so confident that she could protect these people. After waiting for a few days, the day of prayer finally arrived. On this day, the divine kingdom was silent. Countless people looked up at the sky. Even those who were not in the divine realm were looking in the direction of the divine realm. No one spoke. They were all waiting for the goddess to appear. Lu Yin and the others did not speak either. They looked up at the sky. The goddess had been waiting for a long time. The scene that they encountered when they first entered the divine government nation was still difficult to forget. Lu Yin and the others tried not to use their powers here. Lu Yin did not even open his third eye. He knew very well how powerful those who were recognized by time and space were. The reason why he could find Yu Huo was because of that feeling. It was a fish, but it made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. This was the horror of being recognized by time and space. If there was anything wrong, the goddess would be able to discover it. God, descend. God, descend. God, descend. At the same time, countless people shouted. Their voices were so loud that they penetrated the sky and caused ripples on the lake. The voices formed visible waves of air and turned into endless prayers. A girl with a purple veil on her face was welcomed. The girl's figure was slim, and her bare feet stepped on the lake. Under everyone's gaze, she slowly flew up and opened her arms as if she was praying to the gods. This was a dance unique to the goddess. It was not complicated, but in the divine government nation, only the goddess was qualified to perform it. The dance was filled with prayers to the endless unknown. As the goddess dance unfolded, the day of God prayer reached its climax. At this moment, everyone only had eyes for the goddess and her beautiful figure, which was as beautiful as a painting. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. This scene was indeed beautiful. If Jiang Qingyue's dance was resplendent and filled with tenderness, then the goddess' dance was high and mighty. It was as if she was welcoming the gods and blessing the people. The hearts of everyone in the divine government nation were united at this moment, and they were offering everything to the goddess. This was terrifying. Lu Yin had been recognized by the primordial space, and he had been able to banish the scales and weaken external forces with a single word. He had been worshipped by countless people in the primordial space, but he could not do what the goddess had done. She was not only the faith of the divine government nation, but also the continuation of their lives. Lu Yin finally understood. The reason why the divine kingdom could be so tolerant was because of this faith that was willing to sacrifice everything, as well as the guidance of the goddess. An entire divine government nation could be made up of countless people, but it could also be made up of a single person. The goddess was the divine government nation, and the divine government nation was the goddess. It felt as if the divine government nation was the goddess' ancestral world. The goddess dance in the lake stirred up the entire divine government nation. Countless people cheered and offered their prayers to the goddess. Finally, the goddess spun in the lake, and the entire lake formed a whirlpool with her at the center. The rainwater fell down and dripped onto everyone's bodies. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the rainwater dripped onto his palm. It was warm, as if the goddess was breathing, and there was also a strange fragrance. Everyone welcomed the rain to their heart's content, feeling the blessing of the goddess. Within the lake, the goddess' gaze remained calm, but when the rainwater fell onto Lu Yin, her expression suddenly changed, and her gaze fell onto him. Lu Yin looked up and locked gazes with the goddess. Their gazes met, and they both knew that the other had discovered them. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Had he been discovered? Was it the rainwater? Get ready to retreat at any time, Lu Yin reminded them. Elder Chan and Jiang Qingyue gathered and looked up warily. The goddess spun continuously, her gaze always on Lu Yin's group. This outsider was indeed not dead. He had escaped her detection and blocked her first attack. He was very strong. However, he was not one of those monsters. He was a human like them. The rain was still falling, watering the earth and clouds of the godly land. This rain lasted for 3 days. Dang Lake, the lake completely turned into rainwater, and light illuminated the land. Flowers bloomed in the divine government, welcoming new life. Everyone in the divine government nation knelt down. Thank you for your blessing, goddess. Thank you for your blessing, goddess. Thank you for your blessing, goddess. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The goddess stood there quietly, and then her figure flashed and disappeared. She's here. Lu Yin suddenly turned around and saw the goddess appear not far away. Elder Chan and Jiang Qingyue were on high alert. The goddess' gaze swept across them and finally landed on Lu Yin. Outsider, why have you come to the divine government nation? The goddess' voice was very soft, clear, and clean. Lu Yin tried to be as gentle as possible. I came here by accident. I apologize if I have disturbed you. The goddess met Lu Yin's gaze. Since you are a guest, you should be invited in by the host. You are unwelcome guests. Luin said indifferently, if we were unwelcome guests, how could the day of God's prayer be so peaceful? The goddess' gaze was not as vicious as when she had attacked. Instead, it was filled with gentleness. Even though her tone was cold, her gaze was still gentle, and she was as tolerant as the divine government nation. Whether it is peaceful or not is not up to you. It is up to me. Are you saying that you have the confidence to suppress us? Elder Chan asked. The goddess said, kill us. These two simple people caused Jiang Qingyue and Elder Chan's expressions to change. This girl looked young, but she was decisive enough. Luin did not mind. We've been in this nation for a while, and everyone has been friendly to us. I didn't expect the first unfriendly one to be the goddess who brought this nation such a beautiful vision. How ironic. The goddess looked at Luin. Their beauty comes from me. It seems like you know that the outside world is not peaceful, Luin said. The goddess' tone was indifferent. It's fine as long as the divine government nation is peaceful. Luin smiled. You didn't attack us when you saw us, so you must have sensed our goodwill. We're not evil guests, and we're just uninvited guests at most. Your Excellency, can you formally invite us to the divine kingdom now? The goddess looked at Luin, Elder Chan, Jiang Qingyue, and then Zhao Ran, the dragon turtle, and Lu Yin's shadow. The divine government nation welcomes you. The atmosphere relaxed. The goddess was certain that Luin and the others had no ill intentions, and she relaxed. After all, they were people who could withstand her attacks, and even if they attacked, the damage they could cause to the divine government nation would be unimaginable. Now that they had entered, this was the only way. Elder Chan and the others also relaxed. The first time they had been ambushed, they had left a deep impression on them, and they had been wary of this goddess. Since the goddess had issued an invitation, Luin and the others did not stand on ceremony. Under the lead of the goddess, they toured the divine realm and saw the beautiful scenery of the realm. The beauty of the foreign realm was refreshing, and Luin was especially shocked when he saw the place where the goddess lived in the distance. It wasn't that the goddess' residence was spectacular, as no matter how spectacular it was, it couldn't compare to the above heaven. Instead, it was that he saw a familiar creature outside her residence, the Akalanatha mammoth. Why was the Akalanatha elephant here? The 4 elephants supported the residence of the goddess. It was located at the center of the divine realm, above the divine kingdom. Luin was very sure that one of the 4 elephants was the Akalanatha elephant. He had seen it the first time he had visualized it. Follow the official account author Drifting with the Wind, August 15th, Ancestral Chan Biography. Thank you for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3007. Lady Goddess, can we go up and take a look? Elder Chan asked. The goddess replied, my apologies, but my residence is inconvenient. Also, there's nothing worth visiting. It's just an ordinary residence. What are those 4 elephants? Luin asked. The goddess replied, the power of the 4 elephants. They are the guardians of my divine kingdom. Any foreign enemy will have to face the attacks of the 4 elephants. Lu Yin's interest was piqued. Can you introduce them to me? If they can protect the divine kingdom, they must be powerful powerhouses. Lu Yin's tone was especially respectful when he mentioned the 4 elephants, which made the goddess feel comfortable. She looked at the 4 elephants. The 4 elephants of my divine kingdom are the impeccable elephant, the gate of law elephant, the broken virtue elephant, and the immovable heavenly king elephant. The impeccable elephant specializes in killing and suppresses all enemies. The gate of law elephant can see through the void. The broken virtue elephant eliminates all worries. The immovable heavenly king elephant is unshakable. It is precisely because of the 4 elephants that my divine kingdom can be peaceful and deal with all foreign enemies. Elder Chan was puzzled. The immovable heavenly king elephant. Wasn't this the Liu family side family visualization? He looked at Liu Yin in confusion. Liu Yin looked straight ahead. Amazing. If I'm not wrong, the one who suppressed us the first time was the impeccable elephant, right? The goddess did not answer. Are the main bodies of the 4 elephants in the divine kingdom? Can we pay them a visit? Liu Yin asked again. The goddess looked at Liu Yin. The 4 elephants do not receive guests. Liu Yin felt that it was a pity. Then forget it. Where did you all come from? And where are you going? The goddess asked. She had not asked about Liu Yin's group for the past few days, and this was the first time she had asked about their origins. Liu Yin did not hide anything and told her that they were from the 6 Paths gang. Since White Cloud City did not know about the Divine Kingdom, it was likely that the Divine Kingdom did not know about White Cloud City and the 6 Paths gang. There were so many parallel universes, and the possibility of them intersecting was not high. As expected, the goddess did not know about the 6 Paths gang. However, when Liu Yin mentioned the Eternals, her expression changed. Your enemy is also the Eternals. Liu Yin was surprised. You know about them. The goddess's expression changed for the first time. Our enemy is called the Eternals. Liu Yin and the others exchanged glances. Just how many parallel universes had the Eternals come into contact with? Since they had made the divine dwelling nation their enemy, it meant that there might be even more parallel universes that were the enemies of the Eternals. It was no wonder that the Eternals did not attack the 6-party society despite having so many experts. It was not that they did not want to, but that they could not. They had too many enemies. Of course, there might be other reasons. Tell me in detail about your encounter with the Eternals, the goddess said solemnly. Liu Yin also wanted to know who the Divine Kingdom's enemy was. Both sides verified with each other. In the end, they discovered that neither of them had heard of the other party's encounter with the Eternals. However, they were both sure that the Eternals they had encountered were the ones the other party had encountered. This was because they were both corpse kings and both used divine power. 7 sky gods. I've never heard of it, the goddess said. Liu Yin added, your biggest enemy is called Di Qiong. We have never heard of it either. This was very bad news, as Liu Yin had already experienced how powerful the divine estate kingdom was. Any powerful enemy that could cause the divine estate kingdom to feel apprehensive would definitely be a powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of the sequence. Although there was only one such powerhouse, the divine lady was still so apprehensive. He must be at the level of the 7 sky gods. This reminded Liu Yin of the 3 masters and 6 boundless. Perhaps Di Qiong was one of the 3 masters and 6 boundless. The divine lady's words made Liu Yin and the others feel apprehensive, but they were already mentally prepared. After all, they already knew about the 3 masters and 6 boundless. However, Liu Yin's words shocked the divine lady. This was because the 6-party association was not facing 1 or 2 powerful enemies, but rather the 7 sky gods, who had comprehended the laws of the sequence. She could imagine that the 6-party association was an alliance formed by many powerful spacetime factions. However, such an alliance was still being suppressed by the Eternals. Was the divine estate kingdom really safe? Who else is your enemy besides Di Qiong? Liu Yin hoped to learn some familiar names from the divine lady. If there were any Eternals he was familiar with, it would at least show that they were not unfathomable. However, the divine lady shook her head. No, there is only Di Qiong. You just said that he is the biggest enemy. We have many enemies, but the Eternals are the biggest. We know that Di Qiong is not the only powerhouse among the Eternals. However, from the beginning to the end, Di Qiong was the only one who attacked us. How powerful is this Dichong? Elder Chan asked. The Divine Lady pondered for a moment. I can only rely on the power of the four symbols to barely resist him. Every time I encounter him, his resistance to the power of the four symbols increases. Perhaps after a few years, the power of the four symbols will not be able to stop him. Elder Chan could not help but ask, if that is the case, have you not thought of other ways to deal with Dichong? For example, searching for the human civilization. The Divine Lady said calmly, we can leave. There is no need to deal with him. Lu Yin and the rest did not expect this answer. Their attitude towards the Eternals had always been to destroy them, not to run away. The Divine Estate Kingdom was so powerful that before the Lu family's return, even the Celestial sect could not take it down. This was something that Lu Yin could not understand. Perhaps this was the mindset that the Divine Lady had brought to this kingdom. They were tolerant of each other, not only of their own people, but also of their enemies. The Divine Lady thought that it was normal to run away when you could not defeat them. This mindset was completely different from Lu Yin and the rest. It was not wrong, but everyone's choice was different. Lu Yin believed that although the Divine Estate Kingdom was peaceful, this peace could easily lead to an abyss of destruction. Once the kingdom was unable to expel external enemies, and if something happened to the Divine Lady, the entire kingdom would collapse. Everyone wanted to stay in the Divine Estate Kingdom and live a carefree life. However, such a life required someone to stand in front of them. The Divine Lady was definitely not a qualified protector. Her way of doing things was very straightforward. Expel outsiders, regardless of whether they were friends or foes, and if they could not defeat them, they would run away. This was probably the mindset of the entire Divine Estate Kingdom. There would be no end to the battle of ideals, and Lu Yin had no intention of debating with the Divine Lady. He was just a passerby. Lu Yin and the rest had thought that the Divine Lady would at most show them around and then let them leave. No matter how they looked at it, the Divine Lady did not seem to be a hospitable person. However, unexpectedly, the Divine Lady asked them to stay for a few more days. Perhaps it was just a polite remark, but Lu Yin and the rest took it seriously. Lu Yin asked the Divine Lady if there were parallel universes with different time flows. The reason why they had come to the Divine Estate Kingdom was because of the compass, so this kingdom might have a similar spacetime. The Divine Lady happily told Lu Yin that this spacetime could be connected to parallel universes with different time flows, and there was more than one. This was something that the Divine Estate Kingdom had accumulated over many years. Not only that, but she also generously allowed Lu Yin to enter and cultivate. The contrast in her attitude made Lu Yin feel uncomfortable, and he wondered if she was scheming something. She was scheming. But who cares? Being able to enter a spacetime with different time flows to cultivate was the most important thing. As for danger, even with the help of the four divinities, this Divine Lady would not be able to defeat him in a short period of time. Even if the four divinities appeared, it would be the same. Lu Yin quickly rode the caged WIRM and was led by the Divine Lady to a connected parallel universe. This was one of the parallel universes that the Divine Estate Kingdom controlled with different time flows. The Divine Estate Kingdom used this place for both cultivation and daily life, but it did not seem to be very effective. There was not even a single progenitor in the entire Divine Estate Kingdom. If the Divine Lady had not been recognized by this spacetime and could borrow the power of the four divinities, any progenitor realm corpse king would have been able to collapse this spacetime, let alone Dichong. This parallel universe was 36 times faster than the Genesis space, and it was a very valuable spacetime. As for how to be recognized by this spacetime, Lu Yin had to study it. Being recognized by this spacetime was different from being the master of spacetime. He was the master of the Genesis space and was recognized by the Genesis space's will. He could eliminate anyone in the Genesis space and make them the enemy of the Genesis space. The Divine Lady was the same in the Divine Estate Kingdom, so she could borrow the power of the four divinities. Being recognized by this spacetime could be understood as not being rejected by it. Any foreign creatures would be rejected by the other spacetime unless they were recognized. Therefore, even if this parallel universe belonged to the Divine Lady and the will recognized the Divine Lady, it did not affect Lu Yin's recognition. The main thing was that it took time. 20 years later, Lu Yin was finally recognized by this spacetime and increased the time of the flashback by 36 seconds. Only half a year had passed in the Divine Estate Kingdom. When Lu Yin and the others returned to the Divine Estate Kingdom, he wanted to shamelessly ask the Divine Lady to borrow a parallel universe with a different time flow to cultivate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3008. Lu Yin and the rest did not ask when Di Qiong would come to the Divine Estate Nation. However, they could not wait here forever. Furthermore, the Divine Estate Nation had different time flows, and it was impossible for the parallel universes to be endless. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years passed. Lu Yin had stayed in the parallel universes for more than 100 years, but only 4 years had passed in the origin space. During these 4 years, Jiang Qingyue and the rest did not stay by Lu Yin's side completely. The parallel universes might not be of much help to them. This was especially true for Jiang Qingyue. She could go to the 5 spirit tribes to train at any time and did not care about the parallel universes at all. Compared to the parallel universes, she was more willing to spend time with the goddess. She was curious about the power of the 4 symbols. She knew that the Akalanatha elephant that Lu Yin had visualized was one of the 4 symbols. Elder Chan also stayed in the Divine Estate Nation. He had fulfilled his lifelong dream here, but he still had to see if this dream was right. Zhao Ran stayed by his side. The ghost monkey followed Elder Chan. Lu Yin did not need them to train beside him. Only the hellworm followed Lu Yin obediently. Besides Lu Yin, there was no one else who could suppress it. The goddess could, but if the goddess made a move on this stupid thing, it could escape. During this time, Lu Yin entered 5 parallel universes with different time flows. He did not expect the Divine Estate Nation to have so many parallel universes with different time flows. He was a little surprised, but this was better. The more, the better. When Lu Yin obtained the recognition of the 6th parallel universe with a different flow of time and returned to the Divine Kingdom, the goddess hesitated for a long time before bringing Lu Yin to a new parallel universe. This parallel universe had a flow of time that was 110 times faster than the primordial space. This was the most exaggerated time flow that Lu Yin had seen so far. He looked at the goddess in surprise. The goddess did not look too good, even though she was wearing a thin veil. I obtained this through a battle in the Divine Estate Nation. You should cultivate slowly. Lu Yin could tell that she meant it. She wanted him to cultivate slowly. The slower, the better. Thank you, Lu Yin said and entered the parallel universe. The goddess had a complicated look. This was the last parallel universe with different time flows that they had. If Di Qiong did not act after this person finished cultivating, she did not know how to make them stay. Although she had gotten along well with Jiang Qingyue in the past few years, the real leader of this group was this man, and he was also the strongest. The Divine Kingdom had never thought of asking for outside help, and the goddess felt that Lu Yin's arrival was the will of the heavens. Perhaps they would be able to help them, or perhaps they would not. Looking at the space-time in front of him, he found that the flow of time was 110 times faster than that of the origin space. It was too exaggerated. It was 10 times faster than that of the Ice Spirit Clan. In this space-time, there were creatures that looked like pangolins everywhere. These creatures were covered in huge stone shells, and there were countless of them. This space-time dimension was very small, and it was not even as big as Frostwave Weave. There were not many planets, but every planet was filled with these creatures. Lu Yin tried to understand these creatures, as they were the key to gaining the recognition of this spacetime. But after a few years, Luin discovered to his exhaustion that these creatures had no desires. Aside from sleeping, they crawled from one planet to another. They were very strange. They didn't cultivate, and they didn't have any power. They could only crawl through the air by relying on their body's breathing. Luin also discovered that this breathing method had no value and was only suitable for these creatures. He already had a good understanding of these creatures, but the problem was, how could he gain the recognition of this spacetime? There was no way to start a fight with them. That was impossible. These creatures didn't even bother to look at him. Transferring foreign species. That was meaningless. Even if he completely exterminated these creatures, he wouldn't gain the recognition of this spacetime. It would be even more likely that he would be rejected. This was the situation that Luin did not want to encounter. He would rather encounter a spacetime where only the fittest survived, a spacetime with undeveloped creatures, or even a spacetime with no living creatures, than to encounter such a spacetime. In his opinion, these creatures were just latrines. He had to go through them in order to gain the recognition of this spacetime, but they wouldn't give him away. In the end, Luin decided to imitate them. He changed his appearance so that he looked exactly like these creatures. He then began to crawl with them, sleep with them, and head towards an unknown future that he didn't need to know about. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Luin looked back and sadly discovered that he had only crawled a few thousand kilometers. He gritted his teeth and continued. 110 times, which meant that he had gained 110 seconds, which was close to the time that he could use to look back. No matter what, it was worth it. After all, only a month had passed in the outside world. He just couldn't let Jiang Qingyue and the others see him, especially the ghost monkey. That damn monkey flattered him to his face, but he didn't know what to say behind his back. If he saw him like this, he would laugh at him for the rest of his life. Back in the Divine Kingdom, Elder Chan was leisurely drinking tea that Zhao Ran had brewed. He was surprised to find that her tea was actually starting to look better. "Girl, this tea of yours." Zhao Ran was apprehensive. "Does it not taste good?" "No, it's just different from before." Elder Chan picked up his teacup and looked at the floating plankton inside. A first-timer would definitely not be able to bear it, but they were all used to it. Before coming to the Divine Kingdom, this girl's tea had been terrifying even to him, but now it was much gentler. Zhao Ran blinked. I think that the tea I brewed in the past doesn't look that good." Elder Chan looked at her strangely. "You only realize that now?" Zhao Ran pursed her lips. "Really? You're still not sure?" Elder Chan asked. Zhao Ran shook her head and blinked at Elder Chan. Elder Chan was speechless. "It's okay. Just follow your heart. Do whatever you think is good." Zhao Ran looked at Elder Chan expectantly. "Then, is it good?" Elder Chan laughed. "Of course it's good. The tea you brew is always good." Zhao Ran smiled happily. On the other side, Jiang Qingyue was allowed to enter the goddess residence half a year ago. She was the only one who was invited. After all, they were all girls, so there was no taboo. "It's hard for you to withstand this pressure. Do you really want to try?" the goddess asked Jiang Qingyue, who was standing opposite her with a sword in hand. Jiang Qingyue looked very serious. "Yes." The goddess praised her. "One day, you will reach great heights." After she finished speaking, she did not move. A palm of light appeared above Jiang Qingyue's head and pressed down hard with terrifying pressure. It was the goddess who had borrowed the killing power of the Supreme Saint Elephant. Jiang Qingyue stabbed out with her sword. During this time, she had often sparred with the goddess and felt the pressure. The killing power of the Supreme Saint Elephant and the rebirth image of broken virtue made her state of mind clear, so her strength continued to grow. With a bang, the sword flew out of her hand and pierced into the wall. The palm of light was about to reach Jiang Qingyue. It stopped when it was less than half a meter away. Jiang Qingyue gasped for breath. She had failed. This was her limit. This palm once killed an expert of the same realm as your elder Chan. It's normal that you can't withstand it, the goddess said. Jiang Qingyue raised her hand, and the sword returned to her hand. Couldn't withstand it. If she used her power, she could break this palm, but it would be meaningless. Rest for a while, the goddess said. Jiang Qingyue nodded. The Divine Manor Country was a place where people could relax. However, if they were too relaxed, problems would arise. Jiang Qingyue and the others could see this clearly. The goddess must also know this, but this was her philosophy. That Brother Liu has cultivated for more than half a year. In his spacetime, it's almost 60 years. I wonder when he will come out. The goddess looked into the distance and said indifferently. Jiang Qingyue was also very curious. She heard from the goddess that this parallel spacetime had 110 times. This was too tempting for Brother Liu. Ever since he came to the outer realm, all the parallel spacetime he had experienced added up to less than this. Qingyue, tell me more about the Six Direction Society, the goddess suddenly said. Jiang Qingyue nodded and slowly told the goddess about the situation of the Six Direction Society. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed in the Divine Manor Country. On this day, Jiang Qingyue was enduring the pressure of the palm of light as usual. Suddenly, the goddess's expression changed. Oh no! Her figure flashed and entered her residence. The next moment, a terrifying power filled the surroundings. Endless sequence particles flew in one direction. Jiang Qingyue couldn't see the sequence particles, but with her power, she could feel the destructive power. The goddess was borrowing the power of the four symbols. An outsider had entered. In the distant starry sky, a figure slowly appeared. He was wearing a black coat with fine patterns. His hands were in the pockets of his coat. His face was weathered, and there was sparse stubble on his face. His eyes were lifeless, and his hair was neither long nor short. It was messy and draped over his shoulders. The moment this person appeared, the goddess's expression changed. He was Di Qiong. Di Qiong stood quietly in the starry sky. He didn't move as if he was waiting for something. Soon, the palm of light appeared above his head. The goddess's voice sounded. Di Qiong, are you still not giving up? You can't enter. Di Qiong raised his head and looked at the palm of light. Little girl, you have been resisting generation after generation. How long can you last? How long can you live? The goddess's voice was unprecedentedly solemn. It was filled with killing intent. The palm of light slammed down and suppressed Di Qiong. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3009. The Divine Lady's sudden outburst of power meant that she was under great pressure. If she could not bear the pressure, it would bring disaster to the Divine Kingdom. Although they did not agree with the atmosphere of the Divine Kingdom, they did not want to see it destroyed. Soon, Jiang Qingyue entered Lu Yin's spacetime. Brother Liu. Her voice resounded through the spacetime. Lu Yin was awakened and looked up. Qingyue. He quickly recovered and ascended to the starry sky. What's wrong? Di Qiong is here, Jiang Qingyue replied. Lu Yin took a step forward and left the spacetime, heading towards the Divine Kingdom. The next moment, he entered the Divine Kingdom and looked into the distance. What a terrifying aura. It was obscure and gloomy, but it made one's scalp tingle. Just as he was about to go forward, he stopped abruptly. The aura had disappeared. At the same time, the Divine Lady's eyes widened in surprise. Did he leave? Her face turned pale. Di Qiong was testing. Just like the last time, he was testing how long it would take to break through the power of the four symbols. Every time he attacked, he was one step closer to breaking through. What made the Divine Lady uneasy was that she did not know how many times Di Qiong would break through. Di Qiong knew, but she did not know. This was the most unsettling thing for her. Lu Yin went to the Divine Lady's residence and waited for her. Soon, the Divine Lady walked out. She looked calm, but her eyes were no longer gentle. They were filled with confusion and uneasiness. Lu Yin looked at her. Di Qiong left so quickly. What's his motive? The Divine Lady told Lu Yin her guess. Lu Yin frowned. If that's the case, he will break through the power of the four symbols next time. When that happens, it will be the end of the Divine Kingdom. Jiang Qingyue, Elder Chan, and the rest had arrived. Further away, a group of cultivators from the Divine Kingdom had arrived. The strongest among them was only a half-ancestor. It did not matter whether they came or not. The Divine Lady looked into the distance with a complicated expression. She had thought that Lu Yin and the rest could help when Di Qiong attacked, but Di Qiong had left so quickly. Was his test over? Do you want to lead the Divine Kingdom to destruction? Lu Yin suddenly asked. The Divine Lady looked at Lu Yin. We can leave. What if we can't? Or Di Qiong will catch up with us. No. Lu Yin suggested, join the Six Paths Association, and the Eternals won't be able to do anything to you. There's no need to try and convince me. I'll take my people to a safe place. We don't want to participate in the war. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain unbroken. Elder Chan sighed. It was difficult to change the goddess ideals, and Lu Yin wanted to increase the number of experts in the Six Paths Society, but he could not force her. Everyone, please forgive us for not being able to entertain you any longer. The goddess apologized. Di Qiong had already been here, and it would be at least 100 years before he would make his next move. The Divine Kingdom would not allow Lu Yin and the others to stay for 100 years, and Lu Yin and the others would not stay for 100 years either. Since that was the case, it was better to let them leave while she thought of a way to find a new place. Jiang Qingyue could not help but say, if you run away and Di Qiong finds you, you'll be finished. Don't say that it won't happen. The Eternals are not as simple as you think. Joining the Six-Party Society doesn't necessarily mean that you'll be joining the war. You're just seeking to protect yourself. Why are you so persistent? If you really can't, you can join my White Cloud City. The goddess shook her head and said resolutely, my apologies, I must ask everyone to leave as soon as possible. Lu Yin stopped Jiang Qingyue from continuing. He tried to persuade her, Your Excellency, I'll be able to cultivate the last spacetime in a few more months. Can you allow us to stay for a few more months? The goddess nodded, sure. Thank you. The goddess had a good impression of Lu Yin and the others. When Di Qiong had attacked, Jiang Qingyue had gone to find Lu Yin before she could ask for help. Lu Yin had also appeared immediately to deal with Di Qiong. Regardless of whether or not he had attacked in the end, she would owe him this favor. Lu Yin returned to that spacetime once more. He had disguised himself as that creature for 100 years and was already somewhat numb to it. He tried once midway and was not accepted, so he continued. A few months in the Divine Kingdom was equivalent to a few decades in this spacetime. In the blink of an eye, a few decades had passed. Lu Yin followed this group of creatures and crawled into space. These creatures relied on themselves to move through space, while Lu Yin relied on his cultivation. He decided to give it a try. This time, he did not feel any sense of danger. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He had succeeded, and he had been accepted by this spacetime. This was probably the most difficult spacetime to be accepted so far, and it had actually allowed him to disguise himself as that creature for more than 100 years. In the origin space, he had not even cultivated for that long. It was difficult to be accepted by spacetime, and it was not easy to increase the time in which he looked back. In the Divine Kingdom, more than half a year had passed since Di Qiong had attacked. The goddess did not rush him. When Lu Yin came out, he led the group to bid farewell to the goddess. Before leaving, Lu Yin wanted to leave some external objects as the price for lending her the parallel spacetime, but the goddess did not accept it. I lent you the parallel spacetime to cultivate because I wanted to borrow your strength to guard against Di Qiong. Whether or not I succeeded in the end, this is a deal, the goddess said bluntly. Lu Yin nodded. In that case, I won't force you. However, for the sake of the Divine Kingdom, I think you need to leave a backup plan. The goddess was puzzled. Send someone to follow us to the Sixth Direction Guild. If you are in danger or Di Qiong catches up to you after escaping, you can use this coordinate to head to the Sixth Direction Guild, Lu Yin said. The goddess was not stupid. Although she was unwilling to get close to the Sixth Direction Guild due to her beliefs, it was always good to leave a backup plan. Lu Yin and the rest rode on the prison dragon and brought along a cultivator who had reached the level of a demi-ancestor from the Divine Kingdom. They tore through the void and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. Before leaving, Jiang Qingyue could not help but say, I hope we can meet again in the future. They had been in the Divine Kingdom for almost 6 years, and Jiang Qingyue and the goddess had interacted the most. They had developed feelings for each other. The goddess had a complicated look in her eyes. I hope so. The prison dragon rushed into the void crack and arrived at the Eternal Kingdom in an instant. The cultivator from the Divine Kingdom looked at the death aura below the Eternal Kingdom in amazement. He felt a chill run down his spine. This kind of power was unimaginable. Lu Yin quickly asked him to leave his aura on the coordinates. Seeing him leave, the Divine Kingdom finally came to an end. What do you think about the Akalanith the Heavenly King? Jiang Qingyue asked. Lu Yin said, how much do you know about the 4 symbols? Jiang Qingyue recalled, the 4 symbols are the guardian forces of the Divine Kingdom. They have existed since the establishment of the Divine Kingdom a long time ago. Every goddess has a special ability to borrow the power of the 4 symbols to protect the Divine Kingdom. That's all. It means that the 4 symbols have never changed, Elder Chan said. Jiang Qingyue's eyes flashed as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. Ancestor Lu Yuan once caught a mount, the Akalanith the Heavenly King. If I'm not wrong, the Divine Kingdom has already lost the Akalanith the Heavenly King. If the Akalanith the Heavenly King can still stop Di Qiong, the creator of the Divine Kingdom is definitely not someone like the goddess. The goddess is just borrowing the power left behind. What about the Akalanith the Heavenly King? Where is it? The dragon turtle was curious. Lu Yin shook his head. The ancestor did not mention it. There is no Akalanith the Heavenly King in Lu Tianjing. I'll go back and ask. Jiang Qingyue's tone was heavy. If the Akalanith the Heavenly King can return to the Divine Kingdom, the goddess might be able to stop Di Qiong. Maybe. We gave the Divine Kingdom a way out. It's up to the goddess to use it. There's no need to be emotional, Lu Yin said. He then led everyone to the above heaven sect while he went to Lu Tianjing. In Lu Tianjing, Lu Yin met Lu Tianyi. Ancestor Lu Yuan was still in seclusion. Akalanith the Heavenly King. Why are you suddenly asking about it? Lu Tianyi was puzzled. Lu Yin told him what had happened in the Divine Kingdom. Lu Tianyi was surprised. There's such a thing. The universe has indeed given birth to all kinds of civilizations that allow humans to tolerate each other. Such a country seems beautiful, but it's even more dangerous. As for the Akalanatha Heavenly King, Lu Tianyi was silent for a moment. When the second continent was destroyed, the zombie god wanted to destroy the fifth continent as well. The Akalanatha Heavenly King knocked the zombie god away and was buried with the second continent. The Akalanatha Heavenly King is dead. Lu Yin was shocked. Lu Tianyi sighed. During the battle that destroyed the second continent, the ancestor was left with an injury that could never be healed. That is why he has been in hibernation. In that battle, the second continent was wiped out. The Milky Way Sword Emperor died right in front of me in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He didn't even have the chance to enter the burial garden. The Mavis family owes us too much, which is why they became our money bag. If it wasn't for us, the Mavis family would have been wiped out long ago. The death of the Akalanatha Heavenly King is an eternal pain in the ancestor's heart. Lu Yin did not understand. If the Akalanatha Heavenly King is dead, then why can the Lu family still visualize it? Lu Tianyi looked at Lu Yin. Visualization is a form of faith. The sixth mainland was tempted by the Eternals, and their cultivation path went astray. They cultivated a reflection, which can indeed increase their strength for a short period of time. However, once the person being reflected dies, the reflection will cease to exist. This is the sixth mainland's cultivation flaw, and it's the most fatal one. Their faith will crumble along with the reflection, but visualization is different. Faith comes into existence. This is visualization. Lu Yin understood that the Eternals had not only given the sixth mainland the power of the reflection so that they could deal with the fifth mainland, but also to destroy the faith of the sixth mainland's cultivators. If a person didn't have faith, how could he become an expert? This was destroying the sixth mainland's cultivation foundation, and at the same time, it was also draining the fifth mainland's strength. This was how the Eternals operated. You were right not to tell that divine lady about the Akalanatha Heavenly King. Once she learns that the Akalanatha Heavenly King is dead, her faith might not be able to be preserved. The reason why she can borrow the power of the four beasts is because she has been acknowledged by the spacetime will, and it is also a form of faith that is similar to visualization. Once her faith crumbles, the divine kingdom will also crumble. Furthermore, once they learn that the Akalanatha Heavenly King died here, we don't know what the divine kingdom's attitude towards us will be, Lu Tianyi said. Lu Yin had considered this point, which was why he had not said anything. It would be troublesome if the divine kingdom became an enemy. Thank you. Desert Dust, a brother's reward will be given to you. Thank you. Follow the public account Scattered Drifting Wind. Tomorrow, I'll release the legacy of progenitor Qin on the public account. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30:10. Although the Akalanatha Celestial King Mammoth was dead, the Divine Kingdom still had 3 mammoths. They were all sequence lower realm powerhouses, and even if they won, the above heaven would consume a lot of resources. Although only 10 years have passed since your trip to the Outlands, it's been hundreds of years for you. How is it? How are your gains? Lu Tianyi asked. Lu Yin sighed. Not bad. I have a new path. I don't know what will happen if I continue down it. Lu Tianyi sighed. Since ancient times, no one can surpass you in terms of talent. Since you've decided on your path, then go ahead. You don't need to worry about the above heaven. We will protect it well. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Thank you, Ancestor. 10 years' time was too short for a cultivator. The Eternals were still the same, and the endless battlefield was already under the control of the Six Direction Society. The war had been completely suppressed outside of the zone of disaster, and they could attack at any time. The Grand Empyreans would rather cultivate and survive than fight to the death with the Eternals. However, Liu Yin's prestige in the Six Direction Society was no less than that of the Grand Empyreans. His will was to attack and wage war, and he would do his best to beat the Eternals until they could no longer raise their heads. He had already seen the Eternals' bottom line. Although they were in despair, it was not impossible to defeat them. Back then, the above heaven had also been undefeatable to the Eternals. In the end, they had still managed to destroy continent after continent. This was Liu Yin's confidence. The current Six Direction Society, White Cloud City, the wills of past powerhouses, and Burial Garden would eventually gather together to fight against the Eternals. The Thunder Lord had once said that attacking the zone of disaster was only to die. The desolate ancestor wanted to use himself to pave the way to the Eternals. Powerhouses were walking in front of him, so what was there to be afraid of? Humans had strong and unyielding beliefs. After returning from Lu Tianjing, Liu Yin met with Wang Wen and Wei Rong. They still had not thought of a way to safely return Yi Bo to the zone of disaster. The best method was to have the Eternals go to the Eternal Kingdom to rescue him, but the Eternals did not have the ability to do so. The only true God had attacked several times, and his seclusion had been prolonged. The 7 sky gods had died one after another, and the remaining powerhouses would not be able to act so easily. If they acted, they might not be saved, but disaster. For the Eternals to take action again meant that the other zones of calamity were involved. Soon, Liu Yin's group was about to set off once again. His flowing light retrospect's duration had increased, and Liu Yin was increasingly anxious to increase the time. He seemed to have found the path that flowing light should take. This path was something that he had thought of when he had transformed into a creature that resembled a pangolin and crawled for more than 100 years. It was still very vague, but he had a direction. By the way, I have something to report to Daoist Master. Elder Gong failed in his ancestor breakthrough, and his life is in danger, Wei Rong said as he watched Liu Yin and the others leave. Liu Yin was stunned, and he asked Jiang Qingyue and the others to wait while he headed towards the Neoverse. Although Elder Gong was not as close to Liu Yin as Big Sis and the others, he was still an elder who had protected him. Even if it was because of the serious art, Liu Yin had indeed helped him on several occasions. Now that he had failed to break through into the ancestral soul realm, his life was in danger. He ought to go and take a look. Not long after, Liu Yin arrived at the Sirius sect in the Neoverse. The atmosphere in the Sirius sect was heavy at this moment. A group of disciples knelt within the sect with sorrowful expressions. The entire Sirius sect was shrouded in gloom. Sirius sect Master Yuan Qiong, Legacy Elder Yuan Shou, Secret Arts Elder Yuan Ku, and the others were all standing at the foot of the mountain where Elder Gong had secluded himself to drink tea. Only 2 people had entered the mountain and were serving Elder Gong. One was Elder Jiu Xin, and the other was Qiu Shi. Liu Yin arrived. Elder Jiu Xin and Qiu Shi bowed together. The current Liu Yin was no longer the person they had once known, so it was only right for them to bow. Elder Gong leaned against a large tree and said in a weak voice, "Daoist Master, forgive me for not being able to stand up and bow." Liu Yin waved a hand, and Elder Jiu Xin and Qiu Shi bowed once more before leaving. He sat down across from Elder Gong and asked, "How did you fail?" Elder Gong replied bitterly, "I delayed it for too long. I wanted to break through, but I didn't dare to. When I tried to break through, a flaw appeared in my mental state, and I was unable to succeed." Liu Yin poured tea for Elder Gong and passed it to him. Elder Gong accepted it. "Thank you, Daoist Master." Liu Yin retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. All he could see were Sirius sect disciples kneeling on the ground. The entire Sirius sect had never been so sad before. Even when the Eternals had invaded the 5th mainland and forced the Sirius sect to relocate, it had not been like this. Elder Gong would forever be the pillar of support for Sirius sect. It was precisely because of Elder Gong's existence that the Sirius sect had been able to prosper. But now, their future was uncertain. Taoist master, I didn't expect you to come. You must have been in seclusion, Elder Gong said. Lu Yin replied indifferently, I just came out of seclusion and heard about this, so I came. Serious sect cannot do without you. If you want to live, I have a way. Elder Gong shook his head bitterly. I've lived for too long, and I'm tired. Ordinary half-martial ancestors rarely experience mortal life, but I'm different. I've lived both as a half-martial ancestor and as a mortal. Now that my life has come to an end, I should leave. This is in accordance with the universe's laws. Elder Gong's so-called universe's laws were different from the sequence laws, just like how mortals understood reincarnation. Lu Yin did not try to persuade him any further. I won't let serious sect weaken. When did Elder Joshin become a half-martial ancestor? Right after I failed. Lu Yin was stunned, and then he laughed. I thought that he was afraid of death. I never expected that there would be a day when he would dare to risk his life. Serious sect needs a half-martial ancestor to oversee it. Elder Gong laughed. He could leave without worry because Elder Joshin had become a half-martial ancestor. The serious sect's origin item had already been handed over to Elder Joshin. Lu Yin would not ask about this, as he did not care about the item. If he needed it, the Astral Tree Dominator Realm would have it. The Astral Tree Dominator Realm had already announced to the public that they would be holding a competition to obtain the origin item. They would search for cultivators with extraordinary talent and give them the origin item. If they used it, it would be called the origin item. If they did not use it, it would just be a piece of trash. With Joshin as a half-martial ancestor and Chioshir as a disciple, I can die without regrets. Elder Gong sighed as his skin turned gray. Lu Yin looked at him. Serious sect's greatest regret is the serious art. Don't worry, when I become a half-martial ancestor, I will definitely leave it to serious sect. Elder Gong coughed. Thank you, Path Master. There's one more thing that I should tell you. Lu Yin muttered to himself. I met Progenitor Qin. Elder Gong's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Yin in shock. You met Progenitor Qin? Lu Yin nodded. In the burial garden. Elder Gong laughed. I knew it. I knew that Progenitor Qin wouldn't die so easily. He's still alive. Ha 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 ha, he's still alive. Lu Yin did not know how serious sect had inherited Progenitor Qin's power, but seeing Elder Gong like this, he had fulfilled his dying wish. The sect and his wish had been fulfilled. Elder Gong could die without regrets. Lu Yin stood up and left. Once he left, they would never meet again. In life, there were too many people who left forever. Sometimes, one would not even know that meeting with some people would be an eternal farewell. Now that Elder Gong was able to bid farewell to him, both Elder Gong and Lu Yin felt lucky. One day, Lu Yin would also leave this world, and he did not know who would be bidding him farewell. Not long after Lu Yin left, Elder Gong passed away amidst his laughter. The serious sect mourned. The death of a half-martial ancestor was not a big deal to the current Fifth Mainland, and it did not cause much of a commotion. Even if Elder Gong had once been one of the 7 half-martial ancestors who had protected the Fifth Mainland's human domain, Wei Rong had not even thought of telling Lu Yin about Elder Joshin's breakthrough. This universe had truly changed. Lu Yin began his journey once again. Every journey was filled with unknowns, and this made him look forward to it even more. Under the guidance of the compass, Lu Yin found a parallel universe with a different flow of time. Although it was only 7 times faster, it was better than nothing. However, when he confirmed that it would take a long time for him to be recognized by this universe, he decisively gave up. The benefits were not proportional to the effort, so there was no point in continuing his search. A year quickly passed in the inception space. During this time, Lu Yin's lightstream flashback had only increased by 12 seconds, which was very little. There was no helping it, as this journey had not been very smooth. The parallel universes that he had found with different flows of time were all mediocre. The only thing that surprised Lu Yin was Zhao Ran's tea, which was becoming more and more beautiful. Although it was still a long way from being able to produce normal tea leaves, it was already developing in that direction. This was not a good thing. The stranger Zhao Ran's tea was, the more it resembled Zhao Ran. If the tea suddenly became beautiful, would it still be Zhao Ran? Lu Yin specifically instructed Elder Chan to keep an eye on Zhao Ran, as he did not know who she was. The ghost monkey was getting closer and closer to breaking through to progenitor realm. More accurately, it was getting closer and closer to transforming into a new progenitor Wushang. However, it did not dare to do so, as the two people who had broken through to progenitor realm had been unlucky. One had been turned into a thread, and the other had died. The monkey felt that breaking through to progenitor realm was not a good omen, so it wanted to wait for the others to succeed first. Lu Yin did not force it, as he did not think that the monkey would be able to break through to progenitor realm. If it was that easy to become a progenitor, then there would not be so few progenitors. Over the past year, Lu Yin and Jiang Qingyue had discussed many topics related to Shi, as he also wanted to cultivate it. The dragon turtle had said that cultivating too many would be too messy, and it would not be good for Lu Yin. However, this was not a problem for him, as he was more than happy to cultivate as much as possible. However, Shi was a shortcut to White Cloud City's cultivation, and to this day, aside from the people of White Cloud City, no one else had managed to learn it. Lu Yin could not figure out where this mysterious power had come from, and he guessed that it might have something to do with the 3 divine artifacts that the Thunder Lord controlled. On this day, they arrived at a new spacetime, and the Helldrake flew in the direction that the compass had pointed him in. Suddenly, Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, took a step forward, and disappeared. The Helldrake stopped, confused. In the distance, Lu Yin saw something that looked like a meteorite in front of him, and he took another step forward to chase after it. Just now, this meteorite had brushed past them. It was just a meteorite, but Lu Yin had sensed the existence of a consciousness within it. Although his consciousness could not control others like the game of 1,000 faces, he had absorbed the consciousness of the game of 1,000 faces, so he was very sensitive to consciousness. This meteorite carried a boundless consciousness, which was not right. How could a meteorite have a consciousness? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3011. Naturally, Lu Yin wanted to take a look. The meteor was headed straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood in place and slowly raised his hand, aiming at the meteor. At that moment, the meteor suddenly changed directions to the left. Lu Yin's lips curled up. There was indeed a problem. This was not a meteor. He opened his celestial eye, and what was this? What appeared in his celestial eye was a mystical world that was similar to the 3,000 great worlds. There were 3 continents within this meteor, and there were people cultivating and living on them. Everything that normal people did in the universe was happening within this meteor. What was even more mysterious was that these people weren't humans, but rather consciousnesses. They were all consciousnesses, and this world wasn't a major world either. It was just an illusion. More accurately speaking, the world within the meteorite was more like a game. Lu Yin took a step forward and blocked the meteor once more. The meteor changed directions again, and Lu Yin continued to block it. After a few more times, the meteor stopped, and a low voice spoke out, "Your Excellency, please do not make things difficult for us. We are just losers who have lost our bodies." Lu Yin was curious. "Come out and talk." Outside the meteor, a figure slowly took shape. It was an old man, and he looked at Lu Yin with a serious expression, his eyes filled with intense fear and apprehension. This old man was a progenitor, and what appeared was not a physical body but a consciousness. It was similar to Huizu's consciousness materialization, which surprised Lu Yin. The old man bowed to Lu Yin. "Your Excellency, please let us go. We are just a group of losers who can't even keep our bodies. We are of no use to Your Excellency, so please let us float in space and perish on our own." Lu Yin sized up the old man in front of him. He was clearly a consciousness body, but he was dressed like a normal person, similar to transcendence. Furthermore, this was a game world within the meteor. This should be a technologically advanced world, but a progenitor had appeared. "Are you humans?" Lu Yin asked. The old man respectfully replied, "Yes, we are humans just like Your Excellency." "Why did you give up your body?" The old man sighed. "We were defeated. The body is a temptation to strong enemies, and we can only escape by giving up our bodies." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Tell me the details." The old man did not hesitate and explained their situation. In fact, it was very simple. The elder's civilization had been defeated, and he had escaped with the entire game world as a progenitor. This game world had been created by that civilization before it was confirmed that they would be defeated. It was all for this day, and the consciousness had been transferred through the elder's talent. In other words, those people in the meteorite game world had already forgotten that they had lost their physical bodies. They all thought that it was a real world, but it was all fake. The old man also gave up his physical body and attached his consciousness to the meteorite. He took this game world and drifted through the stars, looking for a place to settle down. This was the tragedy of civilization. Lu Yin looked at the old man. "What defeated your civilization?" The old man was apprehensive. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Eternals." Lu Yin wasn't surprised, as the Eternals needed physical bodies to transform them into corpse kings. Once they were defeated, they would abandon their physical bodies and flee. Those physical bodies were useless to the Eternals, and these people who only had their consciousnesses left were similarly useless to them. "Who from the Eternals defeated you?" Lu Yin asked. The old man was surprised. "You know about the Eternals. Their enemies are spread throughout spacetime, so of course they would know." The old man was scared. "Throughout time and space. I thought we were the only ones facing the Eternals." There was a pause. The old man continued, "The Eternals we faced." Not long after, Lu Yin returned to the caged Wirm's back. Jiang Qingwei was curious. What happened? Lu Yin recounted what he had encountered, which surprised Elder Chan and the others. There's such a situation. Giving up their physical bodies and escaping into a fake world with only their consciousnesses is indeed very sad. They also felt helpless. Why didn't you send them to the Six Paths Society? Lu Yin said indifferently, the Divine Kingdom didn't want to go to the Six Paths Society either. They had already given up their physical bodies and escaped with only their consciousnesses. They were even less willing to go to the Six Paths Society, where they would have to face the Eternals head-on. There was one more thing that Lu Yin didn't mention. He couldn't guarantee that these people would survive. The Eternals' enemies were spread throughout spacetime, but humans didn't understand each other. This was the most terrifying thing. Even if he traveled through parallel spacetime, it would be difficult for him to unite all the humans who had been oppressed by the Eternals. In fact, the consciousnesses in the game world were useful to him. If he absorbed them, his consciousnesses would increase significantly. But how could he do it? Ghost Monkey sighed. That's fine. If they gave up their physical bodies, it would be meaningless for the Eternals to chase after them. They are no longer humans. Smart. As long as they are trash and don't care about others, they won't be in danger. This wasn't pleasant to hear, but it was true. We have to change our destination. Since we've encountered the Eternals, let's try our luck and see how strong they are in the other zones of calamity. Lu Yin's gaze was stern. The war against the Six Paths Society had come to an end. He wanted to know more about the other zones of calamity. Di Qiong belonged to another zone of calamity. The undying god had said before his death that Wu Tian might be in the third zone of calamity. Now that he had found a new Eternals through the game world, he naturally wouldn't let them go. He wanted to see how different the other zones of calamity were from the first zone of calamity. Following the path of the game's civilization, Lu Yin and the others found the Eternals. Looking at the distant Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin hadn't seen it for a long time. The Eternals had a morbid obsession with the Eternal Kingdom, and it was the same for the other zones of calamity. The strongest person in this Eternal Kingdom is called De Hui. He was the one who defeated the progenitor of that civilization and forced them to give up their physical bodies and enter the game with their consciousness, Lu Yin said. Elder Chan said, "Let me make the first move." Jiang Qinghua said, "If I make the first move, the Eternals won't be too wary." Lu Yin nodded, "All right. Qinghua, be careful." He was confident that De Hui wouldn't even be able to escape. However, Jiang Qinghua's purpose of coming with him was to gain experience. If they encountered a progenitor, she would naturally be the one to practice. Jiang Qinghua entered the Eternal Kingdom. 2 hours later, sword light flashed in all directions. The hellworm raised its neck and bared its fangs and claws. There was no one here who could threaten it. It's begun. I wonder how long she can last without using her sure. Elder Chan was curious. The sure he was talking about was not the kind that Jiang Qinghua usually displayed. It was the sword that helped her kill the progenitor mantis. It came from the other Kong Tianzhao. Without using that power, Jiang Qinghua would find it difficult to defeat an progenitor. Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Qinghua suddenly rushed out of the Eternal Kingdom, her shoulder bleeding. Elder Chan frowned, "So fast." An expert. Lu Yin took a step forward and passed by Jiang Qinghua in the blink of an eye. In front of him, a spear approached, and Lu Yin saw the tip of the spear magnified infinitely, piercing straight at him with a pale light. Lu Yin paused and turned sideways. He stepped in reverse, reversing spacetime. Opposite him, a middle-aged man wielding a spear, De Hui. When he saw Lu Yin dodge the spear, he felt a sense of confusion. His gaze turned solemn as he pressed down with the spear, sweeping across the starry sky. Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived directly in front of De Hui. Behind him, the spear swept across. In front of him, De Hui's gaze was fierce, and an inexplicable power boiled on the surface of his body. It turned into a powerful thrust that suppressed Lu Yin, wanting to crush him to death. There were many parallel spacetimes in the universe, and the power of cultivation was also different. This De Hui's power was gentler and more resilient than astral sources. It seemed better, but it was far from being as inclusive as astral sources. In the face of this power, Lu Yin stepped in reverse again and easily walked out of De Hui's encirclement. De Hui was shocked. This person clearly had the same cultivation as that woman, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. That woman's swordsmanship was extremely high, and she also had a power that De Hui was wary of. However, her own strength had determined that she could not defeat De Hui, but this person. De Hui did not dare to underestimate this person and stabbed out with his spear. "Who are you? You forced us to abandon our bodies, and you're asking us who we are." Lu Yin roared and struck out with a palm. With a bang, the powerful force of his palm twisted the spear. De Hui was shocked. No matter how much strength he used, he could not suppress Lu Yin. "You're from the Toda civilization? What do you think?" "Impossible." De Hui pulled back his spear and stabbed out again at an extremely tricky angle. At the same time, countless spear shadows flickered. Even a powerhouse of the same realm might not be able to see through this attack. This person's power level was high, and his figure was strange, but he might not be able to see through Lu Yin's spear technique. De Hui's spear technique was indeed powerful, but it was nothing to Lu Yin. Almost all of his opponents were powerhouses of the sequence laws, and even those who were not of the sequence laws had powers that could not be countered. For example, the seven-star mantis. In comparison, this De Hui was too weak. If not for the fact that he wanted to buy time for Jiang Qingyue, he would not have delayed. Just as he was thinking about this, Jiang Qingyue's sword stabbed out from behind him. This attack had hit the weakest point of De Hui's spear, and not only had she seen through the spear's shadows, but she had also prevented De Hui from unleashing a second attack. De Hui took a step back and stared at Lu Yin and Jiang Qingyue. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30:12. Lu Yin could feel the powerful devouring force around De Hui. He raised a hand and struck out with his palm, causing an endless inner world to appear and merge with it. This strike pierced through the ancestral world and struck De Hui's body, sending him flying. De Hui spat out a mouthful of blood as his body crashed into the Eternal Kingdom. There was a loud boom as the Eternal Kingdom collapsed, and corpse kings rushed out one after another, howling at Lu Yin. "Leave them to me," Elder Chan said as he landed. There was no need for Lu Yin to take care of these corpse kings. Lu Yin looked down at the ground and saw De Hui struggling to get up and take out a stargate. He took a step forward, and everything around him froze. All of the Eternal Kingdom, including Elder Chan, De Hui, and even the distant caged Wirm froze. Lu Yin stepped in front of De Hui. When reverse step stopped, De Hui looked at Lu Yin in shock. "You?" Lu Yin grabbed at him, and De Hui's pupils shrank as he released that vortex again. However, this time, the vortex was pushing Lu Yin away, pushing him away at the same time. Lu Yin was about to attack again when De Hui suddenly turned around. Return thrust. De Hui's spear pierced through the heavens. De Hui was clearly moving forward, but the tip of the spear suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin hadn't expected this move at all, but he had reversed step. No matter how unexpected this attack was, it would be useless unless Lu Yin couldn't even react in time. Lu Yin brushed past the spear and pressed a hand on De Hui's shoulder. At the same time, the return thrust stopped, and a ray of black light swept forward. This spear pierced through the void and broke through the void world. This spear was extremely powerful. Lu Yin pressed his hand on De Hui's shoulder and exerted force. De Hui howled as half of his body shattered. Blood flowed onto the ground, and his spear fell to the ground. "Your return thrust isn't bad," Lu Yin praised. De Hui knelt on one knee and coughed violently, each cough accompanied by blood. The corpse kings in the Eternal Kingdom were constantly being cleared out. Elder Chan, Jiang Qingyue, the dragon turtle, and the ghost monkey all took action. Those underground who hadn't been transformed into corpse kings were released. These people were most likely from the gaming civilization. Although they had been released, their civilization had already fled. Cough cough, who are you? De Hui tried his best to look up at Lu Yin, as if trying to recognize him. Lu Yin looked down. Where are you from? De Hui stared at Lu Yin. Where are you from? Lu Yin frowned and exerted more strength. His strength spread throughout De Hui's body and tore it apart. Other than the initial howl, Big Hui did not make another sound. It endured the pain and stared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. Lu Yin was surprised. You're quite stubborn. He had encountered many progenitor realm experts who were afraid of death, but he had also encountered progenitor realm experts who did not fear death. In his opinion, De Hui had betrayed the human race and joined the Eternals. He was not a corpse king, but it was strange that he was not afraid of death. You should know that you have no chance of escaping once you fall into my hands. You betrayed the humans and joined the everlasting race. Now, I'm giving you a chance to betray the everlasting race and tell me everything you know about the everlasting race. If you do, I'll let you live." Big Hui laughed. He was clearly in pain, but he still laughed. His expression was full of mockery. "I didn't betray the humans. I grew up in the eternal kingdom. This is my home." Lu Yin's expression changed. "Grew up in the eternal kingdom. I can recognize both the everlasting race and the humans. There's no such thing as betrayal." Just as he thought of this, the short spear that Lu Yin had flicked away instantly turned around and attacked again. This attack was not very powerful, and Lu Yin did not even plan on dodging. However, the spear brushed past his neck and pierced towards De Hui's neck. Lu Yin moved his feet in reverse, parallel to time. Everything around him froze, including the short spear that was about to pierce De Hui's body. Lu Yin gripped the short spear and stopped in reverse. Everything returned to normal, and De Hui stared blankly at the short spear that had stopped at his neck. It was happening again. He had tried to escape and failed, and now he had tried to kill himself and failed again. Could this human be able to stop time? Impossible, not even Master could do that. It looks like interrogating you is useless. You're not even afraid of death. Lu Yin clenched his right hand, and with a bang, the short spear shattered. He held on to the fragments. Even if he died, he had to make a move. De Hui stared at Lu Yin. The fourth zone of calamity. Lu Yin's eyes widened. "What did you say?" De Hui clenched his fists. "I'm from the fourth zone of calamity." Lu Yin frowned. "Didn't you say you didn't want to say anything?" De Hui exhaled and lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. Lu Yin looked at him. Pfft. De Hui spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin was shocked and quickly grabbed De Hui's hair to lift his head. He found that De Hui was already dead, and that mouthful of blood was his last chance at life. With a thud, Lu Yin let go, and De Hui's corpse fell to the ground. The fragments of the short spear that he had been holding also fell to the ground. Soon, Jiang Qingyue and Elder Chan arrived. "Path Master." Lu Yin looked at the dead De Hui. "He killed himself and did not give me a chance to act. He was not afraid of death at all." Elder Chan was shocked. He betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. He was not afraid of death. Lu Yin's tone was heavy. "We underestimated the Eternal Kingdom." He explained De Hui's origins, and Elder Chan's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Low power levels can be compensated for, but this sense of belonging cannot be eliminated. They are taking drastic measures to deprive us of our sense of belonging to our own race. So this is the Eternal Kingdom's true goal. Jiang Qingyue's expression turned ugly. No wonder the Eternals are building the Eternal Kingdom everywhere. I have to tell Father that there might be something wrong with the people we saved from the Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Who would have thought that the people they had saved from the Eternal Kingdom would be problematic? These people were even ordinary people, but their hearts were with the Eternals. That was the most terrifying thing. The Eternal Kingdom had to be completely destroyed, and not a single one would be left. Lu Yin used De Hui's blood to open his cosmic ring. There were only some resources inside, nothing special. As for the astral gate, he had taken it out when he was underground and had been preparing to escape. It should have been used to return to the fourth zone of calamity. This astral gate belonged to De Hui, and the fourth zone of calamity was connected to this spacetime, so there should be another astral gate. If Lu Yin had not been to the zone of calamity, he would not have known about this. Now, he had Jailworm lead Elder Chan to search for it. He wanted to use that astral gate to head to the fourth zone of calamity. The Eternals should have 6 zones of calamity, and he wanted to see how powerful the 4th zone was. Unfortunately, it was not the 3rd zone of calamity. This spacetime was not large, and the astral gate was not far from the Eternal Kingdom, so he quickly found it. Lu Yin decided to use the astral gate to head to the 4th zone of calamity. Elder Chan was worried. "Are you sure you want to go, Path Master?" Lu Yin's voice was low. "I don't know the situation in the other zones of calamity. I feel uneasy." "Don't worry. I'm confident. As long as I'm not discovered immediately, there should be no problems." Jiang Qingyue said seriously, "Be careful." Lu Yin smiled to reassure them. He looked at the astral gate and walked in. If possible, he did not want to take the risk. However, there were some things that only he could do, just like how he had disguised himself as Yebwa and entered the Eternals. Anyone else would have been discovered, but not him. He was the only one who had divine power. He hoped that the 4th zone of calamity did not have someone like the ancestor. Otherwise, it would not be easy to escape. He stepped into the astral gate and disappeared. 1 astral gate, 2 worlds. After stepping into the astral gate, Lu Yin did not hesitate to descend. He saw the 4th zone of calamity, which was similar to the ancestor's zone of calamity. The land was dusky, and rivers of divine power flowed. In the distance, there was a dark mother tree that connected heaven and earth. It was naturally the same mother tree as the ancestor's zone of calamity. The ground was rugged with strange rocks. In the distance, there was a corpse king walking, and there was also a tower that represented a progenitor. Even further away, there was a mountain range surrounded by dark clouds. It was extremely tall and filled with deep darkness. Everything seemed so quiet. "Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers tip, I'll give it to you. Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3013. Lu Yin landed beside a river of divine power and absorbed it naturally to prevent any powerhouses from spying on him. Even if there were, they might not attack him if they saw him absorbing divine power. Humans would subconsciously trust other humans, which was the greatest threat to the Eternal Kingdom. The Eternals would also subconsciously trust divine power, but this was all due to inertia. Knowing how to use inertia was very scary. After absorbing for 2 hours, no one came looking for him, and he didn't feel like he was being spied on. Lu Yin opened his heaven's eye and casually scanned his surroundings. There was no power to spy on him, and he didn't see any sequence particles. This zone of disaster seemed very calm. When he had just landed, he had seen towers, but there were far fewer of them than the ancestor's zone of disaster. This was the 4th zone of disaster. Lu Yin walked along the river of divine power and approached a tower. There were more towers further away, and although they were far away, they didn't disappear from his line of sight. Suddenly, he stopped and slowly turned around. Behind him, a figure walked over. "Senior, are you from Black Cloud Mountain?" Lu Yin looked at the newcomer, who was a thin young man. He looked young, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He had probably lived for a long time. "What's the matter?" The man smiled. "I'm Wei Shu. May I know Senior's name?" "It's none of your business." Lu Yin was very cold. Before entering the 4th zone of disaster, he had used illusionary bubbles to change his appearance. He was neither Lu Yin nor Yi Bo. Now that he was in the 4th zone of disaster, the familiar environment made it easy for him to assume Yi Bo's persona. Wei Shu didn't get angry at Lu Yin's coldness. Instead, he smiled. "I saw Senior following the river of divine power all the way here. You should be from Black Cloud Mountain, right?" May I ask if Senior is looking for a true God's ultimate technique? Lu Yin had a strange expression. Was this guy in cahoots with the 7 friends? They had appeared in the same way. The 7 friends had appeared when Lu Yin was walking along the river of divine power and had told him about the true God's ultimate technique. Now, this guy was asking the same question. If Senior doesn't want to talk about it, then Junior won't ask. However, forgive me for being blunt, but Senior can't keep searching like this. The zone of disaster is far larger than the average spacetime. It's impossible to follow the river of divine power. Senior, have you ever thought of working together? Wei Shu suggested. Lu Yin looked away. This was similar to what the 7 friends had said. Could it be that there was always a group of everlastingly searching for the true God's ultimate technique? That was interesting. How? Lu Yin asked. Wei Shu was delighted. First of all, are you really looking for the true God's ultimate technique? Lu Yin looked at him coldly. What do you think? Wei Shu was not embarrassed. It is only a rumor that there is a true God's ultimate skill under the God Power Lake. However, no one has been able to prove that they have obtained it. Therefore, if Senior is still suspicious, the chances of finding it will be even lower. I hope that we can find someone who is completely convinced of the existence of the true God's ultimate skill, even if we have to spend countless years searching together. Lu Yin raised a brow. No proof. Back then, 7 friends had said that it was rumored that someone from the 7 sky gods had obtained the ultimate technique of a true god. However, this Wei Shu had said that there was no proof. Did he know about the 7 sky gods? The 7 sky gods was a name given to the 6 Direction Society by the ancient ancestors' calamity domain. Lu Yin knew about this, but how could the other calamity domains not know about the 7 sky gods? Or did Wei Shu not know? I've heard that someone has obtained it, Lu Yin said. Wei Shu's eyes lit up. Lord Black Wuxian. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, yes. Wei Shu laughed. I knew it. Master Black Wuxian wouldn't lie to me. When you invited me to join the eternal race, you told me that there would be some here. A true God's ultimate technique. Master wouldn't lie to me. Ha! Lu Yin looked at Wei Shu. This person knew about Black Wuxian, but he didn't know about the rumor that the 7 sky gods might have obtained a true God's ultimate technique. Did this mean that the 7 sky gods might not have existed in this calamity domain, but Black Wuxian had? Senior, let's search together. Master Black Wuxian is one of the 3 pillars and 6 boundless. Since he said so, he definitely exists. Although I can't cultivate God Force yet, after so many years, I've drawn a map of the calamity domain's God Force river. It should be able to help Senior. Wei Shu was excited. Lu Yin was astonished. You drew a map of the God Force river. Wei Shu said, that's right. Although the true God's ultimate technique is below, I believe that you'll be able to see something from the map. Let me see it, Lu Yin said. Wei Shu was alert. I can show it to Senior, but since we've agreed to search together, there are some things that need to be made clear. Sure. Senior, please follow me to the tower. Wei Shu's tower wasn't far from here, and this tower was Lu Yin's target. After coming to the 4th calamity domain, he naturally wanted to understand the situation. Who would have thought that Wei Shu would come knocking on his door? There were maids standing outside the tower, just like the Shi ancestors' calamity domain. Wei Shu led the way, and the 2 entered the tower. Wei Shu went straight to the point, and told Lu Yin about the mission and rewards of searching for the true God's ultimate technique. Senior, my request isn't too much, right? Wei Shu asked. Lu Yin was calm. Who else are you looking for the true God's ultimate technique with? Wei Shu's eyes flickered. Senior, you're the first. I'm not stupid. It's true. If Senior doesn't believe me, you can go and ask. There are less than 5 human powerhouses like us in the 4th calamity domain. The rest are all extremely strong corpse kings, and they're just puppets that listen to Master Black Wushan's orders. They're meaningless. Master Black Wushan isn't in the 4th calamity domain most of the time, and it's been a long time since a new powerhouse joined the 4th calamity domain. Wei Shu said. He then looked at Lu Yin curiously. When did Senior join? Lu Yin was indifferent. Before you. Wei Shu was shocked. Senior knows when I joined. Cut the crap. Mapping the God Force River isn't difficult. Although your request isn't too much, I don't want to be fooled. Who knows how many people you've given your map to? Lu Yin said. Wei Shu smiled confidently. The God Force River map I'm talking about isn't limited to the 4th calamity domain. Lu Yin raised his brows. Other calamity domains? Wei Shu's face was solemn. Other than the 1st calamity zone, the other 5 calamity zones would occasionally interact with each other. The corpse kings are dead, but humans are alive. We need to interact and share information, and this godly power river map is one of those things. The true God's ultimate technique doesn't have to be in the 4th calamity domain. We need to search the entire calamity domain to find it. Lu Yin praised, You're really resourceful. Wei Shu was humble. Senior, you flatter me. How about it? This map is enough to negotiate with Senior. Lu Yin shook his head. Even if I can see the entire calamity domain's God Force River map, it's useless if I can't go to the other calamity domains. Wei Shu was surprised. Why can't I go? The chosen of deities is about to begin. When the time comes. He suddenly paused and stared at Lu Yin in shock. Senior, you don't know. Lu Yin knew that he had exposed a flaw and waved his hand. His speed was so fast that an ordinary progenitor wouldn't be able to block it. However, Wei Shu reacted quickly and turned around to shatter the tower. He screamed, Enemy attack! Lu Yin's expression changed, and he flew towards the starry door without hesitation. This Wei Shu wasn't weak, but he didn't want to fight with Lu Yin and had instead fled. It was no wonder that he could cooperate with the other calamity domains to map the God Force River. Lu Yin had underestimated him. Lu Yin took a few steps into the sky. On the ground of the calamity domain, figures soared into the sky to attack him, but they couldn't catch up to him. At this moment, a crisis suddenly appeared. Lu Yin looked towards the distant mountain shrouded in black clouds. He opened his heaven's eye and met a pair of cold eyes. In the next moment, a palm imprint appeared in front of him. Lu Yin was shocked. Empty palm. With a bang, Lu Yin was struck by a palm imprint that was too fast. It was an invisible palm imprint. It was an empty palm. Even Lu Yin almost couldn't react to an empty palm executed by an extremely strong powerhouse. Fortunately, he had used the empty palm at the last moment. Although the palm imprint was powerful, it couldn't break through the empty palm. It only managed to push Lu Yin back. Above the mountain shrouded in black clouds, a man stood tall and attacked again. This time, it was an empty palm. Lu Yin looked at the man deeply and stepped backwards towards the starry door. The man attacked the starry door with a palm, and Lu Yin attacked at the same time, intercepting the man's empty palm in midair. The void exploded, and Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This person's palm force was very strong, but he could still withstand it. The starry door was close. Just as Lu Yin was about to cross it, a terrifying gravitational force suddenly appeared and almost dragged him down. He saw a sequence particle. It was that man, a powerhouse of the sequence laws. The sequence particle connected to the sky and tried to drag Lu Yin down. The man was also heading towards Lu Yin. Around him, progenitor realm corpse kings appeared and attacked Luin. Luin exhaled and stepped backwards to parallel time. Everything around him was silent, and he saw that the man's palm was about to hit the starry door. Once the starry door was destroyed, Luin would have to return to the primordial space if he wanted to escape. It would not be easy to find Elder Chan and the others then, and the Eternals would definitely attack that space-time. Elder Chan and the others would be in great danger. Fortunately, he had used reverse space-time at the critical moment. Luin took a few steps forward and stepped through the starry door. When he turned around, he saw that the powerhouse of the sequence laws was already very close. When Luin stepped through the starry door and left, the powerhouse of the sequence laws only saw Luin disappear in an instant. He waved his hand, and the empty palm that was about to hit the starry door was redirected. He then stepped through the starry door and chased after Luin. Luin stepped through the starry door and saw the hellworm in front of him. Elder Chan and the others were on its back. "Stay away!" Luin barked. The hellworm hurriedly flew backwards at an extremely fast speed. It was very good at escaping. Luin retreated a few steps. He had the time to destroy the starry door, but he did not. As long as it was not a powerhouse like the 7 sky gods chasing after him, he was confident that he could fight. Furthermore, this person had actually used empty palm, which puzzled Luin. Was this person related to the 5th mainland? Soon, the man stepped through the starry door and stared at Luin. The two stood in the starry sky and looked at each other. "Why didn't you destroy the starry door?" the man asked. Luin stared at the man. "You are not a corpse king. What about Daihui? Who are you? Did you use the power of time just now? Why did you use empty palm?" Both of them were asking questions, with no intention of answering. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3014. The man stared at Luin. "You actually know about the emptiness palm. It seems like you've been to the Starfall Sea." Luin sighed. "So you really are from the 5th mainland. Are you a traitor? You have something that I want to know, and I have something that you want to know. It's just a matter of who can ask until the end." The man attacked, and it was still an empty palm strike. He did not underestimate Luin just because he was not a progenitor. This palm strike was even more ferocious and faster than before. Luin raised his hand as well, but it was empty. Bang! The two palms collided, and the void collapsed, spreading out in all directions, revealing a world of nothingness. Luin was astonished. This person had actually managed to block his palm in his normal state. It should be known that with his strength, apart from the Mavis clan and the Star Devourer, it was very difficult for him to meet a match. Even without visualization and an infinite inner world, even if the other party was a sequence precepts powerhouse, they had yet to use sequence precepts. On the other hand, the man on the other side was similarly surprised. This person was indeed very strong. He was clearly not an elite of the progenitor realm, yet he was able to block his palm strike. Who exactly had come from the 5th continent? Out of the 6 zones of calamity of the Eternals, only the first zone of calamity had attacked the primordial space. He had stayed in the 4th zone of calamity for too long, and He Wuxian could not return. Therefore, he did not understand the current situation of the primordial space. But it didn't matter. He would understand very soon. The man attacked again. This time, it was the clear void palm. Luin also used the clear sky palm. Palm after palm collided, causing the heavens to be torn apart. The man continuously increased the strength of his palm, and Luin did the same. One was a powerhouse of the sequence laws, and his realm was very high. The other's strength far surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. When their palms collided, they seemed to be able to increase the power of their attacks without limit. In the distance, Elder Chan was astonished. Why was this person using the same palm technique as the Tao Master? As their palms collided, no one took the initiative to use any other power. Finally, as Lu Yin visualized the Akalanatha king's elephant, his strength increased explosively, and he managed to suppress the man with his Kongming palm. The man displayed a new palm technique that was similar to the emptiness palm and the emptiness palm. It was a single palm strike, but this one was very gentle. No matter how much Lu Yin tried to increase his strength, it was all absorbed by the palm like a sponge. Lu Yin knew that this should be the palm technique that could be learned from the 1,000 stacks in Chongshan Dojo. His strength continued to increase, and the more ferocious his palm force became, the more it seemed to be able to be neutralized. This palm didn't strike back, as if it only wanted to neutralize Lu Yin's attack. The man continued to stare at Lu Yin. Could it be that this person didn't learn the third palm? With his strength, he would definitely be able to learn it. Since that was the case, his gaze trembled. Bang! Another palm struck out, and Lu Yin's expression changed as a powerful force blasted towards him. He almost lost his footing, and the man in front of him struck out again. Something was wrong. Lu Yin stared at the man's palm. This was yet another new palm technique that he could learn from the 10,000 stacks. Not only was this palm gentle enough to dissolve Lu Yin's attack, but it was also able to instantly display a power that was comparable to Lu Yin's own attack. No, it was a transformation. Not only had this palm dissolved Lu Yin's attack, but it had also used some unknown method to turn Lu Yin's attack into a counterattack that struck back at Lu Yin. The more powerful Lu Yin's attacks were, the more powerful the counterattack would be. He immediately unleashed his boundless inner world. The threads continued to fuse together, and his power increased explosively. The man was shocked. This person only had the strength of a half-martial ancestor, yet he was able to display such power. Ordinary martial ancestor realm experts were no match for him at all. It seemed like De Hui was doomed. Lu Yin did not believe that this man could counter every one of his palms. He exerted his power to the extreme without using the power of confinement. There was a loud bang, and Lu Yin retreated step by step. He had managed to counterattack. The man retracted his hand and looked at Lu Yin in amazement. You're the first palm strike that can make me so cautious that I don't even have the confidence to counterattack. My name is Silent Void. You're qualified to know my name. Are you from the Fifth Mainland? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Silent Void nodded. That's right. Did you betray humanity? You could say that. Why? Silent Void looked up. Everyone has their own goals. Race and physical bodies are just external appearances. Even if I lose my physical body, I'm still me. Why should I stick to humanity? Lu Yin shouted, nonsense. Black Wuxian was trying to tempt you. What benefits did he give you? Silent Void clenched his fists and then relaxed them. I'll let you feel that it's fate that you were able to obtain my legacy and meet me here. Since you hate the Eternals so much, I'll kill you and prevent you from becoming a corpse king. This is my respect for you. Lu Yin moved his arm. I'll give you respect as well. I'll let you atone for your betrayal. There was a whoosh as Silent Void struck out with a palm. You haven't learned the third palm strike. Look closely, this is the fourth palm strike. It's called Return Void. The Return Void palm was a palm technique that could return one's own strength to oneself. Lu Yin had not been able to do so even with his visualization and his limitless inner world. Now that he was facing the Return Void palm again, he countered with a palm strike. Under Silent Void's astonished gaze, his palms suddenly withered. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and Lu Yin felt himself being struck by a huge force. It was the force that he had used to attack Silent Void, but it had been reflected back by the boundless palm. However, this force had also been absorbed by the boundless palm, and the boundless palm had begun to recover. Silent Void was stunned as he stared at Lu Yin's withered palm. Lu Yin had relied on the return void palm technique to continuously increase his strength. Even when the force was returned to him, he continued to increase his strength. Silent Void had said that he was not confident that he would be able to completely return that palm strike, but Lu Yin's current increase in strength was definitely beyond his expectations. There was a loud bang as the void exploded between the two palms, transforming into a pushing force that pushed both of them away. Lu Yin's palm returned to its original state. He had completely absorbed the rebounding force and then struck out again. This was why the return void palm could not be returned. Silent Void looked at his own palm and then back at Lu Yin. His gaze was no longer filled with amazement, but rather fear. You actually broke through the return void palm's upper limit. Lu Yin clenched his fists. It's just child's play. It's time to get serious. Silent Void's eyes widened, and his entire aura changed. He became vigorous and heavy, and even his breathing caused the void to collapse. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, as he had seen the sequence particles. Although he did not have as many as wood carvings, they were comparable to void 5 tastes. This person had originated from the primordial space, which meant that he should not be too old. Perhaps he was from the Daosor sect of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, or even older. Someone who possessed the strength of sequence laws should not be unknown in the 5th mainland. There was only one explanation: he had been enticed by Blacklist to join the 4th zone of calamity before he had attained the strength of sequence laws. Is this what Blacklist gave you? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Silent Void's gaze turned cold. You really can see the laws. Although I don't know how you can see the laws when you're not even a progenitor, just because you can see them doesn't mean that you can resist them. If I hadn't come to the 4th zone of calamity, I would never have been able to reach this level of strength. So what if you can reach this level of strength? You can only stay in the 4th zone of calamity. Even if I give you eternal life, you'll only be able to control the 4th zone of calamity. He's a lackey of the Eternals. Silent Void shook his head. You don't understand the persistence of power. What did you just use? It's a very strange technique. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. With this person's strength, he did not know that things would move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Sure enough, he had come to the 4th zone of calamity before he had become famous in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Feel it for yourself. Silent Void suddenly raised a hand and unleashed an emptiness palm. An invisible palm imprint accompanied by sequence particles crashed down. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as this palm had completely changed. His feet were moving in reverse, parallel to time, and everything around him was still. However, this time, his footsteps were incomparably heavy, and it was extremely difficult for him to move in reverse. With sequence laws, it would not be so easy for him to move in parallel to time. In an instant, his surroundings returned to normal, and the emptiness palm brushed past him, shattering the void. Lu Yin looked back, and he had almost been hit. At that moment, he felt his scalp go numb again as Silent Void attacked again. This time, it was not a single palm strike, but rather dozens of them at the same time, covering the void. Even if Lu Yin could move in reverse and parallel to time, he would not be able to dodge them all in an instant. Silent Void released a power from his heart that isolated spacetime. The emptiness palm swept past the emptiness palm, and some of the sequence particles were restrained. Lu Yin attacked at the same time, using the principle that things would move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. His body was struck by 3 consecutive palms, and he was forced to retreat. Fortunately, he was able to block them all. Silent Void was stunned. This was impossible. It was already inconceivable that this person could block his normal attacks, but now, he was even able to block attacks from sequence laws. While Silent Void was still in shock, Luin hurriedly stepped in reverse and took the initiative to attack. A general appointment platform appeared. With my blood, I summoned the general. It would not be easy to fight Silent Void, and even a sneak attack with the slippers might not succeed. This kind of powerhouse would not lower his guard. Luin did not plan on hiding anything, as he would not let Silent Void leave this battle alive. Silhouettes appeared one after another. More than 10 progenitor realm cultivators were summoned and charged towards solitary emptiness. Silent Void's eyes narrowed. General appointment platform. Lu family. You're from the Lu family. Around him, progenitors charged forward one after another. Silent Void raised a palm, wiping out a progenitor with a single strike. These ordinary progenitors were useless against him. The Cyclops King and the 7-star Mantis were summoned, and Luin felt dizzy for a moment. As expected, there was a burden, and the power of the general appointment platform could not be used indefinitely. At his current level, he could only summon 20 generals at most. Although that was not much, these 20 were all progenitors. The Cyclops King's body was surrounded by the halo of the emptiness world, and he punched at Silent Void. The 7-star Mantis waved his arm and slashed out. Silent Void's palm collided with the Cyclops King's. The Cyclops King had terrifying strength, as his body was large enough to suppress Silent Void. However, Silent Void's laws were not something that the Cyclops King could resist. Although the halo of the emptiness world was somewhat erased, the remaining laws still shattered the Cyclops King's arm. At the same time, Silent Void was pushed back by the Cyclops King's explosive strength. In that instant, the 7-star Mantis spread his 6 pairs of wings and appeared behind Silent Void at a speed comparable to that of time, slashing down with his arm. With a hiss, a large wound appeared on Silent Void's back. He turned around and struck out with his palm, causing the 7-star Mantis to disappear in an instant. Speed was different from battle techniques. Lu Yin's reverse step would be restrained by the laws of the emptiness world, but the 7-star Mantis relied on his own speed. Progenitor Chen's biography has been posted on the public account, and you can see it by following the author, Drifting Wind. Thank you for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30:15. The Mantis circled around Lonely Void, using battle techniques. Lonely Void couldn't keep up with the Mantis' speed, and wounds appeared all over his body. Coupled with the Cyclops King's constant suppression, Lonely Void was at a disadvantage. Lu Yin took advantage of the situation and stepped backwards, taking out his slipper and slamming it down on Lonely Void. Lonely Void clenched his fists and punched out. Suddenly, space distorted and expanded, causing spacetime to sway. The Cyclops King, the 7-star Mantis, and Lu Yin all stopped, as if spacetime had been frozen. Was this gravity? Lu Yin was shocked. Lonely Void sequence laws should have been able to increase the overlapping power of his palms. Combined with the hollow palm, Lonely Void had been pressured to the point of suffocation. Lonely Void had been waiting for Lu Yin to attack, but the 7-star Mantis' speed had slowed him down. He couldn't get close to Lu Yin, so his only option was to wait for Lu Yin to approach him. Now, his chance had arrived. He turned around and struck out at Lu Yin, but Lu Yin couldn't dodge. He was surrounded by sequence laws, and the entire region was being suppressed by gravity. As the palm approached, Lonely Void could see himself reflected in Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin also saw the look in Lonely Void's eyes, but this palm didn't seem to be that fast. Suddenly, Lonely Void hurriedly moved to the side, seeing himself reflected in Lu Yin's eyes. He also saw another person appear behind him. At the same time, a terrifying feeling appeared, bringing with it an extreme sense of danger. Although Lonely Void had managed to dodge in time, he was still a step too late. Lu Tianyi, who had been formed by Elder Chan's ancestral qi, had struck Lonely Void's right shoulder with a finger, shattering it and causing blood to spill out into space. Lonely Void was heavily injured, and his sequence laws were unstable. Lu Yin hurriedly raised his slipper and slammed it down. The slipper slammed into Lonely Void's back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body split apart as he was sent flying into the distance. The seven-star mantis disappeared and then reappeared, dragging Lonely Void's body over to Lu Yin. The Cyclops King and the seven-star mantis disappeared as well. Lonely Void fell to the ground, floating in space as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was on the verge of death. Lu Yin stood in front of Lonely Void and watched his life force weaken. Now, do you think it was worth it to betray humanity? Lonely Void was an absolute powerhouse, and Lu Yin wasn't confident that he could beat him if he hadn't used a sneak attack. Lonely Void's sequence lodged, but even if he couldn't win, Lu Yin would still be able to retreat. This was a dishonorable victory. However, Lu Yin knew that he was only a half-martial ancestor, so this was already pretty good. Kong Ji panted heavily as blood continued to flow out of his body. His entire body was dyed red as his body completely collapsed. He looked at Lu Yin, his eyes bloodshot. I have never regretted it. Lu Yin looked at him quietly. To humans, I am a traitor. But to myself I pursue what I want the most. Cough, cough. I'm standing at a sufficient height. I can see the scenery that I want to see the most. I'm satisfied. Cough, cough. Still Void coughed incessantly as blood spewed out of his mouth. His face gradually turned ashen as he stared at Lu Yin. Although I betrayed the humans, I have never left the fourth region. I have never harmed the fifth mainland. My goal has been achieved. Please make good use of this power. The Lu clan's general appointment platform is finally going to have a home for me. Just take it as atonement for my identity as a human. One last thing, I beg of you. When I return to the fifth mainland, where I left my palm print, let me come out and take a look. That is my home. With that, Kong Ji collapsed and died. Lu Yin just looked at him. Had he intended to use that palm strike? Elder Chan shook his head. Too stubborn. The general appointment platform appeared, and Lu Yin pointed at Kong Ji. No divine power, Lu Yin said. Only then did Elder Chan remember. Right, no divine power. He did not cultivate divine power. After so many years, Kong Ji had not cultivated divine power. Could it be that he could not? Or that he did not want to? If Kong Ji had been a little faster, would that palm strike have hit Lu Yin? Lu Yin saw hesitation in Kong Ji's eyes. Kong Ji might not have wanted to kill Lu Yin, but their positions were different. Although he had betrayed the fifth mainland, he had not done anything to it. Had he remained in the fourth region all this time? He wanted to see the scenery at a higher level. However, if everyone thought the same way, they would never be able to defeat the Eternals. Kong Ji was too stubborn and extreme. When the Hellworm arrived, Jiang Qingyue and the others saw that Kong Ji had died and heaved sighs of relief. The battle just now had been spectacular, and even the dragon tortoise did not dare to approach. We finally killed someone of value in the outer realm, the ghost monkey praised. Congratulations, seventh bro, for defeating a sequence law powerhouse head-on. The dragon tortoise scoffed. Didn't you see that Elder Chan also made a move? The ghost monkey bared his teeth. No, your eyes are crooked. Then look now. Elder Chan looks like a sickly ghost. It's obvious that he transformed into Lu Tianyi, the dragon tortoise shouted. Elder Chan was speechless. What did he mean by a sickly ghost? Why was his expression so ugly? You're the sickly ghost. Show me some respect. Elder Chan's expression improved, as the ghost monkey could still speak. That patriarch Lu Tianyi is seventh brother's patriarch. The ghost monkey bared his teeth. Elder Chan's expression turned even uglier, and he had no choice but to say, "Be quiet." Path Master, how is the fourth region? Everyone looked at Lu Yin, curious about the fourth region. Lu Yin briefly explained the situation in the fourth region, and Elder Chan and the rest sighed in relief. Jiang Qingyue was the same. That means that the fourth region is not as strong as the one we fought. Lu Yin nodded. The one we fought was the first region, and its strength was far greater than the fourth. Moreover, He Wuxian is one of the 3 pillars and 6 boundless, and he's known as the 7 sky gods in the first region. He specializes in dealing with the 6-direction society, especially the primordial space. That's why he's not in the fourth region most of the time. Otherwise, I might not have been able to return if I was discovered. Elder Chan said, no matter what, it's still too risky. If the fourth region's master is not He Wuxian or one of the 7 sky gods, then the path master would really be in danger this time. The ghost monkey said, if that guy chased after us, then there might be other Eternals who can catch up. 7th bro, why don't we head back first? Lu Yin glanced at Still Void's corpse. Let's head back first. He brought Elder Chan and the rest back to the Above the Sky sect and told them that he still needed to go to the fourth region. Elder Chan was shocked. You're still going? It's too dangerous. Lu Yin replied, don't worry, it's very safe right now. No one would have thought that I would return to the fourth region so quickly, and they wouldn't believe that Still Void would die so quickly either. With that, Lu Yin took out his astral door and stepped through it, entering the fourth region. He was very interested in the Chosen One battle that Wei Shu had mentioned. Was this a battle against the humans, or was it a battle against the various parallel universes, or something else? Just as Lu Yin had guessed, when he arrived at the fourth region, he saw Progenitor Realm Corpse King standing in midair, waiting for Still Void to return. However, there was nothing out of the ordinary in the fourth region. Since he had used the astral door, since he had returned through the astral door, he had directly appeared in the fifth region, which was why he hadn't attracted much attention. Lu Yin found Wei Shu's tower. The tower should have been destroyed, but it had been repaired in just a short while. The Eternals seemed to have an unusual obsession with towers. Lu Yin easily entered the tower, and no one noticed him. At this moment, Wei Shu was standing by the tower's window and looking into the distance. How ruthless. I don't know who actually dared to barge into the fifth region. There really are people who aren't afraid of death. Fortunately, I was vigilant, or else I would have been the first to die. It's not too late now. A voice traveled to his ear. Wei Shu was displeased. Who's cursing me? He suddenly reacted, and just as he was about to move, a hand pressed down on his head. Do you want to live or die? Wei Shu didn't dare to move, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Lu Yin had seen it. Just how afraid was this fellow to be sweating so quickly? Senior, no, Grandpa, please spare me. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to this level. Please spare me, Grandpa, Wei Shu pleaded softly. Lu Yin was stunned, as this was the first time in his life that someone had called him Grandpa. This fellow was too afraid of death, and he was completely different from Still Void and De Hui. This should be the attitude of the human progenitors of the Eternals. If they were afraid of death, why would they betray the humans? I'm not your grandpa. There's no shameless person like you who would betray your ancestors, Lu Yin said coldly. Wei Shu hurriedly said, yes, Grandpa. I'm not worthy of being your grandson. Then, forefather, please spare me, forefather. Lu Yin raised a brow. Hand over the map. Wei Shu took out a chip from his cosmic ring without hesitation, not even daring to look back. Lu Yin took the chip. It was quite high-tech. That's it. Absolutely. If there's any deceit, I'll die a horrible death. Are you that afraid of death? I'm also afraid of pain. Please spare me, forefather. Lu Yin looked at Wei Shu's back. Let me ask you, what is the chosen one battle? Wei Shu blurted out, the 6 zones of calamity select the most outstanding elites and send them to a place to take a test. If they pass, they can become one of the 3 pillars and 6 C's and receive guidance from a true God and endless resources from the clan. If the 3 pillars and 6 C's are lacking, they can be replaced immediately. There's also a legend that they can obtain a true God's ultimate technique, and they don't have to search for it in the divine power lake. Since ancient times, there have been many chosen one battles, but those who passed can be counted on one hand, and they all went to the first zone of calamity. Lu Yin's first thought was of the undying God and the others. They were not the 3 pillars and 6 C's, but they were also existences second only to the true God. Did that mean that they had passed the chosen one battle and could replace the 3 pillars and 6 C's at any time? However, the undying God did not have any ultimate techniques, nor did the witch spirit God. He Wuxian was also one of the 3 pillars and 6 C's, and he was not a substitute. The 3 pillars and 6 C's were not lacking, which meant that they were not the 3 pillars and 6 C's. Could their positions be comparable to the 3 pillars and 6 C's? Or were they just slightly inferior? Lu Yin did not understand. What are the characteristics of those who pass the chosen one battle? Lu Yin asked. Wei Shu was taken aback. Characteristics. Like a unique title and so on. I've never heard of that. Do you know who passed the test? Wei Shu bitterly replied, Forefather, this lowly one really does not know. There have been many instances where no one has passed the chosen one battle. It's just too difficult. Actually, one of the 3 pillars and 6 C's joined the clan through the chosen one battle. It's said that he's the master of the 3rd zone of calamity, but no one can confirm this. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30:16. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The most outstanding elites of each zone of calamity. These elites did not refer to the younger generation, they were definitely progenitors or even sequence law powerhouses. Otherwise, how could they have passed the test and become the 3 pillars and 6 limitless? This meant that the Eternals were selecting existences that were second only to the 3 pillars and 6 limitless. This could be considered a competition within the Eternals, but the level was too high. Where's the place you mentioned? Lu Yin asked again. Wei Shu hesitated. Lu Yin tightened his grip, and Wei Shu quickly begged, Immemorial City, it's Immemorial City. Immemorial City. Lu Yin was surprised. Wei Shu lowered his voice and said, Actually, we shouldn't know about this secret, but I've interacted with many experts from the other regions of calamity, and we've drawn the map of the Divine Power Lake. It's considered an exchange of information, and we can talk about it. There's a person who joined the race a long time ago who said that the examination venue is the Immemorial City. Immemorial City is the place where the Eternals and humans fight the most fiercely. Only those who can pass the test are considered to have passed the test. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Immemorial City. No wonder the elites of the Chosen of Gods found it so difficult to pass the test. Immemorial City was where the top powerhouses of the human race gathered. Chu Yi, Suwang Tian, and the others were all in Immemorial City. Only those at the level of the 7 sky gods, 3 pillars, and 6 limitless could fight against them. Lu Yin suddenly had an idea to participate in the Chosen of Gods and enter Immemorial City. No, it was too dangerous. Even if the one true God was in seclusion, he might still be paying attention to the chosen of gods. If he discovered Luin, then it would be over. Furthermore, there would definitely be powerhouses at the level of the seven sky gods. Even if they did not discover Luin, Luin might die at the hands of a human powerhouse after entering Immemorial City. Although this idea was crazy and risky, Luin was increasingly tempted. Immemorial City held the secrets of the humans, and a large number of human powerhouses were gathered there. This was especially true for those from the above heaven era, which also held the secrets of the Eternals. He had heard that the Bone Ark was in Immemorial City, and if not for Immemorial City holding it back, it would have already descended upon the Six Direction Society. Immemorial City was the highest stage in the universe. Luin wanted to go to Immemorial City, and he also wanted to use the chosen of gods to understand the other zones of calamity. However, there was a high chance that he would be exposed. What should he do? Luin hesitated. Wei Shu didn't dare to move. He just stood there, sweat dripping from his forehead, drenching the ground. He looked outside the window. The Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings of the Fourth Calamity region stood in the sky, waiting for the silence. Who's participating in the Fourth Zone's chosen battle? Luin asked. Wei Shu was confused. This should be Lord Silent Void. Luin was not surprised, as solitary void strength was more than enough to qualify him to participate in the chosen of deities. Once he received guidance from the sole true God or mastered some sort of ultimate technique, he might even be able to rival the seven sky gods. The strength of the fourth area of calamity was not high. After all, He Wuxian was not here most of the time and did not have the time to take care of it. Under such circumstances, it was still empty. What about the other areas of calamity? There should be similar experts. Luin suddenly felt that it was a pity that he had killed Solitary Void. He should have lured Solitary Void to the Eternal Kingdom and had Solitary Void destroy the Death Chi and rescue Two-Blade Stream and the others. Then, Luin would have been able to leave with Solitary Void and return to the Calamity region as Night Shore. This would have been perfect. Empty Silence did not belong to the first Calamity region and did not know what had happened in the primordial space, so he was not too worried. Unfortunately, this was a good idea. However, Kong Ji was already dead. Other experts of similar caliber could do the job as well. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. Do you have any stargates that lead to other regions of calamity? Wei Shu hurriedly assured him, no, absolutely not. Although there are occasional exchanges between the regions of calamity, stargates are strictly forbidden. This is a great taboo of the Eternals. Luin frowned and tightened his grip. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. I want stargates to other regions of calamity. Wei Shu begged in fear, Ancestor, I really don't have any. I'm so afraid of death, so how could I disobey the orders of the Eternals? If I leave a stargate behind without permission, I'll complete the mission at best, or be thrown into the Divine Power Lake and become a berserk corpse when I come out. You know what berserk corpses are, right? They have no intelligence and only know how to kill. Even the clan cannot control them. Luin continued to threaten him, but Wei Shu only continued to beg. In the end, Luin had him open his cosmic ring and take out everything. There was indeed a stargate inside, but it was only for the fourth area of calamity. There were no other stargates. Other than that, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. How many berserk corpses are there in the fourth area of calamity? Luin asked. Wei Shu had a bitter expression. Senior, why do you always ask me questions that I can't answer? These berserk corpses are all at the bottom of the Divine Power Lake. How could I know? Luin narrowed his eyes. How many berserk corpses have you seen? 3. Where did they go? I don't know. Trash. Yes, I'm trash. Please spare my life, Ancestor. Lu Yin left and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. He already knew what he needed to know, but he was still conflicted. Should he use Yi Bo's identity to enter the Chosen One battle? This decision was much more difficult than entering the Eternals. Back then, the only true God and the 7 sky gods had all been in seclusion, and Lu Yin had not known the truth about the Eternals. He had only wanted to know the truth about the Bone Galleon. However, things were different now. Once he entered the Chosen One battle, there was a high chance that he would come into close contact with the only true God, the 3 pillars, and Lu Hao. However, he would not be satisfied if he did not participate. The 3 pillars and Lu Hao might not be able to see through Yi Bo's disguise, but the only true God definitely could. Furthermore, Jiang Qingyue had been able to determine Lu Yin's identity based on his gaze and the way he attacked. There were many strange creatures in the universe, and if the first area of calamity had a creature like Qing Kong, there might be other areas as well. Lu Yin let out a long breath. This was a terrible choice. The 5th mainland, the Innerverse, the Starfall Sea. Ever since the Eternals had been expelled, the people of the Innerverse had gradually returned to this place. Even though it was still isolated by the horizontal black hole, the Eternals' endless corpse kings had no way to enter because of the lack of stargates. However, it was possible that the Eternals would set up another stargate here, so anyone who returned to the Starfall Sea would have to take a certain amount of risk. In the Kangmang continent, Mount Zhongshan Dojo opened. For safety reasons, Mount Zhongshan Dojo was still located in the Outerverse. However, every time they accepted a new disciple, they would visit the Kangmang continent as a way to commemorate the past. After all, Dao Master Lan had died in battle, and Lan Si had yet to return from Burial Garden. The current leaders of Mount Zhongshan Dojo were Elder Ji and Lan Bao Bao. Elder Ji had become an enlighter after Elder Tai's death. Back then, Elder Tai had died in the battle with the Heavenly Sin Army, and only Lan Bao Bao, Tai San, and a few other disciples were left in Mount Zhongshan Dojo. Fortunately, Elder Ji had become an enlighter and become an elder, which was why Mount Zhongshan Dojo was able to maintain its operations. Down below, the gravity of the 20 continents continued to increase from bottom to top. On this day, hundreds of disciples from Mount Zhongshan Dojo were brought to the Kangmang continent by Elder Ji. Accompanying them were Tai San and some of the previous disciples from the Kangmang continent. Do you see these continents? Every continent has 100 times the gravity, and the higher you go, the greater the gravity. Try your best to land on the continents as a test for your treatment in Mount Zhongshan Dojo. Tai San shouted. He had repeated these words many times, and every time a new disciple joined the dojo, he would follow along. In the beginning, they had been apprehensive, and they would occasionally encounter a few scattered corpse kings. Now, however, they were no longer afraid. Many years had passed, and the above heaven sect had become more powerful. With a progenitor overseeing the Starfall Sea, the Eternals no longer dared to come here. It was rumored that the Eternals had been so intimidated by the Tao Master that they did not even dare to enter the endless battlefield, so how could they still come to the Starfall Sea? The hundreds of disciples were eager to give it a try. Following Tai San's orders, the group charged towards the continents excitedly. They knew that even Tao Master Lu had attempted this test. Tai San came to Elder Ji's side. I've seen this scene too many times. The more excited we were at the beginning, the greater the impact later on. Elder Ji clasped his hands behind his back. If we don't impact them, they'll think that it's so easy to obtain the grand occasion of Mount Zhongshan Dojo. Master Lu has experienced countless life and death situations, and the Starfall Sea and even the entire 5th mainland have been annihilated. These children are too young and have not experienced that. This impact is far from enough. Tai San sighed. Yes, our Tao Master Lan died in battle, and Lan Si went missing. It's not easy for Mount Zhongshan Dojo to hold on. And your father, Elder Tai. Elder G's tone was heavy. Tai San's heart ached, but he quickly adjusted himself. Cultivators were like this, and death was too common. Elder G, am I seeing things? Look. Elder G looked in the direction Tai San was pointing at and saw a person slowly walking towards the 20 continents. It was Lu Yin, and he had come to bury empty G's corpse here. Elder G's eyes widened, and he hurried forward. Greetings, Master Lu. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30:17. In the past, Lu Yin had not been able to see it, but now, he could clearly see it. There was a similar fist imprint in the ground, which represented the 1,000 stacks. It had to be said that Silent Void's obsession with power allowed him to stand at a certain height. The return air palm was not outdated even among progenitor realm experts. It was able to dissipate the force of an attack and return it at the same time. It could catch people off guard, especially when it was used in conjunction with his own sequence laws. I'm here today to bury someone. Although the Starfall Sea is free of Eternals, it's still not safe. You should return as soon as possible. After saying that, he walked towards the 20 continents. He wanted to bury empty silence at the top level. Since this person missed his home, he would let him see it. This person had betrayed the fifth mainland, but during his battle with Lu Yin, the hesitation in his eyes had convinced Lu Yin that this person had never harmed the fifth mainland. This person missed his home, but because he did not want to harm it, he could not return. This could be considered atonement for his selfishness and betrayal of the fifth mainland. The palm technique that he had left behind had been of great help to Lu Yin. No matter what kind of person he was, Lu Yin was indebted to him for teaching him. Step by step, Lu Yin ascended the 20 continents. He walked past the disciples of Mount Zhongshan Dojo, but they couldn't see him at all. They gritted their teeth and continued to climb upwards. Lu Yin was all too familiar with this scene. Back then, he had climbed to the 10th level in front of countless people from Mount Zhongshan Dojo and learned the vacant palm. Back then, the 6th and 5th mainlands had been at war, and the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Lu Yin quickly reached the top floor and looked at the fist imprint in front of him. He took out Still Void's corpse and buried it beneath the fist imprint. He then called for Still Void to take a look around. Take a look if you want. Although this hometown has gone through many twists and turns, it hasn't changed much. He turned around and looked into the distance. If Elder Chan had not ambushed you, would you have struck out with that palm? He stared into the distance in a daze, and after a while, he retracted his platform and stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Master Lu has left. Elder G felt that it was a pity. He really wanted to chat with Lu Yin, but he was not qualified to do so. Tai San clenched his fists. He had clearly been able to catch up to Lan Si back then, but now, he couldn't even see Lan Si's back. Even if Lan Si was here, it would still be the same. The 10 arbiters were at the peak of their generation, but they couldn't withstand the appearance of a freak who was above their generation. Lu Yin had originally planned to leave after burying empty silence and find a way to find the Eternals' disaster realm. At the same time, he would also increase the amount of time he could spend in flashback. However, as soon as he returned to the Above Heaven sect, he received news that the Elysian Heavenly Master had undergone his progenitor origin tribulation. Lu Yin hurriedly went to the Neoverse. In the Neoverse, outside the Eternal Sky Island, Woody Ascension, Heizid Shenwei, and the others were anxiously looking into the distance. Big Sister, Leon's Armada, and many others were there to watch the Heavenly Master's tribulation. Qin Ping, Lu Bujing, and the others were also there. Although the Elysium Heavenly Master's tribulation origin black hole wasn't large, the tribulations it attracted were extraordinary. They were sourcebox arrays. The Elysian Celestial Master was skilled in sourcebox arrays, and the origin tribulation had led to a showdown between sourcebox arrays and the Elysian Celestial Master. Beneath the tribulation origin black hole, the two sourcebox arrays intersected and then disintegrated. Their killing intent erupted and then fused together, leaving many of the onlookers in a daze. Those who weren't origin array heavenly masters couldn't understand what was going on. Xiao Ming's eyes widened as he watched. He was confident that his knowledge of sourcebox arrays wasn't inferior to the Elysian Celestial Masters, and he might even be stronger. However, it was impossible for him to understand all of the sourcebox arrays. Although not many origin array heavenly masters had been born over the course of countless years, every single one of them had created more than 5 sourcebox arrays. Furthermore, there were existences like progenitor Hui, so Xiao Ming's understanding of sourcebox arrays was far from enough. He's about to lose, Xiao Ming muttered. The surrounding lockbreakers watched closely as the Elysian Celestial Master underwent his tribulation. Before the tribulation, they had all received news and hurried over. Regardless of whether they were Celestial Master Xiao Ming or the Elysian Celestial Master, they all had a premonition that they would encounter a sourcebox array during the progenitor's origin tribulation, and their guesses had been correct. Jeffrey, Shangyang, Master Bright Moon, Gue Juanheng, and the rest of the qualified lockbreakers had all arrived. Even Shi Qi and Kai Jinchang had come. It was clear that the Elysian Celestial Master's tribulation hadn't been an impromptu decision, and he had been preparing for it for some time. However, this preparation wasn't enough to face the origin tribulation. The Elysian Celestial Master's sourcebox arrays killing intent constantly, and more people could tell that he couldn't hold on. Master! Heizij Lian shouted. Invincible Ascension and Heizij Shenwei stared fixedly, their eyes bloodshot. Little Black and Xiao Bai had already grown into beautiful women, and they had shed their childishness. At this moment, they held each other's hands as they anxiously watched. Sirius Sex Elder Joshin was also present, and he had a complicated look in his eyes. Senior brother had gone, but was the Elysian Celestial Master going as well? Pfft! The Elysian Celestial Master spat out a mouthful of blood, as he couldn't hold on any longer. Heizij Lian gripped his tyrant blade tightly and was about to rush over, but he was stopped by Heizij Wudi. Don't court death. Senior brother, let me go. I can't watch Master die, Heizij Lian growled as he tried to shake off invincible ascension. Another hand pressed down on his other shoulder. It was Heizij Shenwei. Heizij Shenwei's eyes were bloodshot. If you go, we'll die together. If possible, do you think that we want to watch Master die? Ascension gripped his tyrant blade tightly, and his body trembled. The Elysian Celestial Master spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body swayed. Above his head, the sourcebox array's killing intent descended. In the end, he had failed. He had waited for so long, but he would still fail. If he had known that this would happen, he would have taken a gamble. Spirit Fat Mavis, Elder Gong, and him had all failed. Of the 7 half-ancestors, only Elder Chan had succeeded. Old friend, I'm coming too. The Elysian Celestial Master was powerless to resist, and he allowed the killing intent to descend. In the distance, Big Sis suddenly charged towards the tribulation origin. The Elysian Celestial Master was too important to Heizij Lian, and he was also her family. Even if he failed the tribulation, he could not die. However, someone was faster than her. Big Sis had just stepped out, and the Elysian Celestial Master had clearly been below the tribulation origin black hole, but now, he was gone. Where had he gone? At the same time, the tribulation origin black hole crazily expanded, and a vast heavenly might caused everyone's hearts to sink. Retreat! A shrill cry rang out, and everyone retreated. Big Sis looked in the direction of the tribulation origin black hole. Was it Shao-Chi? The person who had been faster than her was naturally Lu Yin. The Elysian celestial master was a half-ancestor. Even if he failed to break through, there was nothing to say. This was a cultivator's struggle against the heavens. Lu Yin had never thought of interfering, but since Big Sis wanted to, he could not just stand by and watch. It was dangerous, but all he needed was an instant to give the Elysian celestial master a chance to lower his cultivation. It was not like he was forcefully helping the Elysian celestial master become an ancestral master. Elder Gong had died from the tribulation origin precisely because he had not had the time to lower his cultivation, and the Elysian celestial master had almost followed in his footsteps. Senior, lower your cultivation, Lu Yin reminded him. The Elysian celestial master hurriedly did so. The tribulation origin targeting him had disappeared, but Lu Yin had still interfered. He watched as the tribulation origin black hole slowly disappeared, but before it disappeared, it still struck the Elysian celestial master. It was also a sourcebox's killing intent, and even he was afraid of this one. It was far from what the Elysian celestial master had faced. Lu Yin used the principle that when things reach an extreme, they would only reach the opposite end. He looked up, and the tribulation origin black hole finally disappeared. Greetings, Path Master. Greetings, Path Master. Big Sis was the first to rush over. Little 7. Lu Yin supported the Elysian celestial master and shrugged. I'm fine. The surrounding people were shocked. It was common knowledge that one could not interfere with an origin tribulation, but Lu Yin had actually forcefully interfered. Big Sis did not know what to say. Woody Ascension and the others hurriedly thanked him. Heizij Lian finally relaxed. Thank you, Little 7. Lu Yin smiled. Captain, you don't have to be so courteous with me. Ha ha ha. The Elysian celestial master coughed a few times. Although he had not died, his injuries were not light. His cultivation had fallen below that of an emissary, and he could be considered crippled for the rest of his life. Path Master, it's not worth risking your life to save an old man like me. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to redeem myself even if I die 10,000 times. Lu Yin smiled. I only acted because I was confident. I wouldn't take any risks. Little Black and Little Bai came over and cried tears of joy. These two girls were still the same, one black and one white. In the distance, above Shi-Chi's head, Cheap Fish slapped its tail. This brat doesn't know what's good for him. He actually interfered with an ancestral master's origin tribulation. No rules, no rules. Shi-Chi hurriedly pressed down on its tail. Stop slapping it. My head hurts. Girl, are you still not used to it? Lord Fish is training your iron head technique. I don't want it. Ha, you dare talk back. Be careful that Lord Fish doesn't dump you. The crowd gradually dispersed. On Eternal Sky Island, the Elysian Celestial Master thanked Lu Yin once more before going into seclusion to recover. Lu Yin chatted with the group for a while before being called away by Big Sister. She sized Lu Yin up with a probing gaze. Lu Yin felt uncomfortable. Big Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Big Sister circled around Lu Yin. How did you surpass me? Saving the Celestial Master? At that time, no one present could surpass me. Only I could save the Celestial Master because I was the fastest. But in the blink of an eye, you've already taken him away. How did you do it? Lu Yin was proud. Reverse time. Big Sister's eyes shone. Time skipping. You mastered it. Lu Yin shook his head. It's parallel time. Big Sister was confused. Lu Yin told her about his encounter with progenitor Qin in Burial Garden and showed her parallel time. Big sister sighed. This Yashang is a genius. He can even do something like that. Lu Yin also sighed. Progenitor Qin was the most talented powerhouse of the Daosource sect, and there were too few who could compare to him. He had 9 clones, and each one of them could kill a progenitor. He single-handedly beat the 6th mainland into hiding in the Daosource sect. Even among the Eternals, Progenitor Qin left his name behind. Big sister replied, "Of course I know. I don't just have the memories of the Daosource sect's era. However, I still underestimated Progenitor Qin. You should know that parallel time is not as difficult as time skipping. Wu Xing's time skipping was created by him countless years ago, and the reverse time was also created by him. This Xia Shang was able to create an alternative footwork while inheriting his predecessor's battle techniques. His talent is simply terrifying. That's why Progenitor Qin said that he was in Burial Garden to fulfill his promise to the Tomb Keeper and also to create a battle technique that can defeat the one true God," Lu Yin said. He would never believe anyone else, but when Progenitor Qin said it, he somehow felt that it was believable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3018. If Lu Yin had heard Progenitor Qin say this when he was learning about the sequence laws, he definitely would not have believed it. At that time, Progenitor Qin was from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he might not have been a powerhouse of the sequence laws, let alone the only true God who had crossed the bitter calamity. However, as time passed, his understanding of Progenitor Qin was overturned. If Progenitor Ku could kill his way into the Calamity region without dying, why couldn't Progenitor Qin? The 9 mountains and 8 seas of that era was just a title. It represented that they had inherited the mountain and sea battle techniques, but it could also have been inherited from the above heavens era. In reality, their strength was definitely not limited to this title. At the very least, Progenitor Ku and Forefather Tianyi did not have such a title. In that case, Progenitor Qin definitely did not have such a title, as he was publicly recognized as the strongest powerhouse of that era. Even Progenitor Qin himself said that he was good at fighting. The 9 mountains and 8 seas title did not only limit Progenitor Qin's and the others' titles, but it also limited other people's understanding of them. If the above heavens era's 9 mountains and 8 seas encountered Progenitor Qin and the others, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Big Sis used the sequence laws. "Come, little 7, use parallel time again." Lu Yin shook his head. "There's no need. It's not easy to use parallel time in this situation. I've tried it before." Big Sis's lips curled up. "It's good that you know. This kind of footwork is not invincible. Remember, there is no such thing as an absolutely invincible battle technique in the universe." This is what Guizhi said. Although he's a traitor now, he was still one of the top powerhouses of the above heavens era. Lu Yin knew that Big Sis was reminding him. In one's life, it was very comfortable to have a few family members and friends who truly cared about one's well-being. Not long after, the trip to the Outlands began again. This time, Jiang Qingyue and Ghost Monkey did not follow. Ghost Monkey had already gained enough experience, and Jiang Qingyue had benefited greatly from the battle against the Progenitor Realm Mantis as well as the battle against Hui. Ghost Monkey did not need him to follow, and Lu Yin had him stay in the above heavens to accompany Progenitor Wushang's corpse. He wanted to break through to the Progenitor Realm and add more powerhouses to the above heavens. Ghost Monkey was in high spirits, and he firmly believed that he could reach the Progenitor Realm. However, when he was asked to break through, he chickened out. Lu Yin brought along with him Elder Chan and Zhao Ran's trip to the Outlands once again. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Lu Yin did not encounter any more Eternals. He did encounter 2 parallel universes with humans, but neither of them were from a cultivation civilization. On the other hand, the flowing light review time had increased to 600 seconds, which was a full 10 minutes. When the time reached 600 seconds, Luin suddenly thought of something and immediately went into seclusion. He found a planet and started rolling his die. As the die slowly rotated, it stopped at 6 points. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space, and he frowned. This spacetime was not the astral source spacetime, the three sovereign spacetime, or the void god spacetime. He had not cultivated the power of this spacetime, so how had he come to the dark space? Looking up, there were no balls of light, not a single one. What was going on? Since it appeared in the dark space, it meant that there was an existence that could merge with it. However, were there any creatures in this spacetime that cultivated astral sources? Luin controlled his consciousness to head into the distance, and he soon saw the barrier again. Ever since he absorbed the will of the people in the game of 1,000 faces, after using his consciousness, he could see this barrier, but he could not pass through it. This was probably because his consciousness was not strong enough, and this barrier might be a parallel spacetime. Once he could pass through this barrier, he guessed that he would not have to cultivate the power of the current spacetime. He would be able to merge with creatures from countless parallel universes, and that would be interesting. However, he could not do it now. Just as he was about to leave, Luin suddenly felt that something was wrong even further away. Was that a ball of light? A ball of light, go over. His consciousness arrived in an instant, and if Luin had an expression, he would have been shocked. He saw a ball of light with half of it on this side and the other half on the other side of the barrier. What the hell? Without hesitation, Luin rushed over and merged with it. He wanted to see what it was. As for the light, it was very dazzling. The creature that this ball of light represented must be very strong, and such a glaring light meant that it was at least a progenitor. His consciousness crashed into it and merged with it. Luin suddenly opened his eyes, and countless memories flooded in. At the same time, an indescribable feeling appeared. He could see everything around him, including the scenes behind him. How many pairs of eyes were there? Memories continued to pour in, and he was shocked. Nine-headed bird. He had merged with a creature called Nine-headed bird. It was no wonder why he could see so many scenes with his eyes. It turned out that there were 18 pairs of eyes, which was too many. Gradually, Lu Yin's gaze changed, and he focused on a single head. That head's eyes were staring at a gray land with a golden radiance rising from it. It was Celestial Victor. In Nine-headed bird's memories, they were currently surrounding and attacking Celestial Victor. Nine-headed bird, Violet Emperor, and a pure energy body. These were the three extraterrestrial helpers of the Eternals. With the deaths of the hibernation beast and the seven-star mantis, as well as the fact that the reincarnation spacetime had not killed many extraterrestrial powerhouses, the Eternals were now in danger. They did not threaten him verbally like the hibernation beast. Instead, they joined forces and targeted Celestial Victor. At this moment, the Violet Emperor and the pure energy body were attacking Celestial Victor. Nine-headed bird was hidden in the void, ready to attack at any moment to deal a fatal blow to Celestial Victor. Celestial Victor did not know that there were not just two extraterrestrial powerhouses attacking him, but rather three. In the nine-headed bird's eyes, Celestial Master Triumphant and the Violet Emperor were engaged in a fierce battle. The Violet Emperor was the strongest of the three Outlanders, and he was the one who had suggested joining forces to kill Celestial Master Triumphant. He was second only to the Star Toad among the Outlanders of the Eternals. It was the Violet Emperor who had faced Celestial Victor head-on, using the pure energy body to launch a sneak attack. The nine-headed bird's innate gift ensured that it would succeed. Luin hurriedly withdrew from the fusion, and his consciousness returned to his body. He then tore through the void with Elder Chan and the others and headed straight to the reincarnation spacetime. You guys wait here. Lu Yin had no intention of asking them for help. He headed to the endless battlefield while notifying Venerate Lotus. Celestial Victor could not die, as he was the benchmark of the Eternal's frontline. If he died, even if they had killed 2 of the 7 sky gods, it would not be enough to offset the impact. Furthermore, Celestial Victor was a powerhouse that Lu Yin greatly respected, and he could not be killed by these beasts. In the reincarnation spacetime, Venerate Lotus was shocked. Victor is being surrounded. She did not hesitate and hurried to the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was the main battlefield of the zone of disaster. The Violet Emperor had ordered Nine-Headed Bird to launch a sneak attack so as to prevent Celestial Victor from escaping. If Celestial Victor wanted to escape, they would not be able to stop him. Celestial Victor was proud and arrogant, and he had never planned on leaving the endless battlefield alive. Unless he was absolutely certain that he could not win this battle, he would not flee. This was his belief. On the dusky ground, 2 colors, one purple and one gold, constantly clashed. The world rumbled as the void continuously shattered and collapsed, extending into the distance. Terrifying shockwaves from the collision swept through the area. From time to time, a transparent radiance would spread out and envelop the purple and gold, causing the gold radiance to rapidly weaken while the purple radiance gained the upper hand. The golden staff smashed out. Opposite it was a humanoid creature with antennae. It had no facial features, only a single white vertical eye. It was the Purple Emperor. Facing Celestial Victor's staff, the Violet Emperor brazenly met it head-on. The staff smashed into the Violet Emperor, and the Violet Emperor's body fell a few meters. He grabbed the golden staff with both hands. "Victor, you are finished." As he spoke, he grabbed the golden staff and threw it out. On the other end of the staff, Celestial Victor also grabbed it tightly. Golden blood flowed and bloomed. As the blood burned, it turned into a golden radiance. His strength continued to increase, and just as the staff was about to be thrown out, he let go and hit the top of the staff with his palm. The staff turned into a golden stream of light and hit the Violet Emperor again. The Violet Emperor's body was penetrated by the staff, and he fell down. In the distance, the creature that had used the transparent radiance was also humanoid in appearance, but its body flowed with a transparent radiance. It was called a pure energy body. It did not have a name, but even the eternal race called it a pure energy body. It was a strange creature born in the universe, and the transparent radiance was its sequence rule, the absolute energy domain. Once enveloped by the transparent radiance, apart from one's physical strength, all other forms of energy would be suppressed or even countered, becoming a means of attack for this creature. It was because of this move that it was able to suppress Celestial Victor's astral source, causing Celestial Victor's strength to decline. This allowed the Violet Emperor to have the opportunity to fight Celestial Victor. Otherwise, even the Violet Emperor would not have been able to defeat Celestial Victor in a one-on-one battle. The Violet Emperor crashed to the ground, purple blood flowing out of his chest. His white eyes turned, and he stood up and stared into the distance. Celestial Victor landed on the ground, his body swaying. The blood in his body flowed continuously, becoming the source of his strength. His astral source was suppressed by the pure energy body, so he could only use his blood to exchange for strength. If not for the Victor's art, he might not have won. "You two trash can't kill me." Celestial Victor bent his legs and charged forward, unleashing a punch at the Violet Emperor that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The Violet Emperor raised his leg and kicked out. There was a loud bang, and the earth trembled. The sound traveled deep into the zone of disaster. Only the eternal race knew about this battle, but they had no intention of interfering. Celestial Victor relied on the Victor's art. Even though his astral source was suppressed, he fought more valiantly, although he looked miserable. The Violet Emperor was in a miserable state as well. The pure energy body's sequence rule continued, and they had to work together to exhaust Celestial Victor's strength. Celestial Victor believed that if this continued, he would definitely be able to kill these two extraterrestrial powerhouses. The Violet Emperor was also waiting for the nine-headed bird to make a move. Physical clashes were the most primitive form of combat. The pure energy body forced Celestial Victor to fight the Violet Emperor with his physical body. Even so, the Violet Emperor gradually lost ground. His body continued to crack, and Celestial Victor's blood flow increased. His entire body was enveloped in a golden radiance that was extremely resplendent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30:19. The more Purple Emperor fought, the more he retreated. Suddenly, Heavenly Lord Victor waved his hand, and the golden staff flew over. This time, the Purple Emperor didn't use his body to block it. Instead, he rushed forward and punched Heavenly Lord Victor's fingers that were holding the staff, making it difficult for Heavenly Lord Victor to hold on. However, Heavenly Lord Victor's reaction wasn't slow. Although he let go of the staff, he still kicked out, nearly crushing the Purple Emperor's upper body. The Purple Emperor was sent flying by the kick. Heavenly Lord Victor grabbed the golden staff again. It was over. He smashed the staff down. This time, the Purple Emperor couldn't escape. The Purple Emperor raised his head, his white eyes staring at Heavenly Lord Victor. He completely ignored the golden staff and continued to stare at Heavenly Lord Victor. Just as the golden staff was about to hit the Purple Emperor, it stopped. Heavenly Lord Victor's body froze. His expression changed drastically as he stared at the Purple Emperor. "This is... attack!" The Purple Emperor shouted. His body was bleeding all over. The nine-headed bird appeared in the void, its enormous body blotting out the sky. It raised its 9 heads high and let out a shrill cry. 3 of the heads had 6 pairs of eyes that stared at Celestial Battleship. Die, Battleship. Heavenly Lord Victor felt his hair stand on end. The nine-headed bird had the innate ability to curse. Once it targeted someone, it was as if their life was connected to their heads. If their heads were cut off, they would die. This was the nine-headed bird's most terrifying ability. It was also the reason why the Purple Emperor had ordered the nine-headed bird to launch a sneak attack. Only the nine-headed bird could kill Heavenly Lord Victor in a single strike. At the cost of losing 3 heads, it could curse Heavenly Lord Victor to death. Under normal circumstances, the nine-headed bird wouldn't have dared to cause trouble for Heavenly Lord Victor. However, Heavenly Lord Victor was currently under control. This was a rare opportunity. It was confident that it could kill him. Heavenly Lord Victor was stared at by the 3 heads. He felt as if his vision had changed. This was because his life was connected to the heads of the nine-headed bird. "It's over." The nine-headed bird let out an excited cry. After killing Heavenly Lord Victor, its reputation wouldn't be any lower than the star toads. Humans and other creatures all had vanity. The nine-headed bird was no exception. Heavenly Lord Victor clenched his teeth. Heavenly Lord Victor wanted to kill him. Impossible. The blood in his body boiled. Suddenly, a gray shadow flashed past and crashed into the nine-headed bird with a bang, knocking it away. By knocking the nine-headed bird away, he had removed the nine-headed bird's curse, giving him a chance to kill Heavenly Lord Victor. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. 7-star mantis. 7-star mantis. 7-star mantis. The Zi Huang and the others were astonished. "Aren't you dead? Something's not right." The pure energy body opened its mouth for the first time, and its tone was like the ripples on the surface of a lake. "It is pure energy." Zi Huang and the others stared at the 7-star praying mantis. They realized that this 7-star praying mantis was different from what they knew. It was as if it had been carved out of a gray mold. Nine-headed bird was enraged. Seven-star mantis, I don't care what you are. You should die if you try to stop me from cursing victory. As he spoke, one of his heads stared at the seven-star praying mantis while the other three heads continued to stare at Heavenly Venerate Victor. He still hadn't given up and wanted to curse him. Heavenly Venerate Victor sneered. So this is your backup plan, you three pieces of trash. He then raised his staff and smashed it down. Zi Huang hurriedly dodged, but this staff was not aimed at him. Instead, it was aimed at the pure energy body. Only by dealing with the pure energy body would he be able to display his full strength. Otherwise, he would have to fight to the death with Zi Huang. The pure energy body immediately disappeared, and the transparent light spread out once more. This time, it enveloped the seven-star praying mantis, causing him to instantly disappear. In the distance, Lu Yin was shocked. The seven-star praying mantis had actually disappeared. It had been forcefully erased. That pure energy body's absolute energy domain was actually so ruthless. Lu Yin had learned about pure energy bodies through the nine-headed bird's memories, but because he had only fused with them for a short period of time, he hadn't learned much. At the time, he had wanted to control the nine-headed bird to attack Heavenly Venerate Victor, but because he didn't know how long the bird would wait to attack, he had been forced to withdraw from the fusion. Sometimes, a battle could last for days or even years. Even if they wanted to finish this siege quickly, it wouldn't take more than a few years, but a few hours would not be impossible. It had not been easy for him to fuse with the nine-headed bird's body, as the bird was a sequence law powerhouse. This was not a problem of insufficient resources. Back when he had been a hunter, he had also been forced to withdraw from the fusion because he had forcefully fused with an emissary's body. If he had withdrawn before the nine-headed bird attacked, then he could only watch as Heavenly Venerate Victor was ambushed and killed. Even if he had used the nine-headed bird's body to attack Zi Huang and the others, it did not mean that he would have succeeded. Heavenly Venerate Victor's life had been hanging by a thread, and he could not afford to be careless. To be safe, Lu Yin had immediately withdrawn from the fusion to provide support. At this point, there was no need to overthink things. The seven-star praying mantis was erased, and the pure energy body avoided Heavenly Venerate Victor's attack. Zi Huang's white eyes stared at Heavenly Venerate Victor once more. Heavenly Venerate Victor's body suddenly became unable to move. He had actually been controlled even when they were not looking at each other. This was Zi Huang's trump card. Using this opportunity, the nine-headed bird tried to connect once more. Heavenly Venerate Victor clenched his fists, and his golden blood melted to form a storm that connected the heavens and the earth. He swept out with his staff. You underestimate me too much. This staff viciously smashed into Zi Huang and the pure energy body, forcing them to retreat. This was the first time that the pure energy body had been injured in this battle, and it was clearly not light. Zi Huang coughed up blood. This monster was already extremely powerful, but even with the three of them working together, they had still been swept aside. Since the nine-headed bird was high up in the sky, he had not been attacked. Heavenly Venerate Victor's staff swept past him, causing him to fall to one knee. The blood in his body was constantly being drained, and he could not hold on any longer. Using this opportunity, the nine-headed bird tried to connect once more. Lu Yin attacked. He reversed the flow of time and punched out 100 times. Lu Yin did not manage to land this punch, as the appearance of the seven-star praying mantis had alerted the nine-headed bird. They knew that there was an enemy hiding nearby. 3 of the nine-headed bird's heads stared at Heavenly Venerate Victor while the other 6 kept watch in all directions. No matter who attacked, they would be targeted, and they would try to connect. Lu Yin was connected, and he was unable to land the 100 punches. His body suddenly appeared not too far away from the nine-headed bird. The nine-headed bird was shocked. Lu Yin. Zi Huang, the pure energy body, had not expected Lu Yin to appear either. The moment Heavenly Venerate Victor saw the seven-star praying mantis, he knew that no one else besides the Lu family was capable of summoning generals. But how did Lu Yin know that he was being surrounded? "You deserve to die, you bastard bird." Lu Yin waved his hand, causing a general appointment platform to appear. The nine-headed bird shrieked, "The Lu family's general appointment platform. You've chosen the seven-star praying mantis. Alright, if Victor's death isn't enough, then you can die as well." After speaking, a faint connection allowed Lu Yin to see other scenes. Others might not know, but Lu Yin knew that the nine-headed bird's innate gift was called a curse. On the surface, it was an innate gift, but in reality, it was a sequence law. However, this law could become invisible and prevent sequence particles from being seen, which was why others had mistaken it for an innate gift. The nine-headed bird was actually a sequence law powerhouse. It relied on this sequence law innate gift to disguise itself, which made it as feared by the Eternals just like the seven-star praying mantis. The Eternals believed that once such a creature reached the sequence law level, it would become even stronger. This was the nine-headed bird's goal. Actually, it couldn't compare to the seven-star praying mantis at all. The seven-star praying mantis truly did not reach the sequence law level, while the nine-headed bird was a fake. Even if it was fake, strength was still strength. Anyone who was connected by the nine-headed bird's sequence law would be in trouble. Unfortunately, since Lu Yin knew this secret, how could he be connected? The simplest method was to release the starry sky from Lu Yin's heart and use the void world to isolate the sequence law. The nine-headed bird was shocked. Before it could think any further, Lu Yin used reverse step and parallel time to approach. The nine-headed bird knew that things were bad the moment it saw Lu Yin disappear, and it frantically released sequence particles. Its sequence particles could not be seen by ordinary people, and Lu Yin's parallel time was not as useful when it included the sequence law, so it was forced out. The nine-headed bird had been able to survive until now, so its vigilance was no less than the seven-star praying mantis or the awakening stingers. It should be said that such creatures were very vigilant. Lu Yin's appearance disrupted the nine-headed bird's attack on Victor for the second time, and the celestial turned around to attack the Violet Emperor with his staff. At that moment, the venerated lotus finally arrived. "I'll leave that pure energy body to you," Lu Yin shouted. The venerated lotus scanned the battlefield and stared at the pure energy body. His lotus bloomed and he attacked. The three of them each had their own powerful enemies. The pure energy body disgusted Lu Yin, as this thing could directly cripple his commander appointing platform and the divine seal catalog. It might even destroy the starry sky in his heart. In comparison, the nine-headed bird was much easier to deal with, and Lu Yin understood it very well. Once he got close, it would be the end of the nine-headed bird since he could control it. However, this creature was too vigilant, and it immediately shrunk its body and stared at Lu Yin with all nine heads. "You're courting death." Lu Yin sneered. "I'm going to choose another one today." The nine-headed bird's feathers bristled, and formless sequence particles shot towards Lu Yin. It wanted to connect to Lu Yin's arms, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It wanted to connect to everything that this human could connect to. This was one of its methods, and even if it did not directly use the beheading curse, it was still something that ordinary people could not withstand in battle. However, Lu Yin understood it well, and when he saw it staring at him, he knew that things were not good. The nine-headed bird sequence laws were impossible to defend against, and just in case, Lu Yin could only wither his body. No matter where the nine-headed bird wanted to connect to, that place would receive damage back to itself. When it saw Lu Yin wither, the nine-headed bird was shocked, and all 9 pairs of eyes shrank as it shrieked in fear. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Lu Yin was shocked. You know that things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? What's your relationship with that undying person? Withered ancestor. The nine-headed bird turned around to flee. Ever since it had cultivated the sequence laws, it had been successful in almost every endeavor. However, there was only one person who had remained unscathed no matter how it attacked. In fact, that person even liked its attacks. That person's strength was called "things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme." It had met that human in outer space, and it had thought that he would be a delicious meal. Who would have thought that he would be so small that it could not bite him? If not for the fact that that human was already on the verge of death, it would not have been able to escape. That human had said something that was deeply engraved in its heart, something that would forever shadow it: "I want to eat roasted chicken." Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. Originally scheduled to be released on the 30th of August on the public account. Progenitor Chin. However, today's release date was brought forward at 3 p.m. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Public account, author scattered with the wind. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3020. These words scared the nine-headed bird so much that it immediately fled. It had seen the desire and greed in that human's eyes. That human really wanted to eat it, that monster. That human had said that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. It was too terrifying, and someone had actually managed to cultivate it. This was the bird's nemesis. Lu Yin suddenly remembered that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. No matter how terrifying the nine-headed bird's curse was, it would be fine as long as it did not exceed one's own defenses. Could Lu Yin withstand the nine-headed bird's curse? Not necessarily, but the desolate ancestor definitely could. What had happened between the bird and the desolate ancestor? Why was it so frightened? However, it was impossible for the nine-headed bird to escape. It had not been easy to capture three powerful enemies from the outside, and all three of them seemed to have supported the Grand Empyreans when they had attacked the Calamity Zone. If they were all killed, it would be a huge blow to the Eternals. Lu Yin summoned the seven-star mantis and still void, and he used the mantis speed to chase after them. On the other side, the pure energy bodies also wanted to escape. They had clearly been trying to kill Celestial Champion, but now there were three of them. They could not kill them all, so they might as well leave. Venerable Lotus continuously attacked the pure energy bodies, but she was not proficient in physical strength. All she could do was wear them down. The most intense battle was still between Celestial Champion and the Violet Emperor. Celestial Champion wanted to kill the Violet Emperor and did not care about anything else. At this moment, he was not just using his physical strength, he was also using his ancestral world. Behind him, a gigantic Celestial Champion appeared. He wore golden armor and wielded a staff that he viciously swung at the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor looked up, and Celestial Champion paused. Although he tried to break free, the Violet Emperor avoided him. "Champion, if you keep fighting, you'll bleed dry." Celestial Champion laughed maniacally. "I've been waiting for death for a long time. Why should I be afraid of a fight?" The Violet Emperor gritted his teeth. He also wanted to retreat, but Celestial Champion's ancestral world covered a huge area, and fleeing would only make things worse. The nine-headed bird wanted to escape, but it was blocked by the seven-star mantis. The pure energy bodies were still fighting Venerable Lotus, and this battle boded ill for them. At that moment, two more people arrived. They were the Food Saint and the Bow Saint. They had originally been in a parallel spacetime around three hells, and Venerable Lotus had informed the sixth direction. When the Bow Saint arrived, he raised his hand and shot an arrow at the Purple Emperor. The Food Saint revealed his true form from far away. He opened his mouth and roared, causing ripples to appear. The purple emperor swatted away the arrow with one hand and opened his other hand, aiming at the food saint and closing his 5 fingers. These 2 progenitors had yet to reach the sequence rules, so they could not withstand his attack at all. But behind him, the golden staff fell. The purple emperor's scalp went numb, and he hurriedly dodged. However, his body was still struck, and he was sent flying. Celestial Lord Victor seized the opportunity to attack. The purple emperor crawled to his feet with great difficulty. His elbows pressed against the ground as he raised his head. Golden light enveloped everything, bringing with it an intense sense of danger. He let out a breath. He still had to use it. The staff smashed down, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire space was shaking. Food Saint and Bao Saint looked at where Zi Huang had fallen. Was he dead? There was a muffled groan. The 2 of them looked back and saw Celestial Duke Triumphant, as well as Zi Huang, who had his hand in Celestial Duke Triumphant's body. Sky Sovereign. The 2 of them were shocked. Lu Yin looked over. What was going on? The 9th grade Lotus Venerable's face paled. This purple emperor actually had such an ability. The violet emperor's white eyes were filled with malevolence. You forced me to do this, Do Xing. Who doesn't want to keep a trump card? This trump card was meant to be used against the Eternals, but I didn't expect to use it on you. Celestial Duke Triumphant looked at the arm that had pierced through his chest. Golden blood flowed down his arm, staining Zi Huang's body. What did you do just now? Zi Huang's voice was low. You'll have plenty of time to think about it after you die. Go die. Zi Huang pulled his hand out and raised it again. No one saw him move, and no one knew what he had done. When they could see clearly, his arm had pierced through Celestial Duke Triumphant's body once more. Celestial Duke Triumphant spat out a mouthful of blood onto Zi Huang's face. Zi Huang quickly pulled his hand out and attacked again. Celestial Duke Triumphant's body was riddled with holes, but he still smiled. His mouth was filled with golden blood. Fold. Your sequence law is fold. You folded time. Zi Huang's pupils shrank as danger descended. He tried to attack again, but he found that he could not pull his arm back. Trash, your attacks are no different from tickling me. Celestial Duke Triumphant growled and punched out, shattering half of Zi Huang's body. Even the arm that was in his body was shattered. Zi Huang spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed with shock. This monster had clearly been so severely injured, but he was still alive. How was this possible? Even if a Grand Empyrean had been so severely injured, he should still have died. Celestial Duke Triumphant's body swayed, and his vision blurred. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed to be on the verge of death, but he was still alive. He could not die no matter what. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. When he had merged with the 9-headed bird's body, Celestial Duke Triumphant had already been in a desperate fight with Zi Huang. Then, when Lu Yin had arrived at this battlefield, Celestial Duke Triumphant had been in an even more miserable state. He had looked as if he would collapse at any moment, but he had not. He had withstood multiple attacks from Zi Huang that would have killed him, but he was still alive. How much longer could this guy endure? Celestial Duke Triumphant's blood seemed to have never stopped flowing. Even if he was a giant, his blood should have dried up by now. Everyone stared at Celestial Duke Triumphant in shock. He was not a giant, but he was even more so. He stood before everyone's eyes, incomparably tall and dazzling with golden light. This was especially so with Lu Yin's heaven's eye, which allowed him to see the sequence particles that filled the sky. He could sense an unstoppable, terrifying might. Zi Huang gritted his teeth. He could not attack. He did not know how much longer this monster would last, and he did not want to fight to the death. As he thought about this, he hurriedly fled, his body suddenly vanishing as he folded time. Celestial Duke Triumphant was right. Zi Huang's sequence law was folding, and it was precisely because of this law that he could fight Celestial Duke Triumphant to the death with his physical body. Every time he folded his physical body, he would fold it over and over again. Even a piece of paper would become tough after being folded many times, let alone Zi Huang's physical body. Besides folding his physical body, he could also fold time. This was his trump card against the Eternals, and he had actually used it. No matter what, he had to leave first. Zi Huang wanted to leave, but Celestial Duke Triumphant could not stop him. He could not find Zi Huang, and he had relied on his physical body to forcefully grab Zi Huang's arm and severely injure him. However, even if Celestial Duke Triumphant could not find him, others could. Lu Yin flew over as a stream of light, and he clearly saw the direction Zi Huang had fled in after folding time. He punched out and intercepted Zi Huang in the void. Zi Huang was astonished. This human could actually see him. Lu Yin sighed, as he considered himself unlucky. Folding time was essentially the same as skipping time, and the nemesis of time was looking back. Even if Zi Huang folded time, the original time that he had existed in would not disappear. All he had to do was look back. Zi Huang folded time again to escape, but Lu Yin continued to attack. Each punch landed in the direction Zi Huang was fleeing, and Zi Huang was forced to retreat. Stop. After a few more punches, Zi Huang gritted his teeth and ignored everything else. He endured Lu Yin's punches and fled, but this time, Lu Yin was not the only one attacking. Bao Saint and Culinary Saint attacked as well, and they followed Lu Yin's lead. Wherever Lu Yin attacked, they would attack. Zi Huang endured Lu Yin's punch, Bao Saint's arrow, and Culinary Saint's attacks. These attacks would not have been a threat to him in the past, but now he was heavily injured. Half of his body had been destroyed, and his sequence law was constantly folding time. He could not escape from the attacks of 3 progenitors. It was all because of this person. Zi Huang's rage skyrocketed, and he forcefully ignored his heavy injuries to throw a punch at Lu Yin. This punch traversed the void, and just as Lu Yin was about to dodge, the fist wind was already upon him. Folding time not only allowed one to escape, but it could also be used to attack. Celestial Battlemaster had been heavily injured by Zi Huang's attack, and now, Lu Yin was facing the same attack. Lu Yin subconsciously punched out. When things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. With the addition of his limitless inner world strength, there was a thump, and an indescribable sense of power forced Lu Yin back step by step. Every step he took shattered the void, and his withered arm immediately recovered. Lu Yin felt a lingering fear as he looked at his numb arm. Zi Huang was heavily injured and on the verge of death, but he was still able to unleash such destructive power. This was a powerhouse who could fight against Celestial Battlemaster. Even without the 9-headed bird and the pure energy body's interference, Zi Huang would not have been powerless against Celestial Battlemaster. Lu Yin knew that he could rely on various methods to enter the battlefield of sequence laws, and he could even defeat some of the powerhouses of sequence laws. However, there was still a huge gap between him and Zi Huang. At the very least, he could not see Celestial Battlemaster's true strength. He could only enter the battlefield, but he was powerless to determine the outcome. A golden staff suddenly descended from the sky and smashed into Zi Huang. There was a boom, and Zi Huang was smashed into the ground, his fate unknown. On the other side, the 9-headed bird was having a hard time dealing with the 7-star mantis and silent void. These two had been summoned, and no matter how the 9-headed bird attacked, even if their bodies were destroyed, they could still attack. The 9-headed bird had paid the price of losing one of its heads to erase silent void, but it could not connect to the 7-star mantis. The mantis was too fast, and not only could the 9-headed bird not connect to him, but it was also unable to escape. It even used its arm blades to cut off 2 of the 9-headed bird's heads, causing it to shriek miserably. If this continued, the 9-headed bird would definitely be ground to death by the mantis. Left with no other choice, it would rather take the brunt of the mantis' arm blades to escape. It was fleeing in the direction of the depths of the zone of calamity. They no longer hoped to escape to a parallel spacetime, they only hoped to escape to the everlasting realm. Underground, Zi Huang was also fleeing towards the depths of the zone of calamity. Zi Huang's pure energy body also headed towards the depths of the zone of calamity. Lu Yin raised his arm and punched out 100 times, aiming at Zi Huang. Suddenly, his body froze. Zi Huang's white eyes stared at him from underground, causing him to be unable to unleash his 100 punches once more. At the entrance of the zone of calamity, the 7-star mantis arm blade slashed out, cutting off another of the 9-headed bird's heads. Just as it was about to attack again, a white figure appeared and slammed into the 7-star mantis, knocking it back. Tengdu. Lu Yin was not surprised, the everlasting realm had still made a move. The moment Tengdu appeared, the everlasting realm had basically intervened in this war. They had no choice but to intervene. If they allowed Zi Huang and the other 2 to be killed, it would be the same as cutting off their reinforcements. It would also serve as a great deterrent to the powerhouses from the Outlands who were helping the everlasting realm. This was not something the everlasting realm could accept. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3021. The appearance of the Eternals was within Lu Yin's expectations, and he had long since prepared himself. As soon as the Eternals attacked, he would summon all the progenitors and leave one of them alive. However, someone was even faster than him. Golden light illuminated the world and enveloped the land of disaster, dazzling Lu Yin and the rest. Lu Yin subconsciously turned around and saw the giant celestial surpassing Du smashing down with his golden staff. The staff was aimed at Tiango, the 7-star mantis, and the 9-headed bird, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. At the entrance of the land of disaster, divine power surged out in an attempt to block the staff, but it did not succeed. The golden staff crashed to the ground, causing the entire land of disaster to tremble. Celestial surpassing Du had been waiting for this attack for a long time. He had been brooding over the fact that he had failed to kill Tiango several times, and this attack had been brewing for a long time. Everyone looked at the entrance of the land of disaster. Even divine power had been forcefully pushed back by this staff. Would anything still be alive under this staff? Lu Yin did not know if Tiango would die, but he knew that if the 9-headed bird died, it would definitely die. Celestial surpassing Du's staff would have suffocated the 9-headed bird to death even if it had been at its peak, let alone an injured 9-headed bird. As for the 7-star mantis that had been summoned, it was even more impossible to leave it alive. In the distance, Celestial surpassing Du panted heavily. Behind him, a figure that was 100 times larger slowly disappeared. He had used all of his strength in this attack, and he had not only targeted the 9-headed bird and Tiango, but also the Violet Emperor, who was trying to escape to the land of disaster. However, he did not know if he would be able to hit its target, as the Violet Emperor could manipulate time. Rubble flew everywhere as divine power wreaked havoc. Golden light and dark red divine power interweaved as they fought for supremacy. After a while, the dust settled, revealing the 9-headed bird that had been beaten to a pulp. The staff had suffocated it to death, and besides the 9-headed bird, Tiango was also there. Woof! Lu Yin's heart sank. It was useless. In the distance, Celestial surpassing Du gripped his golden staff tightly. It was still useless. That beast! Lotus Sovereign looked on in shock. Celestial surpassing Du had used the last of his strength to strike with his staff, but it still could not kill Tiango. What was this guy made of? Bao Saint and Saint looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yin's heavens! I stared at Tengu. It didn't have any sequence particles, but how had it been able to block a strike from Supremacy Trumpeter? Nine-headed bird was a sequence law powerhouse, yet he had been smashed to death with a single strike. Just what was the structure of this true God Guard captain? He rather regretted the death of the nine-headed bird. If he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to deal with this mixed-haired bird. At that time, he would be able to choose another sequence law powerhouse. However, even if he chose the nine-headed bird, the significance would not be great. The nine-headed bird's most powerful ability was to rely on the formless sequence particles to curse and kill. If it was chosen by him, the sequence law would disappear, and this ability would be useless. Then, if he summoned it, it would be useless other than being beaten up. Thinking about it, it was not a pity. Woof! The heavenly hound barked again, as if it was mocking everyone. Behind them, figures walked out one after another, their bodies surging with godly power. They were Zhong Pan, Wu Ho, and Wang Ho, the three captains of the true God Guards. They stood together with Tiango, facing Lu Yin and the rest. His gaze was especially focused on Celestial Master Doubt Victory. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was at his limit. He felt like he would die if he touched him. This state was not easy to come by, and it was very tempting to them. At this time, Elder Chan also arrived and stared at the entrance of the zone of disaster with vigilance. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle panted heavily and grinned. Come, if you have the ability, then come here. If you kill me and lose this opportunity, you won't have another chance in the future. Zhong Pan clenched his fists while Tiango wagged its tail and stared at Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle, Wu Ho, and Wang Ho. Lu Yin looked at Wang Ho, who was also Wang Xiaoyu. Had she betrayed the fifth mainland? With a whoosh, a figure rushed out from the entrance of the zone of disaster and landed in front of Wu Ho and the rest. Victorious Battle, since you want to die, then die. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle looked at the newcomer and widened his eyes. His gaze was extremely cold and murderous. Shaoyin, Divine Lord Shaoyin. The 9th grade Lotus Sage, Bao Sage, and Food Sage were all shocked. Divine Lord Shaoyin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Divine Lord Shaoyin. Wasn't he thrown into the godly power lake because of a mistake? How did he come out? Moreover, this feeling. Divine Lord Shaoyin's lips curled up, and he was in high spirits and full of arrogance. Long time no see, everyone. Especially you, Tao Lord Lu. Lu Yin met Divine Lord Shaoyin's gaze, his gaze cold. You're still alive. Divine Lord Shaoyin stared at Lu Yin with hatred, murderous intent, and confusion. Back in the rotting God universe, he had clearly been captured by this brat. Not only had he knelt down to apologize, but he had also been about to be killed at any time. Why had he not died in the end? He could not understand this matter. This brat clearly hated him, and it could be said that he had single-handedly caused the Lu family's exile. If that was the case, why had he not killed him? He could have done it. Tao Lord Lu, long time no see. Divine Lord Shaoyin gritted his teeth. No matter why this brat had not killed him, he had to take revenge for being tricked in the reincarnation universe and for being forced to kneel in the rotting God universe. Lu Yin's expression was fearful. Divine Lord Shaoyin was completely different from before. Had he succeeded in fusing the Tao of Yin and Yang? If that was the case, things would be troublesome. In the past, Divine Lord Shaoyin could only be considered an ordinary sequence law powerhouse, comparable to eccentric Mo. After the Grand Empyrean had stripped him of his sequence law power, he had fallen even further. However, he did not just cultivate the power of Yin, he also cultivated the power of Yang, which was even more deeply hidden. The fusion of yin and yang was his Tao. This person had not been able to fuse before being thrown into the divine power lake, so how had he succeeded now? It had only been a little over a decade. What had happened? Shaoyin, you were lucky not to have died back then. You won't be so lucky this time, Lu Yin threatened. The Violet Emperor walked out from underground. It had not been smashed to death by triumphant celestial staff. In another direction, the pure energy body was still being watched by Venerable Lotus, unable to escape. Upon hearing Lu Yin's words, Divine Lord Shaoyin laughed. Who needs luck? This time, you're all going to die. He then raised a finger. At his fingertip, a dark green and a blazing sun intersected. The two types of sequence law particles entangled with each other, combining in a unique way. This gave Lu Yin an indescribable sense of horror. This was the same feeling that Divine Lord Shaoyin had given him when he had first appeared. Now, this feeling continued to grow. Divine Lord Shaoyin looked up and pointed. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he was about to dodge when he realized that the finger was not aimed at him, but rather at Venerable Lotus. Venerable Lotus was still blooming. The lotus and pure energy bodies were consuming each other, and the area was already very small, so it did not attract much attention. She had not expected Divine Lord Shaoyin's attack to target her. She was caught off guard and could only block the attack with the lotus blooming beneath her feet. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to break through Venerable Lotus. Venerable Lotus was one of the three sovereigns of the reincarnation space-time. In terms of strength, she was second only to Triumphant Celestial, and she was even stronger than Divine Lord Shaoyin. Her disciples were spread throughout the six-direction society, and she relied on Venerable Lotus. Heavenly Might. A ray of light shot out from Divine Lord Shaoyin's fingertip, sweeping past Lu Yin and the others as it shot towards Venerable Lotus. It collided with Venerable Lotus, and a cracking sound rang out. Venerable Lotus's expression changed. How was this possible? Boom! Her lotus shattered, and the ray of light that intertwined with the color of dark green and blazing yang struck Venerable Lotus. It pierced through her shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood as it pierced through the void. Venerable Lotus's body was sent flying by this force, and she almost fell to the ground. She used this opportunity to escape towards the entrance of the Calamity Zone. The ray of light slowly dissipated. No one had expected Divine Lord Shaoyin to be able to injure Venerable Lotus in one move. Lu Yin had expected that the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's current strength would not be weak, but he had not expected the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign to be so ruthless. That ray of light had been formed by the fusion of the power of extreme yin and extreme yang. With one strike, it had broken through the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign and injured the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign. Only Triumphant Celestial could fight against him. After injuring Venerable Lotus, Divine Lord Shaoyin's lips curled up. This is my true strength. In the Six Paths Society, I am one of the 3 sovereigns, and in the Eternals, I am one of the 7 sky gods. From today onwards, I will slaughter the entire Six Paths Society. Especially you, Tao Lord Lu. I will have everyone from the above heaven sect die in front of you one by one. Let's see if any of you can stop me. He then pointed at Lu Yin, the target of his attack this time. The ray of light swept over, and Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb. If he had known that Divine Lord Shaoyin would have such strength, he would not have let him leave in consideration of the bigger picture. He did not know what the Grand Empyrean had left behind for Divine Lord Shaoyin or what it could bring to the one true God. He only knew that he was unlucky. Step backward, parallel to time, escape. The ray of light swept past, and the terrifying particles caused reverse time to lose its effect. Lu Yin had not escaped far when Divine Lord Shaoyin waved his hand, and the ray of light swept out, covering a large area as it chased after Lu Yin. Not only Lu Yin, but Bao Saint, culinary saint, and the others were also covered by this ray of light, and they quickly fled. With their strength, they would definitely die if they were touched by this ray. Elder Chan transformed into the ancestral chi of the three sons, and Lu Tianyi walked out and pointed. Lu Tianyi's finger broke Divine Lord Shaoyin's ray of light, but Elder Chan spat out a mouthful of blood. Divine Lord Shaoyin attacked again, and the power of extreme yin and extreme yang fused together to form a power that was not complicated at all. However, it was extremely destructive, and it gave off a feeling of returning to simplicity. Elder Chan had been able to block it once, but he could not block it a second time. The ray of light appeared again, and just as Lu Yin was about to dodge, a golden staff came crashing down from above his head, blocking his right side. This was precisely where the ray of light had swept over. Divine Lord Shaoyin's ray of light swept over the staff, wanting to destroy it. Celestial Champion Star dragged his heavily injured body and gripped the golden staff as he stared at Divine Lord Shaoyin. The staff was covered in sequence particles, and this was a competition between Celestial Champion Star and Divine Lord Shaoyin's sequence laws. Celestial Champion Star was definitely not weaker than Divine Lord Shaoyin, but Celestial Champion Star could not hold on. His injuries were too severe, and it was already very difficult for him to remain standing. Golden blood continuously flowed and evaporated, forming the victorious battle technique that furiously resisted Divine Lord Shaoyin's attacks. Lu Yin took out his slipper and slapped it against the ray of light, breaking it apart. Divine Lord Shaoyin sneered. "Let's see how many times you can last." He then attacked again, pointing out with a finger as another ray of light shot towards Lu Yin and Celestial Champion Star. "Get out of the way." Celestial Champion Star grabbed Lu Yin and tried to push him away. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3022. Lu Yin hurriedly took out Bai Rong's corpse to block the attack, but suddenly, a tortoise shell appeared in front of him. He stared at it in shock. This was a tortoise shell. His first thought was that it was a dragon tortoise, but a dragon tortoise could not block the attack. That would be suicide. The beam of light hit the tortoise shell, but the shell blocked it. Then, an incomparably familiar power descended, covering the sky and spreading across the entire zone. This was the power of a void god. A figure walked out in front of Lu Yin. "You've been in seclusion for so long. Leave the rest to me." Lu Yin's eyes widened. A void god. Battlemaster Celestial's body swayed as all his strength left his body. He had been holding on for so long, and now, an expert had finally appeared. The void god was the master of spacetime, and he was qualified to join forces with a Grand Empyrean to fight the sole true god and the seven sky gods. He was an absolute expert. Even though Battlemaster Celestial had said that the void god, wood god, and the others did not know the truth about the Eternals, that did not stop them from being powerful. The void god's appearance made everyone relax, as the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had given them too much pressure. On the other side, the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign lowered his hand and said solemnly, "Void shell." The void god had his hands behind his back and a tortoise shell in front of him. It seemed out of place, but it felt as steady as Mount Tai. "Shaoyin, I didn't expect you to reach such heights. You've hidden yourself well." The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign arrogantly replied, "So what if you're here? You want to protect them? Save yourself first." He then shot out a beam of light at the void god. The void god's eyes widened. What a powerful sequence law. This person had merged two laws, and his strength might not be below that of the seven sky gods. This battle would not be easy. Boundless void god's power frantically spread out, lifting the tortoise shell and slamming it against the beam of light. There was a boom as the beam of light and the tortoise shell collided, creating ripples that tore through spacetime and caused the zone of disaster to tremble. Only then did Lu Yin see how terrifying the Void God's power was. Void God's power had been born from him, and at this moment, he gave Lu Yin the feeling of an ocean watering a river. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's own strength was not as terrifying as the Void God's, but his sequence law constantly suppressed the tortoise shell, preventing it from advancing. The Void God's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This was the entrance to the zone of disaster. The Eternals could send out more elites at any time. He had to get rid of Divine Sovereign Shaoyin as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not have another chance in the future. At the thought of this, his eyes widened. He raised his hand, and faux God energy flowed in reverse. It was as if he wanted to fill up the entire land of tragedy and replace everything. At that moment, divine power whizzed out from the entrance of the zone of disaster, pushing away the empty God's power. Faux God's gaze was gloomy, gritting his teeth as he tore space apart, connecting the faux God's spacetime to the land of calamity, drawing in all the faux God's energy. At the same time, inside the faux God's spacetime, Su Wuwei, Su Wuji, Su Heng, Su Leng, and the other ancestor realm experts moved simultaneously, pushing the faux God's energy in their bodies towards the land of calamity, joining hands with the faux God. The Void God raised his hand and pressed down. Shaoyin Divine Lord could not understand. No matter how much virtual God power there was, it was impossible to suppress him. The virtual God spacetime had a natural advantage by using virtual God power to fight against external forces. However, in a battle of this level, it did not matter how much virtual God power there was. Su Jia, you've grown old. Shaoyin Divine Lord took a step forward. Dark green light and blazing sunlight intertwined around him as he shot towards the sky, piercing through the faux God's energy that covered the sky. A hole was opened, and the faux God's energy continued to spread outwards. Lu Yin was shocked. Shaoyin Divine Lord's sequence laws were definitely not below the Undying God and Wuling God. No wonder he was so confident that he could fight against the Void Master, and even threatened to slaughter the Six Directions sect. He was the new Divine Realm expert. The faux God frowned, "Old, I'll kill you all the same." As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual God power that filled heaven and earth suddenly shrunk and moved toward Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin could not react to the sudden change. Not only was there virtual God power around him, but there were also virtual God sequence rules. They combined with the virtual God power to form a strange shape. Lu Yin was puzzled, a thermometer. Everyone looked on in surprise. The faux God had formed something like a thermometer around Shaoyin Divine Lord, and Lu Yin could clearly see that the thermometer was covered with faux God sequence particles. In fact, in terms of sequence laws, the faux God was not as powerful as Shaoyin Divine Lord. Shaoyin Divine Lord had fused the laws of extreme yin and extreme yang, which allowed him to fight against the victorious celestial. Although the faux God was slightly weaker, the faux God's attack was not something that Shaoyin Divine Lord could have done. It could be said that the faux God had perfectly combined sequence laws and faux God's energy to form this thermometer. However, what was the use of this thermometer? Lu Yin heard the victorious celestial's voice, "If no one intervenes, Shaoyin will definitely die." Lu Yin raised a brow and stared into the distance. In the Six Directions sect, the masters of various parallel spacetime rarely made a move. When they did, their enemies would always be the seven sky gods. It was the same for the faux God, as his opponents had always been the seven sky gods. However, due to the balance of power, the two sides had never fought to the death. As a result, Shaoyin Divine Lord did not understand the faux God's power at all. Even Lotus Sovereign did not understand it. Only the victorious Celestial had seen it. The victorious celestial had joined hands with the masters of various parallel spacetime to fight the only true God and the 7 sky gods. The victorious celestial had seen that battle. He had also seen the foe god's true life-bound foe god, which was this thermometer. Its full name was Life's Body Thermometer. In that battle, the foe god had used Life's thermometer to injure an ancient god, which had shocked the victorious celestial. At present, Shaoyin Divine Lord definitely did not have the strength of an ancient god, so he could not escape by himself. Zhong Pan and the other true God Guard captains had not made a move all this time. It was as if their role was just to provide foe god power. Shaoyin Divine Lord was covered by Life's thermometer, but he did not care at all. He attacked with sequence laws and tried to forcefully break it, but he realized that he could not do so. The foe god's energy was too great, and there were also sequence laws involved. Everyone looked at the thermometer in surprise. There were 5 scales on Life's thermometer, which corresponded to 40 degrees, 41 degrees, 42 degrees, 43 degrees, 44 degrees, and 45 degrees. Such a small number was meaningless to cultivators. The foe god's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand, and the corresponding scale on the thermometer reached 40 degrees. Shaoyin Divine Lord's body trembled, and he clutched his head. He felt nauseous and extremely uncomfortable. How could this be? What was this feeling? Why was it so painful? Lu Yin was puzzled. What's this? In front of him, the foe god said calmly, for an ordinary person, 40 degrees is a very high temperature. Lu Yin was puzzled. Sick. The foe god did not answer, which was equivalent to a tacit agreement. Life's thermometer turned Shaoyin Divine Lord into an ordinary person, who had to endure the torture of high temperatures. For an ordinary person, 40 degrees was a high fever that could make one unconscious, extremely uncomfortable, and even faint. The next moment, the scale rose again. Shaoyin Divine Lord knelt on one knee and opened his mouth to vomit, but he could not spit out anything. His vision was blurry. He attacked with all his might, and his sequence particles constantly fought against the foe god's sequence particles on the thermometer. However, the foe god's energy in the thermometer was too great. Even if he was given time, he would not be able to destroy it in a short period of time. Several true God Guard captains in the middle hurriedly attacked, trying to break the thermometer from the outside. The tortoiseshell whistled and swept towards the true God Guard captains. Woof! Tiango was pushed away by the tortoiseshell. Wu Ho and Wang Ho attacked, but they were pushed away as well. Wu Ho used the red eyes transformation and punched the tortoiseshell with a terrifying force. The tortoiseshell flashed, and the force turned into a strong wind that swept in all directions. Lu Yin looked up. Was that a flow diversion diagram? No, it was similar, but it was not a flow diversion diagram. It was more like a spatial teleportation, and there was a sourcebox array on the tortoiseshell. At that moment, everyone looked at the thermometer and saw that the scale had reached 43 degrees. A normal person would be burned to death at such high temperatures, and even if they did not die, they would easily become retarded. Shaoyin Divine Lord howled in anguish as he clutched his head and slammed it repeatedly. His body trembled as he endured unimaginable pain. He had experienced the torture of a normal person under such high temperatures, and this torture was unbearable. Celestial Victor sighed. Even an ancient god would be injured, let alone Shaoyin. In the distance, Venerable Lotus gritted her teeth and wanted the foe god to stop. Shaoyin Divine Lord was related to the Grand Empyrean's plan, and they could not let it go to waste. Lu Yin also thought of this, and he looked at Venerable Lotus, who happened to be looking at him as well. The two looked at each other, knowing what the other was thinking. But how could they stop it? If they stopped it, it would be too obvious, as it would make it clear that the Six Direction Society did not want to kill Shaoyin Divine Lord. Lu Yin did not want to stop it either, as Shaoyin Divine Lord was already a threat to the Six Direction Society. Regardless of what Shaoyin Divine Lord would do to the only true God, what Lu Yin was worried about was the destruction that Shaoyin Divine Lord would bring to the above heaven sect. Perhaps it would be better for Shaoyin Divine Lord to die. Ancestor! Shaoyin Divine Lord shouted with all his might. A white light appeared from afar, crossing through the void and slashing at the foe god. A tortoise shell appeared in front of the foe god, and with a bang, the foe god's body trembled as he took a step back. This was something that not even Shaoyin Divine Lord could do. Look at the sky! Bao Sage shouted. Everyone looked up, and at some point, a white mountain and a white river had appeared in the sky. It was like a reflection of the world that pressed down on everyone's heads. Lu Yin's expression changed. Bai Wuxian, Celestial Victor, Venerable Lotus, and the others all looked solemn. Was Bai Wuxian about to make a move? Of the 7 sky gods, the most mysterious was Bai Wuxian. It was rumored that she held the list of traitors to humanity and had not made a move. However, she had caused more damage to humanity than any of the 7 sky gods, and she had even surpassed Qin Kong. If the Six-Way Society was given a choice, they would rather kill one Bai Wuxian than 3 of the 7 sky gods. This was the price that Bai Wuxian had to pay. Although Bai Wuxian had not made a move, that did not mean that she was weak. On the contrary, the more mysterious the 7 sky gods were, the more fearful they were. Seeing Bai Wuxian's appearance and the sword slash from the zone of Yi, the foe god knew that it was impossible to kill Shaoyin Divine Lord. Forcefully making a move would only lead to a huge battle between the two sides. The ancestor walked out of the zone of Yi, raised his hand, and slashed again. The thermometer disappeared, and Shaoyin Divine Lord was freed. He gasped for breath and knelt on the ground on one knee. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his eyes were unfocused. The foe god lamented, "I was just one step away. You can't make a move. Hurry up." Celestial Victor could not hold back. The foe god was speechless. "I still have to do it step by step. Do you think it's that easy to raise the temperature?" "Thank you. Book friend 592953332. Brother, I'll give you a reward." "Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3023. Speaking of which, this woman is really strong. Is she Bai Wuxian? Lu Yin replied, "Her name is Ancestor Shi, not Bai Wuxian." The Void God was apprehensive. The Eternals really do have a deep foundation. Just one of them is so powerful. Lu Yin was also apprehensive, as he did not know who the ancestor of the past was. Even though Yi Realm had been attacked several times, the ancestor of the past had not done much. However, Lu Yin clearly remembered that the Star Toad had taken the initiative to greet her, and she had addressed the Grand Empyrean as Tai Hong. This was not a simple matter. To be acquainted with the Star Toad and the Grand Empyrean, this woman's bottom line was unfathomable. At the entrance of the zone of disaster, the Purple Emperor heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the ancestor of the past walk out. Now that she had appeared, the Eternals would not let them die. Ancestor, she walked towards God Sovereign Shao Yin slowly as if he didn't notice that this was a battlefield. Reverend God Shao Yin looked at the ground, his sweat drenching the ground as he panted heavily. "How is it?" Ancestor Shi's voice sounded, extremely gentle. Reverend God Shao Yin clenched his fists and stood up. He looked at the Void God from afar, his eyes filled with fear. "I didn't expect the Void God to have such a trump card." Ancestor Shi glanced at the other side. "Don't underestimate anyone. Those who can become the Lord of Parallel Spacetime of the Six Directions Association aren't simple at all, including that Tao Lord Lu. Reverend God Shaoyin stared deeply at the empty god, then looked at the ancestor of the past and bowed slowly. Thank you for saving me, ancestor of the past. Under the divine power lake, he had used the divine power to fuse the two sequence rules of extreme yin and extreme yang, forcibly leaving the divine power lake. This had shocked the entire calamity zone. At that moment, he had hated the ancestor of the past for punishing him. It was also because of the arrogance that came from the transformation of his strength that he did not put the ancestor of the past in his eyes. The ancestor of the past did not make a fuss about it. The eternal race did indeed need experts to keep watch. She had tacitly agreed that the Shaoyin divinity had left the divine power lake and that he would be the new 7 sky gods. However, the battle just now had destroyed Shaoyin divine master's arrogance. He had also seen the strength of his ancestor. At the very least, he was not confident that he could defeat a virtual god. Above them was Bai Wuxian, in front of them was the former ancestor, as well as Sovereign Shaoyin and the captain of the true god guards. It was impossible for Lu Yin and the others to deal with the Violet Emperor and the pure energy body in this battle. Seeing Reverend Shaoyin's respectful attitude, Ancestor Shi no longer looked at him and turned his gaze to the other side. Su Jia, have you recovered? Thanks to you, no one disturbed me. Do you know me? The ancestor of the ancient era had never left the disaster zone. Even the virtual gods did not know her, but she knew the virtual gods. Ancestor Shi's gaze was calm. Void God Spacetime Master, of course I know. But I don't know you, said the Void God. Lu Yin's eyes moved. He only knew that this woman was called Ancestor Shi, but he didn't know her exact origins. The ancestor of the past didn't reply. He looked at Heavenly Venerable Doshing and said, "You were injured quite badly in this battle." Heavenly Lord Victor panted heavily. Those 3 pieces of trash wanted to surround and kill me. If you hadn't come, I would have left them without a complete corpse. The Purple Emperor raised his eyebrows. If it weren't for the reinforcements, you would already be dead. Ancestor Shi said calmly, he is right. If we didn't come, all of you would have died without a complete corpse. The Purple Emperor was astonished. He didn't understand what the ancestor meant. Lu Yin and the others were equally confused, including the virtual god. Celestial Lord Victorious Battle had clearly appeared to be on the verge of death, so how did he still have the strength to kill the Purple Emperor and the pure energy body? Among the 3 masters of reincarnation, time and space, Master Victorious Celestial was the absolute strongest. He had the title of Celestial Master, but no matter how strong he was, there was a limit. The Purple Emperor and the other 2 masters from outside the domain should be able to deal with him through a sneak attack. Could it be that he still had some tricks up his sleeve? Heavenly Venerate Victor looked deeply at the ancestor of the past. This woman was not simple. Ancestor Shi's gaze finally landed on Lu Yin. His eyes were filled with amazement and shock. Tao Master Lu, it's been a long time. Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi. Who are you? Ancestor Shi replied, Manager of the Calamity Zone. A mere manager was able to change the situation of this battle. To be able to manage the Calamity Zone on behalf of the one true God, it's not an exaggeration to say that he has the strength to change the situation. On the other hand, Tao Master Lu, you are not even a progenitor, let alone comprehending the sequence laws. Yet, you have the ability to change the situation. This ability is admirable. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Ancestor Shi's words had struck a chord in their hearts. Ordinary progenitors did not even have the qualifications to approach this battlefield. Even Bao's saints and gastronomic saints would tremble in fear upon entering this battlefield. Lu Yin, who was a half-progenitor, had attracted a lot of attention, but it was precisely this half-progenitor who had suppressed a sequence law's powerhouse and made it difficult for the Violet Emperor to escape. He had even forced the Eternals to appear. The purple emperor and the pure energy body also stared at Luin. This human was terrifying. If a half-ancestor was already like this, what would happen if he reached the progenitor realm and comprehended the sequence laws? They didn't dare to imagine. Awakening stings and the 7-star mantis had died at his hands. The 9-headed bird's death was also related to him. This human was a huge threat. Zhong Pan stared at Luin. If not for the tortoise in White Cloud City, he would have been able to kill this human. Wu Ho and Wang Ho stared at Luin. Luin had shocked the Eternals too much. Woof! Tiango stared at Luin as well. It sniffed and tilted its head with a strange gaze. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Since you admire me, do you have any thoughts of eliminating me for the Eternals? Ancestors Shi and Lu Yin exchanged glances. Of course. The moment this was said, the atmosphere on the battlefield turned somber once more. In fact, when the foe god retreated and the ancestor of the ancient era spoke to everyone, they all knew that this battle had ended and no one could do anything to the other. But at this moment, regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or the ancient era's ancestor, their voices were filled with sharpness. Don't you want to try? Maybe you can succeed. Lu Yin smiled faintly, provoking Ancestor Shi. Ancestor Shi did not mind. It's impossible, but that day won't be long. I'm very curious. What do you think after seeing the truth about the Eternals? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Kill them all. Ancestor Shi was stunned and then laughed. Divine Shaoyin's gaze turned cold. Shameless boasting. Lu Yin glared at him. Including you. Divine Shaoyin was furious. If not for the fact that Lu Yin had more people on his side, he would have attacked already. Woof! Tiango barked. Lu Yin looked at Tiango and frowned. What's wrong with this dog's eyes? It couldn't have recognized him, right? Wait, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that this dog had peed on his leg. Could it be the smell? Thinking of this, his heart sank. Tiango looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. Its nose twitched as if trying to discern something. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was troublesome. He could not be recognized. Yi Bo's identity was very useful. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly took something out from his cosmic ring. Shaoyin, in our eyes, you're as disgusting as this thing. As soon as he spoke, the void god and celestial champion backed away and stared at the item in Lu Yin's hand in disbelief. What could be so smelly? Everyone stared at it in a daze. It smelled so bad. Across from them, Ancestor Shi frowned. The stench was unbearable, and she hurriedly waved her hand to disperse it. However, she found that she could not do so. What was that? Divine Shaoyin smelled it as well, and he stared at the item in Lu Yin's hand. Woof! Tiango's reaction was the most intense, and it immediately vomited. Lu Yin took out the item from his cosmic ring that he had obtained from lockbreaking. It looked like a fruit, but it emitted an unbearable stench. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded, Lu Yin had used this item to disgust many people. Now, he had taken it out again to confuse Tiango's sense of smell. If this dog wanted to smell it, then he would let it smell its fill. An intense stench filled the entire disaster zone. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin's group or the Eternals, everyone retreated in shock. Where did this stench come from? This was a stench that even cultivators could not block out, but it was only effective against cultivators below the emissary realm. At most, it could only disgust emissaries. Lu Yin had only used it to disgust cultivators who had suppressed their cultivation to the emissary realm. He had also used it on Ziyi and Spaceless, as they could not block out the stench with their secret techniques. However, those cultivators were too weak, and he had not expected it to be able to disgust progenitors. But at this moment, he realized that he had been wrong. He was surrounded by progenitors, but they could not block out the stench. How could this be? Luin himself was stunned. Even progenitors could not block it. Cough, cough. Celestial champion coughed violently. Luin blinked. The void god could not help but say, "Put it away. Be careful not to be disgusted to death by your enemies before they kill you." Luin was speechless. You can't block it. Nonsense. Use the sequence laws. We can't block it. Lu Yin's expression changed. This was not right. The sequence laws could not block out this stench. How was this possible? It was not just the void god. In the distance, Venerate Lotus, Progenitor Shi, Sovereign Shaoyin, and the Violet Emperor were all enduring the stench. They could not block it out. Everyone stared at the stench. Where had this thing come from? Even the sequence laws could not block out its smell. Luin himself was also enduring it. To be honest, he could not hold on any longer. He could understand why Bukong, Zi, and the others had gone crazy, but there was no other way. He had to rely on this thing to disgust the heavenly hound. A creature like this had a very sensitive sense of smell. Woof! The heavenly hound ran back to the zone of E with its tail between its legs, vomiting as it ran. Progenitor Shi's expression was solemn. No matter what kind of enemy it faced, the heavenly hound was the type that could not be killed. It had never run away with its tail between its legs before. This was the first time something like this had happened. Celestial Victor's eyes widened. That damn dog had actually run away. When he had killed his way into the zone of E, he had not been able to kill this damn dog no matter what he did. It had finally met its nemesis. This was an unexpected gain. He suddenly felt that this stench was very familiar. Why aren't you putting it away? The void god urged. When Luin saw that the heavenly hound had run away, he hurriedly put away the stench. He could not take it anymore. Once the stench disappeared, everyone finally calmed down. The void god sighed. Kid, what was that thing? Even the sequence laws could not block out the stench. That's heaven-defying. Luin pursed his lips. I got it from lockbreaking. The void god sighed. So that's how it is. Anything that can become a sourcebox is not simple in the universe. If it weren't for the fact that most sourceboxes have nothing after lockbreaking, sourcebox arrays would not be able to develop. If you have the time, lend me that thing. Luin agreed. He was actually very curious about what that thing was. If even the sequence laws could not block out the stench, what would happen if he used his Dai's enhance to upgrade it? This was a heavy weapon. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30-24. After this interlude, they were no longer interested in talking. The ancestor of the past scanned the crowd. Everyone, we'll meet again if we have the chance. He then turned and walked back to the zone. Bai Shan and Bai Shui disappeared, and so did Bai Wuxian. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin glanced at Luin coldly. This bastard had actually compared him to that disgusting thing. He had to pay the price. He watched as the Eternals returned to the zone, and peace returned to the battlefield. The void god exhaled. All right, it's over. Heavenly Lord Doubter coughed again. The void god looked at him. Go back to the reincarnation spacetime. Heavenly Lord Doubter put away his golden staff. Understood. Although he was willing to die here, he did not want to die with his injured body. Otherwise, even a true God Guard captain could threaten him. At the very least, he could threaten the Eternals after he recovered. Lotus Venerable was also injured by divine sovereign Shaoyin, and his face was pale. Elder Chan was also injured because he had transformed into Lu Tianyi. The war had come to an end. However, Lu Yin did not think so. Senior Void God, can you stop the Star Toad? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Void God was just about to return when he heard Lu Yin's question. He was stunned. Why do you ask? Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. Let's kill our way into the zone. Void God was stunned. Heavenly Lord Doubter's eyes widened, and he grinned. In the distance, Lotus Venerable heard this and was shocked. Master Lu, are we going to kill our way into the zone now? Bao Saint and Gastronomy Saint looked at each other. Lu Yin looked at the entrance of the zone. Awakening Sting, 7-star Mantis, and 9-headed Bird are all dead. The Violet Emperor is heavily injured, and his pure energy form has been exposed. How many reinforcements can the Eternals ask for? Star Toad. Star Devourer. How many experts do we have? If we don't take this opportunity to kill our way into the zone, when will we? You've fought the Eternals too many times. The war just stopped as a tacit agreement. You should be familiar with it. Then, let me break this rule. Lotus Venerable Shaoyin immediately refused. No, Doubter and I are both injured. How can we kill our way into the zone? Void God muttered, this is indeed a chance, but... Lu Yin smiled, it's different from how you guys usually fight, right? The virtual god nodded. The rhythm of war. That was indeed the case. I'm not used to stopping when it's time to fight. My style is to take people by surprise. We've lost 3 powerful extraterrestrial reinforcements and severely injured one. The 7 heavenly gods are hiding and refusing to come out. On our side, we've severely injured Heavenly Lord Victor and the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. They all think that we've stopped fighting. If we don't act now, when will we? After he finished speaking, Lu Yin raised his head with a stern gaze. Pass down my orders. I, as the master of the primordial space, am conscripting troops to attack the Calamity Zone. Those who refuse to accept the conscription will be treated as traitors to the human race and will be killed without mercy. Master Lu. The 9th grade venerated Lotus wanted to say something. Celestial Battlemaster laughed loudly. Alright, Tao Lord Lu. I, Battlemaster, will obey your orders. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, you should rest. You won't be able to participate in this battle. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle felt helpless. He really couldn't fight with this heavily injured body of his. He would easily become a burden. Conscription, Lu Tianyi, Nether Ancestor, Lu Yun, Ling Qing, Chenlo, Qing Ping. Conscription, Bao Saint, Food Saint, First Meeting, by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan. Conscription, Wood Carving, Wood Peach, Gone. Conscription, Void 5 Flavors, Void Heng, Void Leng. Conscription, Dan Jing, Dan Yen, Dan Pu. When Senior Void God is on the same level as me, we will attack the Calamity Zone and suppress evil. We will fight on behalf of the human race. At the same time, we will ask the 5 astral tribes for help. Everyone, I hope that we can destroy the Calamity Zone in this battle. The everlasting race had 6 Calamity Zones. If they didn't destroy one, how could they lure out the experts from the other Calamity Zones? What 3 pillars and 6 boundless races? What absolute elites participating in the chosen of gods? As long as these powerhouses didn't appear, they wouldn't be able to see the everlasting race's bottom line. No matter how many powerhouses the everlasting race had, since they hadn't attacked the 6 Direction Society in full force, it meant that they had their own concerns. Lu Yin walked around the Calamity Zone and saw the divine kingdom that Di Qiong wanted to deal with. He also saw the civilizations that were entangled with the fourth calamity zone. Regardless of whether they won or lost, the everlasting race had their own opponents in the other calamity zones. The everlasting race and the human race had reached a balance, and the everlasting race's 6 calamity zones also maintained a balance. Then, he would break this balance. Only by breaking the balance could he see some things clearly. Lu Yin was afraid of the everlasting race's full strength, but the day of war with the entire everlasting race would eventually come. He would rather have the initiative in his own hands. The Lightning Lord had killed his way into the calamity zone, and so had the great heavenly venerables. Now, it was his turn. Within the calamity zone, the ancestor of the past and the others had returned and dispersed. The Shaoyin divinity and the ancestor of the past stood alone beside the divine power lake. The ancestor of the past stared blankly at the divine power lake. "Thank you for saving us, ancestor of the past." The Shaoyin divinity bowed solemnly. The ancestor of the past was indifferent. "What do you think of Lu Yin?" The Shaoyin divinity's eyes were cold. "This brat is despicable and shameless. He is extremely shrewd, but his methods are ruthless and his talent is peerless. If we don't get rid of him now, he will be a great threat to our race." The ancestor of the past looked into the distance. "But he has already become a force to be reckoned with." The Shaoyin divinity said, "I will find a chance to get rid of him. This brat cares about too many people. The primordial space is his arm, but it is also his weakness." The ancestor of the past looked at the Shaoyin divinity. "If you were given a chance to fight him alone, would you be confident?" The Shaoyin divinity sneered. "Definitely." The ancestor of the past looked deeply at the Shaoyin divinity. "Go." The Shaoyin divinity still wanted to say something, but the ancestor of the past had no intention of talking to him. Thus, he could only leave. After the Shaoyin divinity left, a voice sounded out. "He is too arrogant." In terms of strength, Lu Yin cannot compare to him. But in terms of the result, he will definitely die. The ancestor of the past said, "I know. This Lu Yin has the domineering aura of the Lightning Lord, the arrogance of a grand heavenly venerate, the mindset of a primogenitor, and unparalleled talent. Among all the living beings I have seen, he has the most potential and is the most difficult to deal with. It is a pity that we couldn't get rid of him when he was weak. No matter how powerful he is just a chess piece of a true god. Humans will never be able to break out of the cage." That voice sounded out. The ancestor of the past frowned. "It is not a cage. Your thinking is too narrow. Maybe." The voice sounded further and further away. The ancestor of the past muttered, "Be careful. Keep an eye on this Lu Yin. I have a feeling that he will not give up so easily." 3 days later, the originally dark land of the calamity zone shone with a golden radiance that transformed into a crescent that swept across the depths of the calamity zone. The ancestor of the past suddenly looked back, and his expression changed. "Celestial Doshing strength. Eternals, this battle is not over yet." Celestial Doshing's maniacal laughter rang out from outside the calamity zone. He held a golden staff in his hand as figures flitted past beside him, heading towards the calamity zone and killing their way into the calamity zone. Lu Yin walked out. "Senior, are you satisfied?" Celestial Doshing coughed. "I am. Thank you." This battle had started because of him, and now, killing his way into the calamity zone had opened the door for him. The battles that followed had nothing to do with him, as he had been severely injured. However, this was enough. Lu Yin smiled as he stepped forward and charged into the calamity zone. In the calamity zone, divine sovereign Shaoyin walked out of his tower. He was currently at the Seven God Sky Tower, which meant that he had been recognized as the new Seven God Sky. Celestial Doshing strength swept towards the calamity zone, and divine sovereign Shaoyin was shocked. What was going on? Marquises, kings, and midlands all walked out together. Within a tower, Muji opened his eyes. What was going on? Had another ruthless person come? In the past, very few powerhouses had dared to charge into the calamity zone. Why had they appeared so frequently recently? Who was it? More than 20 progenitors had charged into the calamity zone, causing the ground to shatter. Ancestor Shi wielded his sword and slashed out. Wherever his sword passed, all of the cultivators who had charged into the calamity zone were swept away. Lu Tianyi was the first to step out, and he tapped the sword with a finger. With a bang, the sword shattered. Ancestor Shi looked at the many cultivators who had charged into the calamity zone, and his gaze landed on Lu Yin. Path Master Lu, I've underestimated you. Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi. Then let's reconsider. Behind Ancestor Shi, a lake of divine power surged and swept towards Lu Yin and the others. The Void God raised a hand and attacked with Void God's power. The other cultivators also used their own strength. In the calamity zone, they had been rejected, and their strength had greatly decreased. However, there were too many of them. How many capable experts were there in the first calamity zone? In the distance, the Violet Emperor wanted to leave, but Divine Sovereign Shaoyin stared at him. This battle started because of you. It's not good to leave now. The Violet Emperor's white eyes stared at Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. There are too many human experts. The Eternals are not bad either. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin stopped the Violet Emperor. The starry sky around the entire domain of calamity started to distort as the domain of calamity array was activated. When the Violet Emperor saw this, he could not leave even if he wanted to. The Eternals had accepted human traitors, and now that they were at a disadvantage, the traitors' first reaction was to flee. The Calamity Zone array was to prevent such a situation. Under the lake of divine power, corpses were dragged out one by one. There had been 5 of them, but only 5 remained. Beams of light connected the sky and the earth. The Eternals were looking for reinforcements. Lu Tianyi went to find Ancestor Shi, Mu Feng targeted Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, and Lu Yin dealt with the corpses. An unprecedentedly intense battle had unfolded in the Calamity Zone. Even when White Cloud City had invaded the Calamity Zone, the battle had not been this intense. The leaders of the 5 spirit tribes had all arrived, and there were a total of 5 sequence law powerhouses. Even the lake of divine power in the Calamity Zone could not suppress them. The Violet Emperor could distort time and was targeted by Big Sis. Big Sis had once lost her power in the river of time and was very sensitive to time. Carnivorous Saint, on the other hand, had his eyes on the pure energy body. In terms of strength, he was far from being a match for the pure energy body, but he was the pure energy body's nemesis. His physical strength was extremely powerful, and with Bao Saint's assistance, he might be able to deal with the pure energy body. Star Devourer appeared in the beam of light that connected the sky and the earth. In the face of such a battle, he opened all 4 of his eyes, and a terrifying power shook the void. Fire Lord and Wood Lord of the 5 spirit tribes joined forces to face him. Lu Yin had never felt that he could crush the Eternals so easily, and this was even in the Calamity Zone. Towers shattered one after another. There were still 3 progenitors who had betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. Many of the original progenitors had died in White Cloud City's invasion, and the remaining 3 felt as if the world was collapsing. They had thought that the Calamity Zone was safe, but now they were faced with despair. Thunder rumbled as a thunderclap struck a progenitor to death. The other 2 progenitors hurriedly fled. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30-25. Tiango appeared and charged at Lei Tian. Lei Tian gave up on pursuing the two progenitors and focused on Tiango instead. Tiango did not dare to approach Luyin, the stench had left a shadow in its heart. Corpses flew everywhere, destroying everything in their path. The Eternals could not control them, but Luyin still had to deal with them to prevent them from running to the Six Direction Society. Ancestor, she fought against Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi's sword swept out, and the law of destruction struck fear into Ancestor Shi's heart. The land of Calamity Zone shattered, and corpse kings descended from the stars in the sky, charging at the Six Direction Society cultivators with no regard for their own lives. Mu Carving raised his blade and slashed upwards, splitting the void and separating the sky from the land of Calamity Zone. Chenlu fired arrow after arrow at the progenitor corpse kings. Currently, there were no less than 40 progenitor realm corpse kings, and their opponents were Bao Saint, Culinary Saint, Gon, Su Heng, and the others. In this battle, Luyin wanted to make the first zone of disaster completely lose the ability to wage war. Something happened in the light beam that connected heaven and earth. First, a lotus leaf appeared. Then, a round golden belly appeared. The star toad appeared. Oh, a rare battle. We'll have to discuss the price. Eternals, double it. The star toad took advantage of the situation. Lu Yin's expression sank. Senior Void Master, I'll leave it to you. The Void Master was unprecedentedly solemn. The star toad was a powerhouse that had transcended bitter adversity. In theory, it was on the same level as a Grand Empyrean and the only true god, but in truth, the Void Master had not reached that level yet. Remember, if I can't hold on, find someone to support me. I might not be a match for this star toad. I know, Lu Yin replied. The star toad had appeared several times, but it had never made a move before. Each time it appeared, it would resolve the Eternals' crisis. The star toad was the powerhouse that Lu Yin wanted to eliminate the most, and now, he could finally see it in action. Great. Looks like you still have a lot in stock. You can give it to me in the future. Humans seem to be getting more powerful, ha ha ha. The star toad laughed and pressed a claw against its straw hat. Boundless void god power whizzed past it as it raised its lotus leaf. Go. With a whoosh, a gale blew the void god power away. The star toad's claw swiped at the turtle shell in front of it, sending it flying with a bang. The virtual god power surrounded the star toad in an attempt to form a thermometer. The star toad roared, Su Jia, don't play this game. Shao Chen raised his leg and kicked, forcibly creating a gap in the closing faux god energy. The Void Master took a deep breath. In the sky, the faux god energy formed a tide and attacked the star toad. The star toad struck again and again, but it did not manage to form the life form's thermometer. Even with the help of the star toad, the Eternals were unable to turn the tide. The 5 berserk corpses were all dealt with by Lu Yin, and the progenitor corpse kings were killed one by one. The 3 human traitors were all dead, and Wu Ho coughed up blood. Mu Ji was forced out, but he did not dare to reveal himself. The Eternals were completely suppressed. A mid-plate appeared behind Lu Yin, and his pupils continuously changed until they reached the ghostly eye transformation. His physical body was strengthened to its limits, and he punched out at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around. Good timing. He stepped backwards, paralleling time, and avoided the punch in the middle plate. He raised his hand, and the infinite inner world fused together. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. He visualized the immovable heavenly king elephant, and imprisoned 100 punches. Bang! There was a loud bang as the middle plate was sent flying. His punch was extremely powerful and could resist Lu Yin's imprisonment, but he could not hit Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not give him a chance to fight back. The middle plate smashed into the river of divine power, shattering the ground. Lu Yin took a step forward, stepping backwards and paralleling time. Everything was still. Suddenly, danger appeared. "Junior brother, be careful." Lu Yin narrowly avoided his original position, but his paralleling time had been broken. A ray of light swept past. It was the Shaoyin divinity. The Shaoyin divinity had attacked Lu Yin from afar. Lu Yin looked over and was met with the Shaoyin divinity's cold gaze. Lu Yin had almost been hit. Mu Feng's expression sank. He had been careless and had not been able to stop the Shaoyin divinity from attacking Lu Yin. He had underestimated the Shaoyin divinity, and this person's strength had actually increased dramatically. "Senior brother, the Shaoyin divinity has fused the laws of the extreme yin and extreme yang, and his strength is close to that of the 7 sky gods," Lu Yin reminded him. Mu Feng took a deep breath. "Leave it to me." In front of Lu Yin, the middle plate charged out of the ground and attacked Lu Yin again. Although he had taken a punch from Lu Yin, he had not been injured. His physical strength was terrifying. Back in the mid-game, he had been able to suppress Lu Yin with his physical strength alone. Now, Lu Yin was confident that he wouldn't lose to him in terms of physical strength. In this battlefield, there was no need to waste time competing in physical strength. Facing the middle plate's attack, Lu Yin easily dodged it and used the 100 confinement again. If 1 punch was not enough, he would use 2. If 2 were not enough, he would use 20. No matter how strong his physical strength was, there was a limit. Bang! 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 The sound of the collision shook the void. The middle plate's chest had been punched 5 times by Lu Yin, and it finally cracked open. There were even fist imprints on his back. However, he was a corpse king, and he did not fear death or pain. He attacked again. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and while being careful of the other enemies, he prepared to give the middle plate one last punch. This punch was enough to crush him. The middle plate leapt towards Lu Yin, and suddenly, divine power surged out of his body and enveloped him. Lu Yin had forgotten that the captain of the true God Guard had cultivated divine power. With the support of divine power, it would not be so easy to kill the middle plate. Lu Yin could only take out the slippers and finish him off as soon as possible. The surface of the middle plate's body surged with divine power, and he had no intention of holding back. At first glance, he looked no different from a berserk corpse. The pupils of the ghostly eye transformation suddenly disappeared, and he transformed into the final stage of the Corpse King transformation, the eyeless transformation. With a crack, the surrounding void cracked open, unable to withstand the pressure of the middle plate. Just a breath was enough to suppress the void. He raised his hand, leaving afterimages in the void as he pressed down layer by layer. Lu Yin's expression changed. At this moment, if he was hit by a punch from the middle plate, it would not be a joke. The middle plate exhaled, and his breath was like a dragon, causing the void to collapse. He rushed out and crashed through the spatial crack, punching at Lu Yin. The attack was simple, but Lu Yin felt that this punch could not be avoided. This punch was not just aimed at Lu Yin, but at the entire direction he was coming from. The middle plate wanted to destroy everything in front of him. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or the other powerhouses of the sequence laws, they could not ignore the middle plate's punch. Every time Lu Yin avoided the middle plate, he would not be too far away, and this distance was also within range of the middle plate's punch. The middle plate's punch was extremely terrifying. However, he was still a corpse king, and he had not expected that Lu Yin would be able to avoid his attack in parallel time. Lu Yin could also do other things in parallel time. There was a thump as the middle plate's punch shocked everyone in one direction. Lu Yin had already arrived beside the middle plate, and the slippers slammed into the middle plate's arm. Not only did Lu Yin stop the punch before it could finish, but his arm was also broken. Because the middle plate's punch had been stopped, he could not control his body's strength and was sent crashing forward. The slippers slammed into the middle plate's back, knocking him to the ground. The slippers had been upgraded many times, and the last upgrade had cost him 6 trillion star essence, which was about the same as the Book of Destinies. Although this did not mean that the slippers had reached the Book of Destinies level, Luin felt that they were not too far off. In other words, the Book of Destiny represented destiny, and the upgraded slippers had the power of destiny. That was the power of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, which was not something that the middle plate could withstand. Although his godly power had supported him, it was still not his own strength. If he had faced the only true God, Luin would not have used the slippers at all, as that would have been suicide. The ground shattered, and the middle plate lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move. His body had been split apart by the slippers, and he could not even stand up. He was completely crippled. Luin sighed. "We've fought several times. At first, I was suppressed by you the entire time, but now, even though I've used external items, you are still not my match in terms of your own strength. It's over." He then waved his hand and struck the middle plate's head, obliterating him. Luin had dealt with another true God guard captain. Even with the Eternal's foundation, they had not been able to replenish the number of true God guard captains after the heavy ghosts had been captured. Now, there were even fewer of them. He looked up and saw that the Void Master had blocked the Star Toad. He wanted to kill the toad with the life thermometer, but he could not. The battle between Forefather Tianyi and Ancestor Shi, Senior Brother Woodcut and Sovereign Shaoyin, and the Fire Lords and Wood Lords had joined forces to deal with the Star Eater. The situation in the entire zone of tragedy was tilting in the humans' favor. It would not be long before the zone of tragedy was broken. Luin looked at the Black Mother Tree. Could the only true God sit still? The progenitor corpse kings continued to die, and the first zone of tragedy would suffer great losses in this battle. Luin suddenly looked in a certain direction, where the towers of the true God guard captains had been. Those towers had been destroyed, but one captain had not appeared. It was Muji. The Eternals had activated the Zone of Tragedy's array, and one could only enter and not leave. Muji should be here as well. Luin scanned the distance with his heaven's eye and found him. Luin looked in the direction of the tower's ruins. Muji felt a wave of panic, as if something was staring at him. He looked through the tower and met Lu Yin's gaze, and his expression changed. Not good. Luin took a step forward and was about to chase after Muji. This person had actually escaped from Senior Brother Woodcut, and his innate gift was strange. He had to be killed. Suddenly, the air in the entire battlefield became heavy, and everyone felt their hearts sink. Was the sky collapsing? Many people looked up and saw a figure walk out of the void and appear in the sky above the zone of tragedy. The newcomer stood quietly in the sky, and the atmosphere on the battlefield changed. Everyone who met his gaze felt their hearts tremble uncontrollably. "An ancient god," someone exclaimed. Guiji. The person who had appeared was the leader of the 7 sky gods, the ancient god, and the former Tao Lord of the above heaven's third mainland, Guiji. He was one of the true 6 Daos of the 3 realms. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Guiji had actually come. Even though Luin wanted to lure out the 7 sky gods and kill them as much as possible, he did not want it to be Guiji. Guiji was on the same level as Forefather Lu Yuan, and regardless of whether he had been injured before, his appearance was not something that could be taken down in this battle. "Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. I drink tea at night to clear my mind and write. I'm tired during the day, but I'm happy at the same time. Thank you for your support, thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3026. The ancestor retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Tianyi. Do you still want to continue this battle? Lu Tianyi's expression turned solemn. Gu Yizhi was the undisputed top powerhouse of the above heaven era. Lu Tianyi had not expected this person to suddenly appear. This battle was going to be difficult. In the sky above Tragedy Zone, the ancient god looked down at the entire battlefield and then looked up into the distance. The Startoad's huge body trembled continuously, and then it suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin's expression changed. Be careful. Before he could finish, 3 heads flew up. They were Gan, Chenlo, and Dan Pu, who were closest to the ancient god. 3 ancestor realm powerhouses were killed before they could even see who did it. Blood splattered everywhere, and the 3 pairs of eyes were still vigilant even in death. They were on guard against the sudden appearance of the ancient god, but they had not expected to die the next moment. White snow covered the ground as the ice matriarch attacked, trying to freeze the ancient god with the ice sequence law. The ancient god raised a hand, and a blackish-purple substance spread out. He pushed the snow away with a single palm, and under Lu Yin's shocked gaze, the ice sequence law shattered. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched the ice matriarch from afar. There was a bang, and the ice sequence law's body was sent flying. Even the ice sequence law could not protect her. The difference was too great. They were not even on the same level. The ancient god had attacked twice, killing 3 progenitors and injuring the ice matriarch. Whether they were ordinary progenitors or sequence law powerhouses, it made no difference to him. The ground distorted as the earth spirit patriarch attacked. Sequence law spread out from below, trying to drag the ancient god underground. At the same time, Lei Tian took the opportunity to attack as well. He ignored Tingo's attack and bombarded the ancient god with lightning. 2 sequence laws, one from below and the other from above, submerged the ancient god. The ancient god looked up, and his entire body was covered in a blackish-purple substance. He allowed the 2 sequence laws to submerge him. His legs bent, and the 2 sequence laws shattered. This scene stunned Lei Tian and the ice matriarch. How could their sequence laws be broken so easily? The ancient god ignored Lei Tian and the ice matriarch and suddenly charged in a certain direction. There, another figure was rushing over. It was Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi, who was originally supposed to fight the ancient ancestor, had no choice but to give up and face the ancient god. If the ancient god was allowed to dominate the battlefield, how many times could these people kill him? And Ancestor Shi's opponent changed to Big Sister, while Su Wuwei found Purple Emperor. The ancient god and Lu Tianyi had determined that they were each other's opponents even though they were far apart. On the battlefield, there were too few who could truly be the ancient god's opponent, and the only one who could spare time was Lu Tianyi. The 2 figures were not fast, but they were getting closer and closer. The ancient god raised his hand and punched out. He had created battle force at the Mastery Realm and had nurtured the giant bloodline. He was the first person in human history who truly wanted to become invincible. He was perhaps the strongest existence among the Eternals in terms of physical strength. Lu Tianyi pointed out one by one. The rule of destruction combined with the path of Tianyi had once seriously injured the undying deity. At this moment, they were fighting against the ancient deity. As the 2 of them collided, there was no sound, but it also seemed that the sound was so loud that it covered everyone's hearing. With the 2 people as the center, terrifying aftershocks swept out in all directions. Even Ancestor Realm experts could not withstand it and were sent flying out. From high up in the sky, one could see that the land of disaster had spread out in all directions. The earth, the river of divine power, and the sky were all pushed aside, forming a void that devoured everything in its path. Lu Yin continuously retreated and waved his hand to push aside the rubble. Using his celestial eye, there was nothing in that space except an invisible void. Even ancestor realm experts would find it difficult to safely travel through it. How was the forefather? Forefather Tianyi was fighting against the ancient god like he was fighting against forefather Lu Yuan. The ancient god and forefather Lu Yuan were on the same level. Although the ancient god had been to the fifth mainland before, he had been rejected by the fifth mainland. Forefather Tianyi had relied on his own strength to block the seven sky gods. Now, the situation was reversed. Forefather Tianyi's strength was limited, and he was facing an ancient god. This made Lu Yin nervous. There was a whoosh as a gale swept past. Everyone looked over, and even the star toad, who was fighting Void Master, looked down. Golden light broke through the darkness and turned into beams of light that pierced through the sky. The divine seal catalog had appeared. Lu Yin relaxed. As long as the divine seal catalog appeared, Forefather Tianyi would be fine. Suddenly, a transparent barrier swept over him, and the divine seal catalog disappeared. Lu Yin was furious. Another pure energy body. He scanned his surroundings with his heaven's eye, trying to find a pure energy body. On the other side, Lu Tianyi's divine seal catalog had been erased by the absolute energy domain. His body had suffered a heavy blow from the ancient god, and he had been sent flying. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as the ancient god leaped out and appeared above Lu Tianyi, pressing down with a single palm. Lu Tianyi hurriedly dodged. With the Tao of Tianyi, even if he was at a disadvantage, he could still counterattack. However, he had still underestimated the ancient god. No matter where Lu Tianyi fled, the ancient god followed him like a shadow. Not only was the ancient god fast, but it also seemed like the ancient god had predicted his movements. Chasing time. Lu Tianyi was stunned. The ancient god had created two types of power. One was the realm of battle force, which used a human's physical body to become invincible. The other was the realm of void, which was a domain that chased after time. Lu Yin had always received information that the ancient god had yet to reach this realm, which meant that he could not use his domain to chase after time. This was why he had been proud for a while that he could chase after time with his spatial domain. However, the ancient god had long since reached the realm of void. Using one's domain to chase after time was the same as using space to chase after time. Lu Yin's domain was flowing light, while the ancient god's domain was invisible. His invisible power could chase after time, and even Lu Tianyi could not escape. The ancient god pressed down with a single palm, and a blackish-purple substance formed a large seal beneath his palm that pressed down on Lu Tianyi. Hell-suppressing arena. Lu Tianyi was pressed into the ground by the seal, but he raised his hands up high to support the seal. The seal formed by the realm of void battle force was known as the hell-suppressing arena. Even Lu Tianyi would find it difficult to push it away, and even the laws of destruction could not shake it. This isn't the fifth mainland, or else you might have been able to break through the hell-suppressing arena. Lu Tianyi, you are one of the most talented people I've ever met. The ancient god then looked into the distance and took a step forward. When he reappeared, he had already passed by Chu Jian. Chu Jian's opponents were 3 progenitor corpse kings, and he had already killed one. Chu Jian was just about to kill the second when the ancient god passed by, and his body paused and slowly collapsed. The ancient god's gaze did not waver as he stared into the distance where Big Sis and Shizu were. On the other side, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he reversed his steps and chased after the ancient god. The ancient god was fast and could use his realm of void domain to chase after time. Lu Yin was not slow either as he reversed time, and at this moment, only the ancient god was moving in his line of sight. The ancient god suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Yin in surprise. You've improved very quickly. Lu Yin stared at the ancient god, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The ancient god then turned around and pressed down on Lu Yin. For a moment, a terrifying pressure filled the area. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he could not breathe. The air was heavy, and he felt as if his organs were being burned. His surroundings were like iron walls, and he could not move. All he could see was that hand and that palm. The ancient god pressed down. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Move! 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 He did not know what the ancient god was doing, but he could not move. As the palm approached, a small knife suddenly flew out from his heart and slashed at the ancient god. This was something that wood carving had given him before the battle, saying that it was just in case. Lu Yin had thought that he would not have to use it since he had reversed time, but he had not expected to actually use it. The 81 knives slashed at the ancient god's palm, but they were all crushed. There was a huge gap between wood carving and the ancient god, and there was no way to make up for it. It was even difficult to force the ancient god to withdraw his palm. However, it was enough. The 81 knives had bought Lu Yin enough time to release the starry sky in his heart and isolate spacetime. The ancient god's palm stepped in, and he was astonished. Had it been cut apart by the void domain? Still, it was not enough. The ancient god's palm was still aimed at Lu Yin. The moment the starry sky appeared in his heart, Lu Yin could move again, and he stepped backwards. Many things had happened in Lu Yin's eyes, but to others, it had only been an instant. When Lu Yin stopped, his surroundings returned to normal. The ancient god's attack had failed, and he attacked again. At this time, Chu Jian, who had been lying on the ground, slowly crawled up and looked at the ancient god chasing after Lu Yin. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He then used the victorious battle technique and raised his hand to summon the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix. The Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix charged at the ancient god. The ancient god ignored it and allowed the phoenix to strike him, but it did not even leave a scratch. Chu Jian felt bitter, the difference between them was too great. The pressure Lu Yin was facing exceeded everyone's expectations. The ancient god was serious about attacking him, and even if he had escaped once, it would not be easy to escape a second time. Guiji! With a roar, the gigantic Nether King appeared. He raised his hand, and a gigantic red spider lily appeared in the sky. The red spider lily bloomed, and transcended to the other side. The ancient god turned around. Netherworld, I originally wanted to kill you, but this brat interfered. Now that I want to kill him and you want to stop me, I'll let you die together. Guiji, I should have killed you back then. Big Sis' eyes were bloodshot. The ancient god had violated her taboo by trying to kill Lu Yin. The ancient god coldly replied, you don't have a chance. That spider lily is long gone. He then raised his other hand and pointed at Big Sis. At the same time, the ancestor's sword descended and slashed at her. Lu Yin was shocked. Big Sis. Big Sis's netherworld ancestral world was cut in half by the ancestor's sword, and she herself had suffered an unknown attack from Guiji. The ancestor raised his sword and slashed down again, wanting to kill Big Sis. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his heart thumped wildly. A bloody color slowly filled his eyes, and he could not hear anything. All he could see was Big Sis on the verge of death. An incomparably crazy and uncontrollable killing intent spread throughout his body. At this time, a white fog appeared on the ground and wrapped around the ancestor while dragging Big Sis out. The ancestor's sword missed and he frowned as he looked in a direction, where the fog ancestor was standing. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. I won't go out this weekend, I'll stay at home and write. I can't take it anymore. Thank you. Thank you brothers for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3027. The Mist Ancestor's sudden appearance had saved Big Sis' life, and it had also suppressed Lu Yin's killing intent. Xiao Wei. The ancestor was surprised. The Mist Ancestor stared at him blankly. Master. On the other side, Lu Yin's crisis had yet to be resolved, and Big Sis was already heavily injured. The ancestor was more than enough to deal with her. The ancient god looked at Lu Yin again. Your Lu family has indeed produced talents. Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, Lu Feng, Lu Qi, and now you. Unfortunately, your Lu family is destined to disappear in the river of time. Lu Yin stared at the ancient god. The Grim Reaper is called Chuhiai, and Wu Tian is called Wu De. What is your name? This question stunned the ancient god. Chuhiai, Wu De. These familiar names immediately pulled him back to an ancient era where they could play with each other and naively beat Tai Hong. His gaze became complicated. Behind him, Lu Tianyi had broken through the purgatory arena and was pointing at the ancient god. The ancient god stood still as the purplish-black substance spread across his body, forming a black beam that connected heaven and earth. His hair grew crazily and fell to the ground. His forehead and face were covered by the purplish-black substance, and an even darker purplish-black substance formed an inexplicable pattern on his back. Lu Yin was familiar with this scene. His Grim Reaper transformation had a similar effect, and the ancient god's strength had also undergone a transformation. He had not used his full strength just now, and he had not even used his sequence laws. Lu Tianyi's finger struck the ancient god's back, and with a crack, the purplish-black substance on the ancient god's back cracked, but it did not hurt him. The ancient god turned his head and looked at Lu Tianyi. I did not expect you to break through the purgatory arena. It seems that I underestimated you. You can still display such strength even when you are rejected by the Calamity Realm. You are not far from us. Lu Tianyi retreated and stared at the ancient god, as expected of an existence on the same level as the ancestor. Guizhi, no one here can beat you. The ancient god turned around and faced Lu Tianyi. If Lu Yuan does not come out today, your Lu family bloodline will end here. Lu Tianyi raised his head and the god's sealing catalogue appeared. The above heaven era was glorious, and the 3 realms and 6 Daos were unrivaled. However, geniuses were also born in later eras cannot bury talents. You cannot suppress an era. As soon as he finished speaking, silhouettes walked out from the god's sealing catalogue. Ancestor Chen, Ancestor Ku, and Lu Tianyi formed 3 silhouettes. In the distance, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan, who were fighting fiercely with the Ancestor Realm Corpse King, exchanged glances. They hadn't even shown their strength yet. Was Lu Tianyi looking down on them? The 3 figures surrounded the ancient god in the middle. Lu Yin took a deep breath. No one could underestimate the 9 mountains and 8 seas of the Daosaur sex era. Perhaps Bai Wang Yuan and the others had not reached such heights, but progenitor Qin and progenitor Ku possessed unimaginable strength, and the ancient gods should be aware of this. The war between the Eternals and the 5th mainland had never stopped. Little 7, do your thing. Lu Tianyi reminded. Lu Yin nodded, glanced at the ancient god, and then slowly retreated. He needed to find a body of pure energy. Otherwise, the god's sealing catalogue would vanish once it came into contact with an absolute energy domain. He had always been the nemesis of others, but he didn't expect to meet his nemesis one day. And Big Sister, how is Big Sister? Lu Yin looked into the distance and heaved a sigh of relief. Hozhu had dragged Big Sis away, and the ancestor of the past and the fog ancestor had yet to make a move. They seemed to be chatting about something. Lu Yin had long since sensed that the ancestor of the past and the fog ancestor's names were similar, and it seemed that the 2 were indeed acquainted. Bang! The void exploded, and another shockwave swept through the surroundings. Lu Yin looked back and saw that the void had been annihilated by a series of explosions. Progenitor Qin, ancestor Ku, and forefather Tianyi were enough to give the ancient god a hard time. He used his heaven's eye to look around for a body of pure energy, and he found it. Far away, the food saint had returned to his Taotai form and was constantly approaching the body of pure energy. Beside him, the Bao saint was assisting him. From the start of the battle until now, they should have suppressed the body of pure energy, but at every critical moment, the body of pure energy could take action. It was the same now. The body of pure energy released an absolute energy domain that was completely unhindered by the food saint and the Bao saint. When Lu Yin saw this, he summoned the 7-star mantis, which spread its 6 wings and took flight. Lu Yin rode the 7-star praying mantis and arrived beside the body of pure energy in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to attack, the body of pure energy retreated at a speed no slower than the 7-star praying mantis. How could this be? Lu Yin was shocked. How could this body of pure energy possess a speed comparable to that of time? Although the body of pure energy had avoided Lu Yin's attack, the absolute energy domain had been forced to disappear. Lu Yin stared at the body of pure energy. This shouldn't be the case. If it truly possessed a speed comparable to that of time, then it wouldn't have failed to attack celestial combatant. If not for the Eternals, then it wouldn't have even been able to escape. Why was this happening? The Taotai suddenly jumped up and viciously smashed into the body of pure energy. In the distance, an arrow was shot over as the Bao saint attacked. The pure energy body did not move from its original position. As the arrow flew past, it waved its hand, and its strength transformed into an arrow that shot towards the Bao sage. Just as the Taotai was about to hit it, it raised its hand. With a bang, the Taotai was blocked. It had both speed and strength, and it was basically a replica of Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the body of pure energy. Impossible, it shouldn't have such strength. There had to be a problem. Master Lu, we've been fighting with it for a long time, and we've discovered that it's always a beat slower. The only thing it can actively attack is that transparent barrier, the Bao saint said. Lu Yin's mind flashed, and he finally understood why it was always a beat slower. Bodies of pure energy did not use their own strength, but rather their use of energy. This so-called use of energy did not only refer to the energy within a cultivator's body, but also to any external energy, such as wind, landslides, or tsunamis. A single movement of a person's body could affect the outside world, and this effect was also a type of energy that a body of pure energy could use to attack. Thus, when the Bao saint shot an arrow, it would use the power of the arrow to turn around and shoot again. The power was the same, but it did not have the same effect as the Bao saint's attack. The 7-star mantis's speed was comparable to that of time, and since it could move, it could influence space with its speed. This influence was also a type of energy that could be used by a body of pure energy, allowing it to move at a similar speed. So that was how it was. It had always been passively using energy, and it seemed to be omnipotent. Actually, as long as one could see through it, there was nothing to worry about. Bodies of pure energy could use external energy to affect objects, and Lu Yin also had a similar method, rune lines. When he thought of this, his eyes turned into runes, and a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder to spread out his rune lines. True scripture of Aeon evolution, limitless realm. The Taotai madly charged towards the body of pure energy, but the body of pure energy blocked it with almost the same amount of strength. Lu Yin rode on the 7-star mantis and charged forward. The 7-star mantis instantly closed in on the body of pure energy, and everything around them froze. Lu Yin struck the body's back with a palm, and it felt warm to the touch. What kind of strong defense was this? Lu Yin could easily feel the weakness of the body being torn apart, and with a single palm strike, the body of pure energy was sent flying. The Taotai had been pressing down on the body of pure energy, and when it was sent flying, it almost lost control and fell towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin rode on the seven-star mantis's back and looked into the distance. He had guessed correctly. This body of pure energy had used external energy to attack, and he had first used rune lines to move the seven-star mantis. This was the same type of energy, and once he had transferred it, the body of pure energy would naturally not be able to use it. It would be normal for it to not be able to keep up with the seven-star mantis's speed. In the distance, the body of pure energy slowly stood up without any expression, but Lu Yin could clearly see its confusion and fear. It was afraid. Continue. Lu Yin rode on the seven-star mantis and instantly arrived in front of the body of pure energy. He slammed a palm down on its forehead, killing it instantly before choosing the next opponent. This body of pure energy was still very useful. Although it had lost its absolute energy domain, as long as its usage of energy was not seen through, it could still fight against anyone. Suddenly, sword light swept past as Lu Yin's palm landed on the body of pure energy's forehead. However, this palm strike did not kill the body of pure energy, as it had already died before the palm could land. Lu Yin turned to look into the distance as the ancestor put down his sword and looked at Lu Yin. The Lu family's sum in general is a headache. That's why you killed it first. Lu Yin's tone was low. The ancestor faced Lu Yin while the mistress Shi Wei stood behind him. Shi Wei was at a loss, as she could not stop the ancestor from attacking. She had not expected the ancestor to suddenly attack. The eternal race will not lose this battle in the land of calamity. Let's see what price you have to pay to leave. Gu Yizhi is one of the three pillars of the eternal race, and he has yet to display his true power. It's still not too late to retreat, the ancestor threatened. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Why don't you call out all of the 3 pillars and 6 pillars? Let's see if they can stop me from destroying your land of calamity. The ancestor did not say anything else, and the mistress attacked from behind him. Lu Yin did not plan on attacking the ancestor, as he could not see through this woman. The ancient god's attack had already made him apprehensive. In his opinion, the ancestor, who was acquainted with the star toad and the grand empyrean, was the most well-hidden. Just like Bai Wuxian of the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin had yet to reach the level where he could fight against them. He could only remind the mistress to be careful. Speaking of which, Bai Wuxian was not in the first zone of calamity. It was a pity that the ancestor had already begun to guard against the pure energy body. It would not be easy for the ancestor to recruit experts in the future. She was ruthless enough to kill the pure energy body when she saw that it was not her opponent. Lu Yin was an accomplice, and if not for his rune lines isolating the pure energy body from the surrounding energy, the ancestor's sword might not have been able to do much to it. A strong shock wave swept over. Lu Yin looked up and saw the ancient god fighting forefather Tianyi, progenitor Qin, and the withered ancestor in the distance. Even Lu Yin could not see the battle clearly under normal circumstances. He could only see it with his heaven's eye. Progenitor Qin was powerful and had an innate gift for battle. The withered ancestor was almost unkillable, and he could even use the law of destruction to absorb his opponent's strength to counterattack. Forefather Tianyi's law of destruction and Tianyi's Tao were both feared by the ancient god, and he had the power to injure the ancient god. The ancient god himself was invincible, and he had used battle force in the Palm realm to resist the attacks of the 3. Thank you. Book friend 4689933. Only the wind moves freely. Brothers reward, I will give it to you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3028. Bang! Lu Tianyi was pushed back by the ancient god. At the same time, the ancient god was also pushed back by progenitor Qin and progenitor Ku. Lu Tianyi landed on the ground and clutched his shoulder. The ancient god's attack had not been light, and he could not move his left arm for a while. He even squatted down and coughed up blood. Behind him was the battlefield between Wang Fan and the progenitor corpse king. Progenitor Qin and progenitor Ku caught up to the ancient god and attacked him. The ancient god used Void Realm to attack Lu Tianyi. Progenitor Qin used reverse step to distort space and time. In an instant, the sky and earth of the domain of Yi distorted. Lu Yin was shocked. He could only use reverse step to distort space and time, but progenitor Qin could actually distort the entire domain of Yi and even affect the distant shrine. The ancient god's rhythm was disrupted by reverse step, and he had no choice but to appear. However, he still raised his palm and pressed down on Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi looked up, and the general appointing platform appeared in front of him. It whizzed up and crashed into the arena. With a bang, the ground shattered, and the terrifying shockwaves from the collision swept out in all directions. Lu Tianyi's injuries were not light, and the general appointing platform was constantly being pressed down by the arena. At this time, a piece of land suddenly formed and crashed into the arena, pushing it away. It was the meditative ruins. Wang Fan had made his move. Lu Tianyi looked back at Wang Fan. Wang Fan and Lu Tianyi looked at each other. If I die in this battle, will the Lu family not pursue the Wang family's crime? Lu Tianyi's tone was low. The Wang family's crime is on you alone. Whether you die or not, as long as you do your best in this battle, the Lu family will not pursue the matter. Okay. Wang Fan leaped up. The Kuei bear of the four unique techniques struck the hell-suppressing arena with both of his palms. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body crashed down. The hell-suppressing arena was also forcefully pushed away by him. At the same time, the meditative ruins shattered and fell from the sky, as if the earth had been turned upside down. Lu Tianyi's general appointing platform exerted force and pushed the arena away. The ancient god shouted, "The Wang family could have contributed to our family because of Wang Miao Miao and Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Fan, your actions have set the stage for your Wang family's death." Wang Fan crashed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang family's against the Lu family is not because of the everlasting. Courting death. The ancient god stared at Wang Fan. It was unknown what he did, but Wang Fan suddenly wailed. Lu Tianyi raised his hand and threw out the needle of Ksitigarbha at the ancient god. Behind the ancient god, stars rotated. Progenitor Chen's serious technique exploded continuously, stirring up the starry sky. The desolate ancestor fiercely charged forward, staring at the explosive power of the serious technique. The moment he got close to the ancient god, his body had completely recovered due to the absorption of the power of the serious technique. He punched the ancient god. The ancient god raised his hand and punched out. Bang! The void exploded again. The desolate ancestor's punch was equivalent to the combined power of ancestor Qin and his own body. The ancient god's punch was also the first human's terrifying power. When the two fists collided, not only was there power, but there was also an unparalleled destructive power that cut the entire land of tragedy apart. Everyone stopped at this moment for the sake of self-preservation. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. This punch far surpassed his 100 confinement punches, and it was on a completely different level. Progenitor Qin and ancestor Ku had clearly not used any of their sequence laws, and neither had the ancient gods, but they had still been able to display such power. The earth-shattering punch attracted everyone's attention. No one noticed that Wang Fan, who had been howling in pain, had suddenly attacked. His target was Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi was standing on a fragment of the forgotten ruins. The moment Wang Fan attacked, Lu Tianyi's eyes went blank, and he forgot everything. This was the moment that Wang Fan had been waiting for. This was the chance to kill Lu Tianyi. Die, Lu Tianyi. Wang Fan was excited. Skyblade represented speed and power, and he wanted to cut off Lu Tianyi's head. He had waited for this day for far too long, and it had finally come. Everyone from the Lu family deserved to die. Skyblade slashed past, but Wang Fan remained still. His arm landed on Lu Tianyi's neck, and he could not move. He slowly turned his head, and Lu Tianyi did the same. The two stared at each other. Wang Fan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Tianyi's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. I've been waiting for this day for too long. After saying that, he pointed a finger at Wang Fan's forehead, piercing through Wang Fan's arm. Wang Fan's pupils shrank, and he retreated step by step. The finger kept getting closer and closer. At the critical moment, black death chi appeared in front of him and turned into trees made of death chi to block Lu Tianyi's finger. Lu Tianyi's finger pierced through the trees and the entire black forest, but he failed to hit Wang Fan. Wang Fan gasped for breath. Your injury. Lu Tianyi stood there calmly, and he did not look injured at all. If I didn't do this, how could I lure you out? Wang Fan, you're the biggest redback in the Fifth Mainland. What happened here finally attracted the attention of the others. Wang Fan, you're a traitor. They had taken in by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan in the reincarnation spacetime. Now that they found out that Wang Fan was a traitor, they were even angrier than Lu Tianyi. Big Sister, Qing Ping, and the others' faces darkened. Even Void Master, who was fighting the Star Toad, looked gloomy. They hated traitors more than the Eternals. Bai Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. Wang Fan was a traitor. He and Wang Fan had joined the reincarnation spacetime together. It was because they worked together that they were not oppressed in the reincarnation spacetime. Now that Wang Fan was a traitor, it did not matter what he would do in the reincarnation spacetime in the future. He might be treated as a traitor too. After all, the Bai clan was the biggest beneficiary of the Lu clan's exile. The Wang clan was always behind the Bai clan. The most obvious was that Su Heng and Su Leng were staring at him warily. Even further away, Bao Sage's arrow was aimed at him. Wang Fan took a deep breath and looked at Lu Tianyi unwillingly. You were vigilant. Lu Tian waved his hand, and the deathly aura forest in front of him dissipated. The black deathly aura turned into specks that danced in the air. Wang Si was the one who tried to sow discord between us. You were the one who made her remember the past. You were the one who tried to sow discord between the four-way balance and the Lu clan. You were also the one who conspired with the Shao Yin. Back then, I should have listened to Huiwen and killed you. Wang Fan's face darkened. Huiwen. What's the use of him? So what if he saw through me? He couldn't kill me even if I gave him a chance. In the end, he died without knowing why. Lu Tianyi had no intention of telling him the truth about Huiwen. Since you've been exposed, from this moment on, you're a must-kill enemy of the Six Direction Association. Wang Fan, even if you hide in the Eternals, you won't survive. With that, he pointed a finger and attacked Wang Fan. Wang Fan's eyes darkened. You really think you know me? So what if I've been exposed? I've waited for this day for too long. Let me send your Lu clan to the afterlife openly. As soon as he finished speaking, death chi surged. Beneath his feet, the meditative ruins rose into the air and merged with the death chi, spreading out. Lu Tianyi pointed a finger and stepped into the meditative ruins. The meditative ruins cracked open instantly. However, the death chi flowed upward like ghosts, constantly restraining Lu Tianyi's finger. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to resist Lu Tianyi's finger, but Wang Fan did not. Instead, he relied on the death chi to delay Lu Tianyi within the meditative ruins. Lu Tianyi approached step by step, each step shattering the meditative ruins. However, each step was delayed by the death chi. Wang Fan did not have the strength of a sequence law, but by combining the power of the death god and the Wang family, he was able to obstruct Lu Tianyi. He took the opportunity to flee into the distance, but this power could only delay Lu Tianyi. Once Lu Tianyi used the law of destruction, Wang Fan would definitely die. Lu Tianyi pointed a finger and shattered the meditative ruins. An ancient god's attack descended. Lu Tianyi's opponent was still an ancient god. Wang Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He could not participate in this battle. If he did, he would be attacked by everyone from the Six Direction Association. Suddenly, danger appeared. A figure appeared in front of Wang Fan's eyes and struck out with a palm. Lu Shaoxian and Wang Fan did not even have time to react. They could only endure this palm that was as fast as time itself. Lu Yin's palm landed on Wang Fan's chest, and the death chi exploded and swept out in all directions. Lu Yin was shocked, as the death chi within Wang Fan's body was extremely abundant. The Ghost Abyss ancestor had cultivated the death chi that had been born from the mountain sea's life's shadow. After the Ghost Abyss ancestor had been killed, Wang Fan had been able to cultivate death chi as well. With the death chi blocking him, Lu Yin's palm could not kill Wang Fan. However, it had still heavily injured Wang Fan. Wang Fan's body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was cold, but it did not matter. If one palm could not kill Wang Fan, then two. Ya, a shrill, childish voice suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield, and everyone looked up. At some point in time, Void Master had trapped the star toad within his life's thermometer. The thermometer's temperature continued to rise. For a human, 45 degrees Celsius was enough to burn them to death, but for a species like the star toad, even if it was trapped within the thermometer and turned into an ordinary creature, would 45 degrees Celsius be of any use? Everyone watched this scene unfold. Lu Yin could not help but look over as well. If Void Master could kill the star toad, then it would be the greatest harvest for the Eternals. He suddenly glanced at the ancestor of the past. If this woman interfered, then they would definitely fail. This was how the Shaoyin divinity had escaped. However, the ancestor of the past had no intention of interfering. She was trapped within the mist ancestor's mist and did not move. In the sky, the star toad's shrill cries grew louder and louder, and its body began to emit heat. The lotus leaves rapidly withered, and the copper coin on its neck shook violently. "You've angered me, human. You've angered me." With a shrill cry, the originally golden star toad began to shed its skin. Its body became a multicolored color, and the straw hat on its head turned a deep red. The lotus leaves in its hands turned into steel tridents, and the copper coins on its neck turned into skulls of various sizes. There were all sorts of creatures, and there were also some that belonged to humans. When the star toad finished its transformation, a hair-raising feeling descended upon everyone. The entire world turned from a dull gray to a deep red that resembled blood. The star toad's eyes turned crimson as it raised its trident and viciously stabbed forward. Void Master was shocked and used his turtle shell to block the attack. The trident pierced through life's thermometer and headed straight for Void Master. Along the way, it was blocked by the turtle shell, and there was a loud bang. Ripples spread out, turning into red waves that spread out and distorted the entire calamity zone. Most of the stargates shattered, and a world of nothingness appeared above everyone's heads, covered in a layer of deep red. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3029. The Tortoise Shell Shattered. The Void Master's expression changed drastically, and he quickly descended. The steel fork pierced through the tortoise shell and pierced through space, and it brought along a wisp of indescribable darkness that stretched endlessly into the distance. Everyone was shocked. This was the Star Toad's strength. A steel fork had almost pierced through a Void Master, and even the Void God Master of time and space was powerless. Lu Tiany's expression was solemn. Woodcutter, Big Sister, and all the other sequence law experts were solemn like never before. The arrival of the ancient gods brought a heavy pressure. At this moment, the Star Toad's transformation brought a pressure that was no less than the ancient gods. It was an indescribable crisis between two species. It was a crisis that could lead to the extinction of another species. Even the ancient gods' gaze turned grave. The Star Toad was one of the rare existences that could converse with the one true God. Although it didn't look like much normally, once it got angry, there would be an extra skull on its chest. Yeah, human, you are courting death, you are courting death. The Star Toad stared at the Void Master with its bloodshot eyes. The Void Master felt his scalp go numb. This was the strength of the Star Toad. This beast had existed for a long time, and no one knew how long it had lived. In fact, he was also nervous about fighting the Star Toad. At first, he just wanted to delay it, but who would have thought that as the battle went on, he became a little crazy. At one point, he thought that the Star Toad's strength was only at this level. He couldn't help but form a thermometer to see if he could kill it. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. The Void Master had actually angered this beast, and he had asked the Void Master to hold it back. Although he didn't know how powerful the Star Toad was, Mr. Daheng had used a single copper coin to force Luo Shan to retreat. From this, he could see how fearful Luo Shan was of the Star Toad. Luo Shan wasn't weak at all. If he could avoid a single copper coin, one could imagine how powerful the Star Toad was. The Void Master was so unreliable. Of course, he had hoped that the Void Master would be able to deal with the Star Toad. However, it seemed like his hopes were a little too high. The ancestor of the ancient era quietly stared at the sky. The Star Toad was truly angered. This fellow wasn't easy to deal with. The Star Toad raised its pitchfork. Found it. Human, die. The Void Master felt his blood run cold. As the pitchfork fell, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Calamity Zone. He waved his hand and said, "Wood." Under the steel fork, a piece of wood appeared out of thin air. The steel fork pierced through the wood, and then another piece of wood appeared, one after another. The steel fork kept piercing through the wood, but its speed became slower and slower. In the end, the steel fork was stuck in the void by the wood, unable to descend. The Star Toad turned to look in a certain direction. Tomu. It was none other than the Wood God, the Wood Spacetime Sovereign. Lu Yin sighed, as the Wood Deity had still appeared. The Wood Deity was also one of the candidates to attack the Calamity Zone, but he was only there to act as a backup. The moment a region fell into a disadvantageous position, the Wood Deity would take action. Lu Yin had originally thought that Void Master would be able to delay the Star Toad until the first domain of disaster was destroyed. This would then draw out the other experts from domain of disaster and allow the Wood Deity to take action. However, something unexpected had happened. The ancient god's appearance had been unexpected, but Forefather Tianyi had been able to stop him. Similarly, Lu Yin had not expected the mist ancestor's sudden arrival. Lu Yin had not expected the mist ancestor to be able to stall the ancestor of the past, which was even more out of his expectations. However, the Star Toad's arrival might cause problems in the invasion of Calamity Zone. No one knew if the Wood God could block the Star Toad. The Star Toad was a bitter disaster realm expert. However, was Tumu the name of the Wood God? Star Toad, we meet again. The Wood God spoke calmly and without fear, which gave Lu Yin and the others confidence. The star toad's eyes turned red as he raised his pitchfork. Are you looking for trouble? You're the one who's always causing trouble for us humans. I'm just doing business. We can also do business with you. Please kill the only true God. We can afford the price. You can calculate it. There's no need to calculate. What's the point of having a life to earn but no life to spend it? The wood god's tone was heavy. Then you'll earn from the Eternals. Do you think you'll be able to spend it by attacking us humans? The star toad spun his pitchfork. None of you humans can kill me. This business can be done. Awakening hibernation, nine-headed bird, and seven-star mantis are pure energy bodies. They had the same idea as you from the start, the wood god threatened. The star toad opened his mouth and screeched, cut the crap. That human angered me. I'm going to hang his head around my neck. Tilmu, if you dare to interfere, I'll turn you into a second pitchfork. No, a wooden one. Looks like the business deal has fallen through. The wood god's gaze turned serious. The star toad suddenly stabbed the wood god with his pitchfork. It was fast and ruthless, catching the wood god off guard. The wood god frowned as if he had expected this. He raised his hand, and wooden planks appeared in front of him and collided with the pitchfork. This attack was comparable to when Forefather Tianyi and the others ganged up on the ancient god. Don't worry for now. The wood god might not be a match for the star toad, but he can hold on for a while, the Void Master said. Lu Yin looked at him and wanted to say something, but the Void Master interrupted him. I know. It's my fault. I'll help you kill an Eternal. After saying that, empty god force surged out toward Zi Huang. Originally, Zi Huang's opponent was Big Sister. However, Big Sister had attacked ancestors Shi and Su Wuwei had replaced Big Sister to fight Zi Huang. Until now, he had not defeated Zi Huang. The Void Master's sudden attack shocked the Violet Emperor. Two of the three extraterrestrials who had attacked Dominator Battlemaster had already died. The Violet Emperor didn't want to die, so he immediately fled towards the Black Mother Tree. The Void Master's tortoise shell had been broken, and the Violet Emperor had disrupted the rhythm of the battle. He urgently needed to kill someone, so he didn't show any mercy to the Violet Emperor. Void God's power constantly surrounded the Violet Emperor, forming a thermometer. Lu Yin also wanted to find Wang Fan and deal with him, but the Star Toad's sudden attack had given Wang Fan a chance to escape. Since he couldn't find Wang Fan, Lu Yin set his sights on another person, Mu Ji. He had wanted to kill Mu Ji before, but his plan had been disrupted. Now was the perfect time. The seven-star mantis spread its 6 wings, and Lu Yin stared at Mu Ji, who had been hiding behind the ruins of the tower. Mu Ji was shocked. Lu Yin was about to attack him, and he was in danger. Just as the seven-star mantis was about to attack Mu Ji, Lu Yin saw a flash of white light from the corner of his eye. It came from the direction of the Black Mother Tree, and it sent a chill down his spine. Be careful. The void split open, and an arrow suddenly appeared. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time. In an instant, the seven-star mantis was pierced through and disappeared. However, the arrow did not disperse, and it continued to fly towards the battlefield. It instantly pierced through Lei Tian, and under Lu Yin's celestial eye, the Lei Tian sequence particles were all shattered. However, the arrow's power did not dissipate. First Jian Jia was right in front of him. First Jian Jia did not even have time to react before the arrow pierced through his body. Ahead of him was the vast land of the Calamity Zone. The arrow swept past the land before finally disappearing. Everything happened in an instant, and Lu Yin had used the parallel time technique to avoid it. He did not even have time to make the seven-star mantis fly away. First Jian Jia and Lei Tian had been pierced through in an instant, and there was no way for them to dodge. Lu Yin was shocked. Who was this? The Void Master was also shocked. He and Lu Yin were closer to the Black Mother Tree. One was chasing after the Violet Emperor while the other was attacking Mu Ji. Thus, he was the first to clearly see where the arrow had come from. The two of them looked into the distance, and they could faintly see a figure slowly walking over. Above the ruins of the Calamity Zone, dust swirled about, and divine power whistled through the air, leaving behind a trail of crimson. The two of them stared into the distance, and as the figure slowly walked over, her face becoming clearer. Their expressions changed. What a beautiful woman! What appeared before them was a woman with long crimson hair. Her features were so exquisite that they did not seem to belong to this world. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her every move was filled with a soul-stirring charm. At the same time, there was a valiant aura that did not match her face. As she walked over, the world seemed to close in on her, and each step seemed to be measured. She was clearly walking very slowly, but she was getting closer and closer to the two of them. The distortion in the air caused their vision to become blurry, and a gust of wind blew past, causing her long crimson hair to dance about. The Violet Emperor stood between the Void Master and the crimson-haired woman. It did not seem to recognize this woman, and it did not recklessly approach her. Even further away, Mu Ji was also looking at this woman in confusion. Coming from the direction of the Black Mother Tree and the arrow that had just shot out, she was definitely an everlasting expert. "Who are you?" the Void Master asked. The woman suddenly raised her hand and shot an arrow at the Void Master. There was no flashy archery technique, but the arrow was shot out without hesitation. Lu Yin looked up and saw that there was only a single particle that landed on the tip of the arrow. What could a single particle do? The Void Master waved his hand, and the turtle shell fragment that had been shattered by the star toad blocked the arrow. There was a thump as the arrow struck the turtle shell and pushed it towards the Void Master. The Void Master used another turtle shell fragment to block the arrow, and two turtle shell fragments blocked the arrow. The woman's arrow was extremely powerful, but it was unable to break through the Void Master's defenses. After all, the Void Master was an existence that could block the star toad and almost kill the Shaoyin divinity. Even if the woman's arrow could instantly kill a progenitor and pierce through the sky of thunder, it would not be able to do anything to the Void Master if he was prepared. The woman shot out a second arrow, and it pierced through the first arrow and struck the turtle shell fragment. It did not seem to have any intention of changing directions, as if its target was the turtle shell itself. The turtle shell fragment rumbled once more as it was pushed towards the Void Master. The Void Master frowned, but there was no change. This woman's strength was definitely not weak, and she could even threaten him. She was definitely an expert on the level of the 7 sky gods, but why was there no difference between her second arrow and the first? Lu Yin could also see that there was no difference. They had the same power, and there was only a single particle on the tip of the arrow. What was she doing? The woman raised her hand and shot out a third arrow. The third arrow pierced through the second arrow, but it still hit the turtle shell fragment. The turtle shell fragment was pushed back once more, but it still did not break through. Lu Yin Celestial I stared at the woman. Something was not right. Even an ordinary cultivator would know that the same attack was useless. If someone could block it once, they could block it a second time. This woman was an absolute expert, so how could she make such a mistake? What was she trying to do? The Void Master also felt that something was amiss. Being able to cultivate to such a realm, he was similarly cautious. If he could not understand what was going on, then he had to act. The sooner he acted, the better. As he thought about it, boundless void god's power surged out and covered the sky as it pressed down on the woman. The woman's expression did not change, and she shot out a fourth arrow. This arrow pierced through the third arrow and hit the turtle shell fragment. Aside from being pushed back by a tremendous force and being pushed closer to the Void Master, there was no other effect. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30. Void Master was on high alert and retreated a great deal. No matter what this woman wanted to do, her arrows had a purpose, so it was best to keep his distance. Boundless Void God's power had already surrounded her, almost forming a thermometer for life. The woman fired her fifth arrow, but Lu Yin saw no change in the arrow's power at all. However, this arrow pierced through Void Master's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Blood splattered onto the ground. Void Master stared blankly at his shoulder as fresh blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. How was this possible? Lu Yin's expression changed. How? How did she do it? Her arrow had pierced through Void Master, causing life's thermometer to fail to form. The woman raised her bow and fired her sixth arrow. Void Master's eyes narrowed. Such a powerful arrow should not have hit him, but at this moment, he did not know how to deal with the sixth arrow. Lu Yin used reverse step, which allowed him to move parallel to time. He then dragged Void Master away, and the arrow followed its original trajectory towards the battlefield. The ground suddenly froze, and an extremely cold aura swept past, freezing the arrow in the void and causing it to fall to the ground. The Ice Matriarch had taken action against the arrow. If the arrow had been allowed to enter the battlefield, who knew who would have been injured? This woman's arrow seemed ordinary, but it was extremely powerful. It had to be blocked by a master of the laws of sequence. Lei Tian had been ambushed because he had not been paying attention and had been heavily injured. The woman raised her bow and aimed at Void Master, who had been dragged away by Lu Yin, and fired. Something's wrong with her. Don't take it, Void Master warned. Lu Yin did not need his warning, as he would not have taken the arrow. Ignoring the fact that the arrow itself was not strong enough to be blocked, there was definitely something strange about it that had caused Void Master to be heavily injured despite being able to block it. It was too strange, and Lu Yin did not want to take it head-on before he could see it clearly. Lu Yin used the speed of parallel time to bring Void Master away again. The second arrow missed and shot towards an empty space. The woman then fired a third arrow, this one aimed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he used counterstep to evade. Another arrow missed, and then a fourth. Lu Yin continued to use the reverse step to avoid it, but somehow, the reverse step didn't allow him to do so. The arrow flew straight for his neck. He wasn't unfamiliar with this scene. Back when he was captured by a Grand Empyrean and brought to the Dark Mother Tree, he had seen the other zones of calamity. He had also faced this arrow, and that arrow was much stronger than this one. If he wasn't a Grand Empyrean, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. It should be this woman who shot it. She didn't use her full strength. The arrow shot by the Grand Empyrean was not like this. There was a thump as the arrow brushed past Lu Yin's neck. Although reverse step had failed, it wasn't as if Lu Yin didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. However, this arrow had been pushed away by Void Master. Something's not right. She could have dodged or blocked it, but she just couldn't. This woman is very strange. Master Su's face darkened. Fifth arrow. The fifth arrow hit you. Warn the others. Lu Yin hurriedly said, and then he retreated back into the battlefield with Void Master. The two of them were being suppressed by the crimson-haired woman's arrows. She had strange but powerful archery techniques. The crimson-haired woman faced the battlefield and raised her hand to fire an arrow at Mu Carving. Mu Carving was in the middle of a battle with the Shaoyin deity when Lu Yin's voice suddenly reached his ears. He swung his blade in a certain direction, and the arrow was cut in half. Then, a second arrow was shot. Divine Shaoyin goddess She looked into the distance in shock. It was her. If 5 arrows could injure Void Master, then woodcarving was no exception. Lu Yin's warning had been timely, and woodcarving had retreated without hesitation after cutting down the third arrow. The crimson-haired woman continued to shoot arrows, this time targeting Void Wu Wei. Next, she targeted the Fire Empress, Wood Empress, Ice Empress, and other sequence Law Realm powerhouses. The Fire Empress had a bad temper and refused to give up. She was stunned by the 5th arrow, which pierced through her body. She was heavily injured and had no choice but to retreat. Although this woman's arrows were unparalleled, she stopped shooting as long as she couldn't see her opponent. 1 person and 1 arrow suppressed the entire battle in the shortest amount of time possible. Finally, the woman aimed her arrow at Lu Tianyi and fired. The arrow flew past the ancient god's side and headed straight for Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi casually brushed it aside and looked over. "Who's that woman?" The ancient god's voice was deep. "She's one of the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters, the arrow god. Be careful, her arrows aren't easy to block." Lu Tianyi was very clear about the situation. The entire battlefield had been suppressed by that woman, and it was very troublesome. Although the power of the arrows could injure sequence Law Realm powerhouses, it was not enough to suppress the battle. What truly suppressed the battle was the arrow that was sure to hit. No one was willing to test the arrow with their own body. This was not a question of whether or not they could block the arrow, but whether or not the arrow could hit the body. Void Master was an example. In terms of strength, he might not be weaker than that woman, but if he was hit by 1 or 2 arrows, he would not be far from death. Even Lu Tianyi himself would not have a good ending if he tried to test the arrow with his own body. The arrow god fired a second arrow. Lu Yin clenched his fists. If no one could stop this woman, then this battle would be over. Several progenitors had died, and if they still could not destroy the first zone of disaster, then he would not be satisfied. Actually, the true goal of this battle had already been achieved. The Eternals had suffered great losses, and more than half of their 40 progenitor corpse kings had died. The first zone of disaster only had the Forefather, the 7 sky gods, and the Shaoyin divinity left. One of the true god guard captains had also died, and Wang Fan had been forced to reveal himself. He had dealt with the pure energy body and attracted the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters, allowing them to see through the first zone of disaster's full strength. The results of this battle were not bad, but it still felt like it was not enough. He wanted to kill Wang Fan, the Violet Emperor, and the Star Devourer. It would be best if he could kill the ancient god. That would be the greatest result of this battle. However, everyone had reached their limits. Forefather Tianyi, Void Master, Big Sis, Fire Lord, and Back Master were all heavily injured, and it was unknown whether Lei Tian was dead or alive. Food Saint and the other progenitors were also unable to continue fighting. If the 7 sky gods or the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters were drawn out, then they would be the ones to suffer losses. Although he still had a backup plan, it was to deal with the only true god. As he thought about it, Lu Yin's heart sank. It was time to end this. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared from the entrance of the zone of disaster. The golden light that connected the heavens and the earth transformed into a long staff that smashed down towards the arrow god. The arrow god looked over and fired an arrow. The arrow collided with the golden staff, causing the void to shatter. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Celestial surpassing star. The others were stunned as well. The celestial surpassing star had actually attacked again. How severely injured was he? He was about to die, but he still dared to attack. The Violet Emperor was stunned as well. He had personally injured the celestial surpassing star, so he should not be able to attack again. Had he gone mad? Did he really want to die? With a maniacal laugh, the celestial surpassing star retracted his golden staff and leaped up. He viciously slammed into the ground and appeared closest to the arrow god. Void Master could not hold back any longer. Surpassing star, you're about to die. What are you doing here? The celestial surpassing star carried his golden staff. Do I look like I'm about to die? Everyone looked at the celestial surpassing star. That was right, as the celestial surpassing star was completely different from when he had been on the verge of death. It was as if he had recovered. But how was that possible? How could he recover so quickly? Even if the flow of time in a parallel universe was different, it should not have been possible for him to recover so quickly. Some injuries could be easily healed in a few days, a few years, or even a dozen years at most. However, some injuries could take hundreds or even thousands of years to recover. The 7 sky gods, the Grand Empyrean, and the sole true God were all in seclusion because their injuries could not be recovered in a short period of time. The celestial surpassing star should have been the same, so what was going on? The celestial surpassing star slammed his golden staff into the ground. I originally wanted to wait for the sole true God to act before I acted, but this woman is suppressing the battlefield, so I had no choice but to act. What's wrong with you? Void Master did not understand. The celestial surpassing star gripped his golden staff tightly, but he had no intention of explaining. He charged at the arrow god and swung his staff down. A gale blew past, causing her long crimson hair to flutter. Her exquisite face was calm as she watched the celestial surpassing star smash down. She raised her arrow and instantly shot out 3 arrows, one after the other. The first arrow stopped the celestial surpassing star's powerful charge, the second arrow caused him to stop, and the third arrow forced him back. The celestial surpassing star turned around and swung his golden staff once more. A fourth arrow appeared. With a bang, this arrow struck the tip of the golden staff and forced it back once more. The celestial surpassing star raised his hand and struck the arrow god with a palm. The arrow god moved for the first time. At that moment, everyone realized that she had not moved at all since she had fired her first arrow. She dodged the celestial surpassing star's palm and fired her 5th arrow. Be careful! Luin shouted. The celestial surpassing star charged towards the 5th arrow and raised his staff, not even thinking of blocking it. The 5th arrow pierced the celestial surpassing star's chest. Luin and the others were shocked. Void Master's face changed. Is this person really here to die? The celestial surpassing star shouted and swung his staff downwards. There was a loud boom as the ground cracked and the void shattered. The arrow god lifted her leg, and the staff smashed down on her leg. She had actually used her leg to block the celestial surpassing star's staff. At the same time, she fired an arrow. This arrow was very close to the celestial surpassing star, and it was the 6th arrow that had been aimed at him. There was no way to dodge it. The arrow struck the celestial surpassing star's shoulder once more, and the celestial surpassing star laughed maniacally. Bring it on. The golden staff pressed down forcefully, and the arrow god frowned. She fired her 7th arrow, which was aimed at the celestial surpassing star's neck. The celestial surpassing star did not dodge either. He fired an arrow that pierced the arrow god's neck, causing streaks of golden blood to flow out. The arrow god was also pressed into the ground by the celestial surpassing star's staff. At that moment, the celestial surpassing star had 3 arrows stuck in his body. He raised his hand and pulled them out, causing streaks of blood to trickle down his neck. His lips curled up. No big deal. Everyone was stunned. Is this guy unkillable? Even Lu Tianyi was shocked. The celestial surpassing star was very strong, but he had been heavily injured after being surrounded. Now, he had withstood an arrow that could injure Void Master with just one arrow, and 3 arrows at that. And yet, he was completely unimpeded. Lu Yin stared at the celestial surpassing star and watched as the golden light flowed around his body. The victorious battle technique was becoming increasingly resplendent, and there was a hidden principle behind the victorious battle technique: when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. That's right, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Lu Yin gulped. The celestial surpassing star actually knew how to move in the opposite direction. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30-31. It was no wonder why the Celestial Lord of Triumphant was fine despite being heavily injured. He had been faking it from start to finish. He knew that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Unless he was killed with absolute power, he would not die. The desolate ancestor had killed his way into the zone of calamity and survived even when facing the only true God. The Celestial Lord of Triumphant could do the same, but he had been faking it all along. Lu Yin felt bitter, as he felt that he was unnecessary. Even if Lu Yin had not come to save him, the Celestial Lord of Calamity would have been able to deal with the Violet Emperor and the other two. The Celestial Lord of Calamity had hidden his strength too deeply. It was no wonder that he had told the ancestor that he could deal with the Violet Emperor and the other two. But how did he know that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction? From underground, the Arrow God walked out and sized up the Celestial Lord of Triumphant in shock. She had come from the 5th zone, so she did not understand the enemies of the 1st zone. It was no wonder why the 1st zone was the strongest of the 6 zones. Almost half of the 3 heavyweights in 6 seas had come, but they still could not win and needed reinforcements. It would not be surprising if all the enemies were like this. She had relied on her archery to dominate the 5th zone, and there were few who could match her in the universe. In the 1st zone, although she had suppressed the battlefield with her archery, these people could still retreat if they wanted to. Was this the strongest enemy of the clan? With the Celestial Lord of Triumphant dealing with the Arrow God, Lu Yin relaxed. Senior Void Master, you don't have to worry about the Arrow God. No matter how strong she is, she won't be able to kill the Celestial Lord of Triumphant. You and I should take care of our own enemies. He then stepped backwards. Between Mu Ji and Wang Fan, he had to deal with one. The Void Master stared at the Celestial Lord of Triumphant. This fellow had hidden his strength well. With the strength that he had displayed so far, there were not many in the 6 Direction Society who could match him. He was ruthless, and it was no wonder that he dared to guard the entrance to the zone of calamity all by himself. Up in the sky, the wood god sighed. The pressure from the star toad was already giving him a headache. It was good that someone else could share the pressure from the Arrow God. The star toad's trident continued to stab at the wood god. Die, 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 die. Below, behind the tower fragment, the wood god of calamity. This is the 3rd time. Lu Yin ordered the 7-star mantis to chase after Mu Ji, but he soon felt a wave of dizziness. He had overexerted himself, and he was also exhausted from this battle. However, he had to deal with Mu Ji. Mu Ji did not hesitate to flee, but against the mantis' speed, he could not escape. Lu Yin quickly caught up to him. Luck, luck, I need luck. Mu Ji muttered to himself. He had already taken out the compass of life and death. He did not hesitate to move the needle and watch it move. Given the strength of the 7-star mantis, he had no way of knowing when his opponent would make a move. All he could do was keep moving the needle. How come no one from the Eternals had shown up? The 7-star mantis raised its arm blade and slashed down. Mu Ji could not even see this saber, let alone block it. However, he was extremely lucky. The moment the arm blade chopped down, the needle stopped, live and die together. In an instant, the 7-star praying mantis disappeared. The arm blade almost brushed past Muji's head, almost chopping it off. When Lu Yin saw where the compass's needle had stopped, he was shocked to cancel the summon. Could it be referring to him? Because of the dice and compass, Lu Yin was very wary of such things. Others might not have cared, as they did not believe that a life and death compass could determine life and death, but Lu Yin was different. His sudden appearance gave Muji a fright. As expected, this person's speed was almost enough to stop time. A strand of hair floated down, blown by the wind, swaying in front of Muji's eyes. His head was almost gone. Muji's expression changed greatly as he stared at Lu Yin. Asked, "You attacked?" Lu Yin stared at the life and death compass. "Live and die together." Muji was scared. He looked at the compass and then at Lu Yin. "Fortunately, you didn't kill me. Otherwise, you would have died too." Lu Yin looked at Muji suspiciously. He was very wary of such things, but could a life and death compass really be connected to his life? If Muji's life and death compass was connected to the one true gods, would the one true god die too? Obviously not. There must be a limit. However, Lu Yin was not even a progenitor, so he obviously could not reach this limit. "I will die too." Lu Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He suddenly grabbed Muji by the neck and lifted him up. Muji did not resist at all and allowed Lu Yin to grab him. His face was red. You can't kill me. If I die, you will die too." "Why?" "With your innate gift of wood." "Yes, if you don't believe me, you can ask the wood god." Lu Yin's grip tightened, and Muji could not fight back at all. "Even if your innate gift of wood allows us to live and die together, there is a time limit. If worse comes to worst, I won't kill you and let someone else kill you." Muji struggled to speak. I will use my secret to exchange for my life." Lu Yin frowned. "Secret? I'm not interested in your secret." "Yes, it's your secret." Lu Yin did not understand. "My secret?" Muji said with difficulty. You are Yi Bo." Lu Yin's eyes went wide. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Muji stared at Lu Yin, his eyes bloodshot. "Your evil is the same as Yi Bo's." "You are." At this point, Lu Yin suddenly let go of Muji uncontrollably as if some force was controlling him. Just as he was about to continue attacking, a flash of sword light swept past him, bringing with it an intense sense of danger. Lu Yin hurriedly reversed his steps and dodged. When he turned around, he saw that it was the Shi ancestor who had saved Muji. However, Shizu was far away, so it was not impossible for Lu Yin to attack. Muji threatened in a low voice, "Lu Yin, if you attack me again, I'll tell you." "I don't know what you're talking about." "I swear." "I don't know what I'm saying either." "If I violate this oath, I will die a horrible death, and the heavens will destroy me." Lu Yin sized up Muji in shock. What was this guy trying to do? He had actually made such a vicious oath. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more they could not make such an oath. The so-called oath was a restriction on oneself, but some people believed it while others did not. Yi Bo's identity was too important, and Lu Yin did not want anything to go wrong. Muji had to die. He immediately reversed his steps and attacked Muji again. Rather than being threatened by this person, he did not care if his identity was exposed. At worst, he would just change his identity. With divine power, any identity was fine. He had just taken a step when a light green blade suddenly appeared in front of him. He did not know when it had appeared, nor did he know where it extended to. Lu Yin looked up and saw the entire battlefield in the distance. The light green blade then swept past him. He hurriedly blocked it, but the blade brushed past his body without causing any damage. The entire battlefield froze at that moment. Everyone, regardless of whether they were humans or Eternals, had to bear the brunt of the light green blade's power. This blade had come from the ancestor of the past. The ancestor's blade fell, and his expression was as calm as ever. However, this calmness was suppressing a terrifying chill. Everyone on the battlefield, including the Star Toad, Wood God, Lu Tianyi, the Ancient God, Celestial Victor, the Arrow God, and the others, looked at the ancestor of the past. Everyone, give me some face and let this war come to an end. This was the ancestor of the past's voice. It was so calm that it did not seem like he was talking about a war, but rather a farce. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor from afar, and the ancestor's gaze met Lu Yin's. Thou Lord Lu, may I? The fog around the ancestor of the past dispersed to reveal the fog ancestor on the ground. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor of the past. Fog ancestor, what's wrong? The ancestor of the past replied, she just fainted. She's my cute disciple, after all. I won't do anything to her. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Was the fog ancestor the past's disciple? You want the war to stop? Based on what? The ancestor of the past raised his sword and looked at the sword edge. Based on the Qing Luo sword intent. Lu Yin was confused. The next moment, the world spun, and he could not help but take a step forward to support his body. He almost fell as an uncontrollable dizziness overwhelmed him. Was this the power of spiritual force? He had been reciting the primogenitor scripture for many years, and if this was the case, then what about the others? Soft sounds came from the people who had fallen to the ground. Food Saint, Bao Saint, Lu Yun, Ling Qing, Mu Tao, Su Heng, and the others. Even Su Wuwei and Big Sister, who were sequence law powerhouses, were half kneeling on the ground as they almost could not hold on. Everyone's spiritual force had been torn apart by the light green sword edge and were heavily injured. Celestial Victor gripped his golden staff tightly and supported his body. Lu Tianyi exhaled. He was the only one who was not affected. The Lu family cultivated the primogenitor scripture, which made up for the lack of spiritual force. It even made it the hardest point for others to attack. Even so, his expression was not good. Qing Luo. Jian Tian, so it's you. Lu Tianyi looked at the ancestor of the past and slowly spoke. The others had never heard of this name before, and neither had Lu Yin. Wood God slowly descended and clutched his head, feeling dizzy. Qing Luo Jiantian. The legendary person who forced your Lu family to seek guidance from the primogenitor scripture and use it to make up for the lack of spiritual force. Big Sister was covered in sweat as she looked up at the ancestor of the past. There really was such a person. Only those from the above heaven era had heard of this name. In that distant era, the above heaven era had been glorious. The Lu family had controlled the fifth mainland, and Lu Yuan had been one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. No one dared to provoke the Lu family, and only one person had fought the Lu family and used his spiritual force to render the Lu family helpless. That person was Qing Luo Jiantian. Why did the Lu family recite the primogenitor scripture to make up for the lack of spiritual force? It was because of this person that Lu Yuan had seen the Lu family's spiritual force deficiency. This person had changed the Lu family. The ancestor of the past looked at Lu Tianyi. I haven't used this name in a long time. Lu Tianyi sighed. I didn't expect to meet you in this era. So you're from the eternal race. The ancestor of the past's gaze was calm, but he did not explain. Can this battle end? Lu Tianyi looked at Lu Yin. Whether it was him, Void Master, or Wood God, they were all stronger than Lu Yin and had a much higher seniority. However, they still had to listen to Lu Yin in this battle. This was the authority that Lu Yin had obtained through numerous battles and countless methods. To a certain extent, this sort of authority could even challenge a grand empyrean. The ancestor of the past also knew this, which was why the first person he asked was Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30-32. Lu Yin remained silent. The ancestor had always been a key figure that he had been wary of. After all, someone who could make the star-toad greet and call the Grand Empyrean, Tai Hong, could not be weak. In the battle against Victoria's Celestial, she had forced the Void God back with a single strike. Lu Yin knew that she was strong, but he had still underestimated her. One person and one sword had forced the Lu family to cultivate the primogeniture scripture to make up for their lack of spiritual force. It was easy to imagine how much the ancestor feared her. She must be at the same level as the ancestor, or perhaps a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity. That was why the star toad was wary of her. The wood deity was the trump card prepared for this battle, and Victoria's Celestial was an accident. Even with the addition of these two powerhouses, they still could not suppress the Eternals. The star toad, arrow god, and ancient god were all extremely powerful, and now the Qing Luo Jiantian had appeared as well. Unless all of the spacetime masters of the Six Direction Association came out, there would be no point in continuing the battle. The two people that Lu Yin hated the most were Mu Ji and Wang Fan. Wang Fan was one thing, since he knew that Wang Fan was a traitor, and Lu Yin could get rid of him in the future. However, Mu Ji was different. He had actually seen through Lu Yin's disguise as Yi Bo. If Lu Yin did not get rid of him, then Lu Yin's identity as Yi Bo would be useless. But at this moment, the ancestor of the ancient era revealed her identity and acted. Maybe it was because of Mu Ji. Before this, she had saved Mu Ji by stabbing him with her sword. Now, she attacked again when he was preparing to act against Mu Ji. Was Mu Ji very important to her? Lu Yin looked at Mu Ji. Mu Ji kept retreating. Even though the ancestor was intimidating the battlefield, he was still wary of Lu Yin. He was already very far away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin was helpless. It was impossible to kill Mu Ji in this situation. If not for Victoria's Celestial, this battle would have ended. Dao Lord Lu, can we end this battle now? The ancestor asked for the third time. There was no other sound besides the star toad's strange cries. The ancient god and arrow god did not attack again. The ancestor had forced the humans to stop fighting, which proved that the humans still had some advantage in the realm of tragedy. However, if they really fought to the death, the casualties on both sides would be immeasurable. Moreover, the ancestor of the ancient era hadn't used her full strength, so she definitely had her misgivings. This was the main point. At this point, he didn't want so many human powerhouses to accompany the first zone of disaster. Of course, even if the Eternals didn't want to end this war, he could still retreat with the humans. If he didn't have the confidence to retreat, how would he dare to attack the zone of disaster? As for the progenitors who had died, this was a war, and there were always casualties. The Eternals had suffered far more losses than the humans. No matter how deep the Eternals' foundations were, they still had to find a way to see through them. This path would lead to many deaths, and even Lu Yin himself might die. However, this was a path that had to be taken, and it was impossible for them to win without even seeing through the Eternals' foundations. It was unrealistic. This battle is over. These words spread throughout the land of calamity, causing both sides to heave a sigh of relief. Although the battle hadn't been going on for long, both sides had suffered casualties. This was something that had never happened before. If the battle had continued, who knew how many people would have died? This won't do. Yeah, I'm going to kill that human. He wants to cook me, I'm going to kill him. The star toad was discontent. It hopped about in the starry heavens, stepping on the void. Wood deity was on guard. The ancestor of the past looked up at the sky. Your reward will be increased by 10%. The moment he said this, the star toad's entire demeanor changed. It turned into a businessman who only moved its mouth and did not move its hands. It held onto a lotus flower and said with a fawning expression, "Thank you, boss." Both sides retreated. The humans retreated to the entrance of the land of calamity while the Eternals retreated to the Black Mother Tree. They exchanged glances, and both sides could see the uncontrollable killing intent in each other's eyes. If possible, one side would definitely destroy the other. Lu Yin looked at the Eternals and glanced at Mu Ji, Wang Fan, Wang Xiaoyu, the Shaoyin divinity, the ancient god, the arrow god, and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on the ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past also stared at Lu Yin. They looked at each other deeply. After the humans retreated from the land of calamity, Mu Ji and the others finally relaxed. The ancient god said in a low voice, "Our clan's greatest mistake was allowing Lu Shaoxian to grow. This battle was completely caused by him." Wang Fan added, "Lu Shaoxian is now the human race's flag. The Lu family is very skilled in this aspect, so we must find a way to deal with him." The Shaoyin divinity's gaze turned cold. "That little bastard must die." The ancestor of the past calmly replied, "It won't be too late. It's not worth it to fight to the death with them now. Once the bone boats arrive, the Hexagon Association will become history. Everyone, please remain calm." The two words, bone boats, caused the Shaoyin divinity's expression to change. That was the Eternal's absolute killing weapon. The arrow god spoke up, his tone cold. "Your first land of calamity is very lively." The ancestor of the past looked at the arrow god. "Why? Are you interested? You can fill the vacancy of the 7 sky gods." The arrow god turned to leave. "Not interested." The 3 pillars, 6 boundless, and 7 sky gods overlapped with each other. Although their strengths were similar, their corresponding responsibilities were different. If the arrow god joined the 7 sky gods, she would have to give up on the battle in the 5th land of calamity and stay in the 1st land of calamity, just like He Wuxian. This was the general direction that the Eternals had set for the Hexagon Association, and no one could change it. In the past, your first land of calamity rarely participated in the chosen god battle. This time, I hope that you can participate. Although my 5th land of calamity is not as fierce as your first land of calamity, the elites that we nurture will not be any weaker than yours. The arrow god's voice came from afar, landing in the ears of the ancestor of the past, ancient god, and the others. The ancient god shook his head. My first land of calamity is facing a constant shortage of experts, not to mention sending elites to participate in the chosen god battle. Moreover, my first land of calamity can directly face a true god without needing to go through the chosen god battle. The 7 sky gods' position also does not need to be determined through the chosen god battle, so there's no point in participating. The ancestor of the past said indifferently, "It's because of this privilege that the other 5 land of calamity are quite dissatisfied with us. The 7 sky gods are equivalent to the 3 pillars and 6 boundless, and the 3 pillars and 6 boundless need to determine their substitutes through the chosen god battle. However, the 7 sky gods can allow our first land of calamity to fill in their positions, which makes them feel that it's unfair. Moreover, those who passed the chosen god battle have all come to my first land of calamity. Only a few survived the long war, while the rest died in battle, which made the other land of calamity unhappy. Otherwise, the arrow god wouldn't specially mention it. If she mentioned it, the other land of calamity must be more concerned about it. The ancient god looked at the ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past said, "Participate." The ancient god didn't object. What about the candidates? The first land of calamity's true god guards have lost nearly half of their captains. Ching Kong was a very good candidate, but he died as well. As he spoke, he looked at the Shao Yin divinity. Shao Yin can directly replace the 7 sky gods, there's no need for him to participate. The ancestor of the past's eyes flashed. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I have a candidate in mind. For the time being, we will seal off the first land of calamity. Lu Yin is a very shrewd person. Once Tai Hong, Lu Yuan, and the rest come out of seclusion, he might plan a second attack. This is no longer something that Tai Hong can decide. This person forced Tai Hong to come out of seclusion, but Tai Hong didn't kill him. It's obvious that he cares a lot about this person. We have to be careful of this person. I have a premonition that if we are careless, this land of calamity might be destroyed by this person. On the other side, outside the entrance of the land of calamity, Lu Yin and the rest brought back 3 corpses. They were gone, Chen Lu and Dan Pu. Lei Tian was severely injured, but First Jian didn't die. This was something that Lu Yin didn't expect. First Jian was first hit by the ancient god and then an arrow from the arrow god. Even though Lei Tian was severely injured, First Jian still managed to dodge with his innate talent. If Lu Yin hadn't known about First Jian's innate talent, it would have been difficult to kill him. However, First Jian didn't have it easy either, as his injuries weren't light. Forefather Tianyi, Big Sis, and the rest were all heavily injured, and they would definitely need to recuperate for a long time after this battle. With a bang, the Heavenly Sovereign smashed his golden staff into the ground. You guys go back. I'll stay here. No one knew what to say. The Heavenly Sovereign's undying nature left them speechless. Lu Yin said a few words to the group before dispersing. Everyone needed to go back and recuperate. Although they hadn't achieved their goal in this battle, such a battle was still rare in the Six Direction Society's history. If news of this spread back, it would definitely raise everyone's morale. The endless battlefield was now the Six Direction Society's domain, and they had even beaten the Eternals into hiding in the land of calamity. These accomplishments were enough to make countless people in the Six Direction Society cheer. Lu Yin specially thanked the 5 spirit clans. If not for them, they wouldn't have had enough manpower in this battle. Take back the astral door, Lu Yin instructed. He had left an astral door that led directly to the land of calamity in the reincarnation spacetime. His goal was self-evident. As long as the sole true God dared to make a move, he would dare to provoke a Grand Empyrean. As long as the Six Direction Society was at a disadvantage, he would also dare to provoke a Grand Empyrean. In any case, he had already done it before, and it didn't matter if it happened once or twice. Lu Yin's backup plan left the Heavenly Sovereign speechless. Although he didn't get along well with the Grand Empyreans and often contradicted them, he had never done such a thing before. Aside from the Grand Empyreans, Lu Yin didn't know if he had any other backup plans. Everyone left one by one, and in the end, Lu Yin stayed behind to talk to the Heavenly Sovereign alone. The Heavenly Sovereign had asked him to stay behind. "Senior, is something the matter?" Lu Yin asked as he looked at the Heavenly Sovereign. Although the Heavenly Sovereign looked miserable on the outside, Lu Yin knew very well that the Heavenly Sovereign, who had cultivated the things move in the opposite direction, was a freak who couldn't be killed at all. The Heavenly Sovereign praised Lu Yin. Compared to the Grand Empyreans, the Six Direction Society should be under your control. In the future, if there's a big battle like this, feel free to look for me. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you for your support, Senior. The Heavenly Sovereign was curious. How did you know that I would be surrounded and killed? Although the Heavenly Sovereign was confident that he could deal with the Violet Emperor and the other two powerhouses, if he hadn't exposed the things move in the opposite direction technique, then Lu Yin would have undoubtedly died in that battle. Before this, no one knew that the Heavenly Sovereign cultivated the things move in the opposite direction technique. It was true that Lu Yin had saved him, and the Heavenly Sovereign would forever remember this favor. Lu Yin replied, I accidentally went to the nine-headed bird's nest and discovered it. The Heavenly Sovereign did not ask any more questions. I'll remember this favor. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Senior, please don't make fun of me. If I hadn't interfered, then you might have been able to kill all three of them. Even the Violet Emperor wouldn't have been able to escape. Killing a pure energy body isn't easy, and I almost failed. Thank you. Brother Jia. I'll give you a reward. Thank you. I'm truly grateful for all of your support. I've been too tired and haven't rested well for the past few days. I'm even dreaming about the storyline. Thank you for your support. I can't imagine what a person must have gone through to create something like this. To be honest, he's really hard to kill. It's just that his attack method is a little weak. When he said he wanted to go to the Eternals to kill their only true God, I laughed. Lu Yin was speechless. Celestial Battlemaster let out a long sigh. I also wanted to go to the Calamity Zone to kill the only true God. The Grand Empyrean smiled back then, and that smile was exactly the same. In the end, I didn't go because I could see the difference. But he did. Before he left, he said that he couldn't see the difference, so he wanted to go and scout the way for the future generations. You make it sound like a vacation. However, after that farewell, we never saw each other again. At this point, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's tone turned gloomy. I admire him greatly. I have never admired a celestial venerable, but I admire Ku Jia. If possible, I really want to go with him. Senior, you've guarded the entrance to the domain of disaster for so many years. Your contributions cannot go unnoticed. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Lu Yin asked. He could imagine how Ku Zu had killed his way into the Calamity Domain without even looking back. He had not planned on coming out alive, and he had only wanted to pave the way for the future generations. Wait a minute. Since this was a scouting mission, then he had to spread the information he obtained. Lu Yin immediately asked Celestial Champion Dushur. Heavenly Lord Victor shook his head. I don't know. He didn't send me any information. I've been waiting for him for so many years. Perhaps he might have sent me some information. When the Thunder Lord killed his way into the domain of disaster, I followed without hesitation. It was all to search for clues that Ku Jia had left behind. The great celestial venerates killed their way into the domain of disaster, and so did the rest of you. I've searched several times, but I haven't been able to find anything. Lu Yin frowned and looked at the domain of disaster. This should not be the case. Given Ku Zu's personality, if he had obtained any information, he would definitely have left it behind. He had been an ugly person who had been abandoned by the Ku family, cultivated to the progenitor realm, accomplished 9 mountains and 8 seas, and even possessed strength comparable to progenitor Qin. He should have left something behind. Could it be that he was still in the domain of disaster? Under the dim light, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle sat next to the golden staff and recounted his past with Ku Zu. Lu Yin felt a sense of freedom and heroism as he recalled the times when he had drunk with Kai Jinqiang and Zi Rong. It was very simple for men to get to know each other. They had seen eye to eye, fought together, and drank together. It was a friendship that had gone through life and death together, especially at the entrance to the domain of disaster. At that time, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle really wanted to charge into the domain of disaster with Kuzu, even if he had to die in the domain of disaster. But just like what Luin had said, everyone had their own responsibilities. Some people could give up everything and seek death, but some had to live with a heavy burden. Sometimes, being alive might not be as comfortable as being dead. Kuzu is back, said Luin. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was stunned and perplexed. What did you say? Luin smiled at Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle. Kuzu is back. He has been dragged back by my Lu family. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle widened his eyes in excitement. Really? Luin nodded. But he is now a living dead. He can't wake up. Does Senior want to go and have a look? Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle laughed. There's no need for that. It's enough to know that he is still alive. A man like him won't always be in a deep sleep. He will wake up one day. I will wait for that day to meet him at the entrance of Domain of Disaster. That day, I will definitely charge into the Domain of Disaster with him. Ha ha ha. Luin envied this kind of pure friendship. He and Jiang Chen were considered friends, but his thoughts were heavier than others. Awesome! Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle roared and raised his golden staff. Listen carefully. The so-called Victorious Battle art contains the will to fight to the death. There is no self, no desire, no fear, no desire, no greed in the past, and no fear in the future. The golden staff fell to the ground with a loud bang, waking Luin up. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's words kept echoing in Lu Yin's mind. Was this the Victorious Battle art? It was obviously a way to numb him and make him walk down the path of seeking death. However, this path could take away many people. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was a madman. How much did he want to die to be able to create the Victorious Battle art? However, this person who wanted to die had learned that things will move in the opposite direction after reaching an extreme. It was no wonder that the Victorious Battle art was a perfect match. It was like two people standing on a cliff. One had wings and the other didn't. The one with wings wanted to die madly, dragging the one without wings down the cliff. However, the one without wings would definitely die while the one who wanted to die wouldn't. This was truly disgusting. Anyone who fought with Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle would be like the one without wings being dragged down the cliff. No matter what the result was, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle wouldn't die. This was truly a disgusting battle technique. Luin left, still amazed by the Victorious Battle art and shocked by Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's determination to die. He left. This person was indeed the most suitable person to remain at the entrance of the zone of calamity. At this moment, the six-faction society was in a state of ecstasy. The Eternals had completely retreated and the entrance to the zone of calamity was sealed. This meant that the humans had temporarily won the war against the Eternals. They would not face the threat of the Eternals for a long time. In the past, the Eternals had the 7 sky gods, Qing Kong, and the true God Guards, which had posed a terrifying threat to the six-faction society. But now, the 7 sky gods were either in seclusion or dead. Their greatest threat, Qing Kong, was gone, and more than half of the true God Guards had been killed or injured. All of this had been brought about by Luin. Lu Yin's reputation in the six-faction society soared once again. As for the dead gone, Chen Lu, and Dan Pu, they were also praised. How could there be no deaths in war? When Luin returned to the above heaven sect, he heard praises everywhere. This battle had completely beaten the Eternals into cowards. However, Luin was not relaxed. This was only the first zone of calamity. The more the Eternals retreated, the more difficult it would be for the six-faction society to break into the zone of calamity. The Eternals were waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Chen had died in the above heaven sect, but no one cared. Chen Li's reputation in the above heaven sect was not good. He was a gloomy person who had betrayed the three monarch spacetimes. His past experiences were not worthy of Elder Chan and the others' attention. Even the Star Lord only gave an "oh" and did not care. Qing Ping came looking for Lu Yin and brought him some unexpected news. There was something wrong with Wu Ho. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Senior brother, did you betray the race and put Wu Ho on trial?" Qing Ping said, "No. I originally wanted to find Wang Ho for this battle, but Wu Ho stopped me. He gave me a cosmic ring with a stargate inside." Lu Yin took the cosmic ring. First it was Wang Ho, and now it was Wu Ho. Why were they both looking for senior brother? Wang Ho was an accident, but did Wu Ho know senior brother? What's on the other side of this stargate? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he touched the cosmic ring. Qing Ping said, "I've been there. It's a planet in an ordinary parallel spacetime." "You've been there?" Lu Yin was surprised. Qing Ping nodded. "That should be the place where Wu Ho wants to meet us." "Senior brother, you're taking too much of a risk. I'm the one who accepted it. Naturally, I'll handle it." Lu Yin was not afraid. First Calamity Territory did not have the strength to ambush him. He was also curious as to why Wu Ho wanted to meet them. Could it be that the human spy hidden in the eternal race was Wu Ho? Wang Xiaoyu herself was also problematic. If Wu Ho was also a spy, with him as Yi Bo, the true God Guards would be very lively. "Senior brother, you didn't meet Wu Ho?" "No, but there were 2 words left on that planet, Hui Wu." Hui Wu. Lu Yin was surprised. Why did this name sound like someone from the Hui family? Qing Ping said, "I've checked. The name Hui Wu is recorded in the Hui family. He is the son of ancestor Hui, and also the ancestor of the Hui family." Lu Yin was surprised. Ancestor Hui's son. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30-34. Qing Ping nodded. "The Hui family is on the 5th mainland, which is why he found me during this battle. However, the captains of the true God Guards all cultivate divine power, and he is no exception. Someone who cultivates divine power, even if he is the Hui ancestor's son, should still be under the control of the Eternals. Thus, it's best to find out more from the Hui family. I'll go now." Lu Yin's expression was solemn. This was related to the Hui ancestor, and he had to understand it clearly. Soon, Lu Yin arrived at the Neoverse, where the Hui family was. When the Eternals had attacked the 5th mainland and polluted the astral source, the 7 courts had moved to the outerverse. They had only returned after the progenitor's sword had cleansed the 5th mainland. Lu Yin's arrival caused the Hui family to boil over. The current Lu Yin was no longer the same Lu Yin who had visited the Hui family. Now, a single word from him could decide the fate of the Hui family. The Hui family's patriarch, Hui Ji, led the family to welcome him. Lu Yin supported Hui Kong. "Brother, there's no need for such formalities." Hui Kong laughed. "Formalities cannot be ignored. In the above heaven, even your Lu family's elders had to bow to you. That's in the above heaven. All right, brother, I'm here to verify something with the Hui family." Go ahead." Hui Kong was the carefree type, and Lu Yin did not put on airs in front of him. He was naturally happy to do so, as this was his brother Lu Yin. When Lu Yin mentioned Hui Wu's name, Hui Kong's expression changed. "Why did you mention this person?" Lu Yin was confused. "What's wrong with this person?" Hui Kong's expression turned ugly. "Hui Wu is the Hui ancestor's son, and also the Hui family's ancestor. However, this person was ignorant and incompetent, and he relied on the Hui ancestor's influence to stir up trouble everywhere. In the end, he was punished by the Hui ancestor and thrown into the Daosaur sect's prison. This ancestor Huiwu's crimes were extremely serious, to the point that the Hui family almost erased his name. If not for the Hui ancestor, he definitely would not be in the family records. Lu Yin understood. It was no wonder that Qing Ping had not been able to find out much about Huiwu. He only knew that Huiwu was the Hui ancestor's son. "Brother, why are you suddenly asking about Huiwu?" Hui Kong was curious. Lu Yin did not plan on telling the Hui family, but he would not make up a reason to fool Hui Kong. "It's not convenient, brother. Please forgive me." Hui Kong smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Tell me when it's convenient for you." "Definitely, brother. I want to know everything about Huiwu." Hui Kong nodded. Although Huiwu only has one name on the family tree, our Hui family has also preserved his deeds. "I'll take you to see it now." Not long after, Lu Yin came across another genealogy of the Hui family. This one recorded things that the Hui family didn't want outsiders to know about, with Hui Wu at the bottom. Hui Wu, ancestor Hui's son. After he was born, his mother passed away and ancestor Hui went into seclusion for 100 years. When he came out, Hui Wu was already an adult. At that time, the Hui family was led by the Hui ancestor. The strongest cultivator before the Hui ancestor was only a star emissary, which was nothing in the fifth mainland. Such a family naturally revered Hui Wu's birth as if he were a god, and no one guided him. Hui Wu was arrogant and willful, and he had caused many problems in the fifth mainland. Lu Yin took a closer look at the incidents. They were all caused by arrogant disciples, and they were not too serious. However, the real reason why Hui Wu had been thrown into the Daosaur sect by the Hui ancestor was because Hui Wu had cursed at the fifth mainland's Daosaur sect while pointing at the primogenitor statue. He had not said much, only a few words. However, because of these words, he had been imprisoned in the Daosaurs. There had been no news of him ever since. "You are a sinner, and you have led humanity astray." Hui Wu had not only cursed the Daosaur sect, but also the primogenitor. He was the source of all human cultivation, and everyone revered him. When Hui Wu said this, the Daosaur sect was shaken, and Lu Tianyi had personally imprisoned him in the Daosaur sect. From then on, he had never come out. Even when the Hui ancestor left seclusion, the Hui family had told him about this matter, but he had not said anything. He had only gone to the Daosaur sect to take a look, and after he returned, the name Hui Wu had become a taboo in the Hui family. After that, the name Hui Wu had disappeared, and the Hui family had lost ancestor Hui Wu. During the era of the Daosaur sect, the various elites had fought for supremacy, and the cosmic tree realm had split apart. However, none of this had anything to do with Hui Wu, and it was as if he had completely disappeared. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. "Brother, what happened to Hui Wu in the Daosaur sect?" Hui Kong shook his head. "I don't know, and no one dared to mention it." At that time, no one in the Hui family dared to ask ancestor Hui, and after his disappearance and the birth of the technocracy, no one even mentioned him anymore, much less Hui Wu. Lu Yin looked at Hui Kong. "Brother, if possible, I would like to see the Hui family's inherited battle technique, Golden Meteor." Hui Kong was astonished. "Golden Meteor?" Lu Yin nodded. Hui Kong was puzzled. "Of course, I can show it to you, but with your strength, Golden Meteor won't be of much help." Lu Yin wanted to see the Golden Meteor battle technique because of his understanding of Su Wuwei and senior brother Qing Ping. Previously, the Eternals had sent True God Guard captains to attack the 6 parallel spacetime continuums, and Lu Yin had gathered the 6 Direction Association's experts to ambush them. The one who had faced off against Wu Ho had been Su Wuwei, and Su Wuwei had told Lu Yin the details of that battle. What had caught Lu Yin's attention the most was how Wu Ho's godly power had turned into meteors that smashed down. Aside from that, Wu Ho had not used any other godly power battle technique. In the land of tragedy, Wu Ho had also used this battle technique when he had faced off against senior brother Qing Ping. This battle skill should be the golden meteor, a golden meteor that contained divine power. Brother Hui Kong had said that the golden meteor battle technique could be nurtured, and the longer it was nurtured, the greater its power. Back then, he had nurtured the golden meteor in the technocracy and forced Wang Shang to retreat. Since it could be nurtured, did that mean that if Wu Ho was Hui Wu, he could use the golden meteor battle technique to transfer his godly power without being affected? Su Wuwei and senior brother Qing Ping had said that they had not seen any traces of godly power on Wu Ho's body. True God Guard captains had to be able to cultivate godly power. Those like Mu Ji had soaked in the godly power lake for 100 years and had some traces of godly power. If Wu Ho wanted to become a true God Guard captain and cultivate godly power, this was one way. Therefore, Lu Yin wanted to see if it was possible to cultivate godly power outside the body with the golden meteor battle technique. Soon, he saw it. The Hui family's golden meteor battle technique was similar to a virtual god, but the virtual god was hidden in a virtual nest to draw the virtual god's power and more or less had an advantage in a battle. The golden meteor was placed outside and cultivated continuously. In Lu Yin's opinion, this method seemed to be better than virtual god cultivation. There was no need for a virtual god, and one could cultivate a virtual god-like existence with their own strength. Moreover, there was more than one. If all of them were used at a critical moment, it would definitely be shocking. This is a battle technique created by Ancestor Hui. Lu Yin was surprised. Hui Kong said, "That's right. Before Ancestor Hui, our Hui family did not have this battle technique. This is the battle record that Ancestor Hui left behind for the Hui family. It's the same as the secret of Hui." Lu Yin praised, who said that Ancestor Hui was not good at fighting. He just had a different fighting style from Ancestor Chen and the others. Hui Kong was proud, "That's right." Lu Yin was speechless. This was not a compliment. In his opinion, the golden meteor battle technique was simply a good sneak attack or ambush. If one could not beat others, one could lead others to the place where one was cultivating the golden meteor and smash it all down. Who could withstand this? Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku fought fair and square. As for Ancestor Hui, he did not know what to say. With Lu Yin's cultivation, he could understand the golden meteor battle technique at a glance. He closed his eyes and simulated it in his mind. He found that it was not impossible to cultivate the golden meteor with godly power. However, his body was the carrier because the power of the golden meteor came from his body. Godly power had to pass through his body, and if it did, it would be hard to say whether Hui Wu was controlled by it. There was also Wang Xiaoyu. Senior brother Qing Ping and Ancestor Chen believed in her, but that was before she became the captain of the True God Guard. Now that she cultivated godly power, was she still trustworthy? Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then smiled bitterly. He had cultivated godly power himself, but he was still doubting others. No matter what, he had to meet Wu Ho. Since the other party wanted to meet him, whether or not this was a trap set by the Eternals, he had to take a look. After leaving the Neoverse, Lu Yin returned to the Above Heaven sect and took senior brother Qing Ping and senior brother Mu Xie to Lu Tianjing. He opened the astral gate in front of Ancestor Lu Tianyi. "Ancestor, if there's any danger, I'll be in trouble." Lu Tianyi looked at the astral gate. "You're going to the Calamity Zone. To meet someone." Lu Yin entered the astral gate. Senior brother Qing Ping had already gone in, and senior brother Mu Xie followed closely behind. After passing through the astral gate, Lu Yin arrived at a barren planet. This planet was covered in weeds, and strange insects were crawling around. The sky was dim, and the sun was far away. He saw the words, "Hui Wu," on the ground. They were very large, as if afraid that others would not see them. Lu Yin did not know when the other party would arrive, but he spread out his domain and searched the heavens. Senior brother Mu Xia walked out of the planet and patrolled the area. A few days later, senior brother Mu Xia returned. There are no humans in this spacetime, only giant beasts. The strongest are only void explorers. Lu Yin nodded. It doesn't seem to be a trap. Let's just wait. The war in the Calamity Zone just ended, and the captain of the True God Guard might not come out so easily. They waited for more than half a month. Half a month later, Lu Yin and the other two simultaneously looked in the same direction, where a figure was approaching. As the figure approached, Lu Yin's eyes trembled. It was indeed Wu Ho. The Eternals had placed 12 half-progenitors at the back of the astral tree realm, and they were known as the 12 Marquises. The leader of the 12 Marquises was Wu Ho, and even Wang Xiaoyu was ranked below him. The 12 Marquises had fought against the astral tree realm for many years until Lu Yin had discovered the Undying God's half-progenitor clone, Lu Song. The Undying God had killed his way into the astral tree realm, and the Eternals had been expelled. Only then had the 12 Marquises retreated, and nearly half of them had died. Although Wu Ho was the leader of the 12 Marquises, Lu Yin had never seen him before. Wu Ho? Lu Yin asked. Wu Ho landed on the planet and faced Lu Yin. Long time no see, Path Master Lu. Who are you? Lu Yin asked. Wu Ho looked at Lu Yin. Hui Wu. Hui Wu's son. Yes. Then how did you become one of the Eternals' 12 Marquises? And you're even a captain of the True God Guard. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30-35. Wu Ho exhaled and walked a few steps before sitting down on a boulder. It's a long story, so I'll keep it short. Actually, Father and Senior Lu Tianyi arranged for me to enter the Eternals. Lu Yin and the others were shocked. Ancestor Hui and Forefather Tianyi. Wu Ho nodded. Lu Yin looked at Senior Qin Ping and then at Senior Mu Xia. They had all come from Lu Tianyi, and they had even spoken in front of Forefather Tianyi. If he had known earlier, he would have asked. Are you sure? Lu Yin asked. Wu Ho made an inviting gesture. We can ask Forefather Tianyi to confront us at any time. If you can contact Father, he's definitely not dead. Lu Yin walked towards the door without hesitation. Wu Ho was stunned. Where is he going? To tell Forefather Tianyi that he's behind the door, Mu Xia said. Wu Ho was puzzled. When you came, you didn't tell Forefather Tianyi. Qin Ping and Mu Xia did not answer. Indeed, they had not told Forefather Tianyi after entering this place for so long. The main reason was that Forefather Tianyi did not ask. On the other side, Lu Yin met Lu Tianyi. Forefather, Hui Wu, you know him, right? Lu Yin asked directly. Lu Tianyi was surprised. Why are you asking about him? Lu Yin said, one of the captains of the Eternals' True God Guards, Wu Ho, is behind the door. He says he's Hui Wu. Lu Tianyi was not surprised. Looks like he found out something important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been exposed. Lu Yin blinked. Is he really a spy? Lu Tianyi walked towards the door. Let's go. It's time to meet him. He stepped through the door, and Lu Yin hurried after him. On a barren planet, Wu Ho's expression changed when he saw Lu Tianyi appear. He was both excited and relaxed. Lu Tianyi saw Wu Ho. You and I didn't meet during the battle in E territory. I didn't expect you to contact us. Long time no see, little Wu. Wu Ho's expression was complicated. He stood up and clenched his fists before releasing them. He exhaled deeply, causing the ground to crack. He lowered his head and roared fiercely as if venting his anger. Lu Yin and the others looked at the current Wu Ho. He had changed. Just a moment ago, he had looked more like a corpse king, just like he had when he had been with the Eternals. Now, he looked more like a human with flesh and blood. Long time no see, old ancestor Tianyi. I thought I could only live in the Eternals for the rest of my life. Wu Ho raised his head and exhaled. Lu Tianyi said apologetically, I'm sorry. Something happened to the Lu clan, and I've made you worry. Wu Ho covered his head, looking very helpless. The dignified Lu family was actually banished. What a joke. If your Lu family does not return, and father does not appear, even if I want to acknowledge my ancestors and return to my family, I will not be able to. Senior Tianyi, please do not let this happen again. I also want to go home. Lu Tianyi nodded with a smile. I won't. Lu Yin sized up Wu Ho, as he had truly been arranged by Patriarch Tianyi and progenitor Hui to join the everlasting tribe. This was too dramatic. Lu Yin had not believed that there was something wrong with Wang Xiaoyu, but now, it was actually Wu Ho. Let me formally introduce myself. Hui Wu greets everyone. Wu Ho's tone was gloomy, his face was weathered, but at that moment, he revealed a smile. Perhaps no one in the everlasting tribe had ever seen him smile, and it was a forced one. Lu Yin looked at Hui Wu. Everyone knows each other, and I admire what Senior has done, but I still want to know the truth. How did Senior gain the trust of the everlasting tribe? Hui Wu met Lu Yin's gaze. I've heard a lot about you. Back then, on the battlefield at the back, I wanted to meet you. You were the one who lured the Lu family back. Without you, Dao Lord Lu, I would have been a lonely ghost. Many thanks. You're welcome. You can ask old ancestor Tianyi about how I joined the everlasting tribe. I think you should be more curious about how I became a captain of the True God Guard, Hui Wu said. Lu Yin nodded. From Lu Yin's perspective, Hui Wu's actions were simply courting death. However, Lu Yin still had to make sure that Hui Wu had the fifth mainland behind him, as well as the entire Six Direction Society. He could not tolerate any mistakes. Lu Tianyi did not stop him. Hui Wu's expression was serious. It's very simple. I have indeed cultivated divine power. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. He could understand how old ancestor Tianyi and old ancestor Lu Yuan felt when they learned that he had cultivated divine power. They could trust him, but he found it hard to trust Hui Wu. Only Hui Wu himself knew the effects of using divine power. If he was like this, how did Hui Wu manage to cultivate divine power and not be controlled by it? Hui Wu stretched his shoulders and sat back down on the boulder. He said in a reminiscing tone, my birth and my future path were all part of my father's plan. In fact, from the beginning, my father's goal in giving birth to me was to have me join the everlasting tribe. Lu Yin, Qing Ping, and Mu Xia were shocked. Hui Wu had actually done this. Lu Tianyi was not surprised. He had known about this for a long time. From the moment I was born, my father appeared to be in seclusion, but in reality, he had been planting golden meteor seeds in my body. He wanted to use these seeds to cultivate divine power one day. What is your impression of Hui Wu? Smart. Intellect. My impression of him is that he is cruel, isn't he? A newborn child who doesn't even know the color of the sky has to shoulder such a huge mission. He is not a qualified father. Lu Yin did not refute this. As a father, Hui Wu had gone overboard. Even so, I accepted it. After all, he had instilled this idea in me since I was young. I had to accept it even if I didn't want to. I also admire him. Who could scheme against the everlasting tribe? Only he could. He planted golden meteor seeds in my body when I was young and thought about what would happen years later. The reason why I was able to cultivate divine power without being controlled by the everlasting tribe was because the divine power had all entered the golden meteor seeds. The seeds came from my father and had nothing to do with me. But I could use the golden meteor battle technique to draw out the divine power from the seeds and make the everlasting tribe think that I cultivated divine power. What do you think? Is this explanation acceptable? Lu Yin looked at Lu Tianyi. Could such a thing be done? Lu Tianyi sighed. Hui Wu's method is cruel, but it can succeed. He and I worked together to deduce this method. We originally wanted to use the same method to inject more everlasting tribe members into the bodies of more people, but even Hui Wu could not do it. Each golden meteor seed consumed his entire life's worth of cultivation. He had to go into seclusion for 10 years to plant each seed. Hui Wu had a limited number of seeds in his body, so he did not dare to cultivate too recklessly. He was afraid that the seeds would not be enough for him to cultivate divine power in the future. Otherwise, with his talent, he would have broken into the progenitor realm long ago. He is the only everlasting corpse king transformation and I-less transformation as a human. Lu Yin was shocked. I-less transformation. Hui Wu's lips curled up. Yes, I-less transformation. I am an everlasting. No, more accurately speaking, I am the only everlasting corpse king in the first calamity. The person who cultivated the I-less transformation as a human is also the only person who can cultivate divine power without being controlled. Lu Tianyi glanced at Lu Yin. He really was not the only one. Lu Yin sighed. How many tricks did Hui Wu set up for the everlasting tribe? Hui Wu sneered, who knows? Perhaps you are one of his tricks as well. Lu Yin looked at Hui Wu. Since you are not being controlled by divine power, that means you are still one of us. What business do you have with us? Hui Wu's expression turned solemn. The corpse god. Lu Yin and the others were shocked. The corpse god. Hui Wu was solemn. The corpse god is currently in the giant's hell. While the calamity realm is closed, the everlasting tribe cannot rescue him. As long as the corpse god cannot escape, he will die. Lu Yin did not understand. How do you know that the corpse god is in the giant's hell? Only people like the ancestor would know such a secret. Perhaps not all of them would know. It was impossible for someone at the level of a true god guard to only know. Hui Wu sighed. Speaking of which, the Lu family's exile is a good thing. He looked at Lu Tianyi. The everlasting tribe is good at luring humans into betrayal and becoming spies. Similarly, humans can also plant spies in the everlasting tribe. The everlasting tribe suspects all cultivators who are not corpse kings. No matter what they do, I will do the same. Even with Father's wisdom, I was still tested after entering the everlasting tribe. This test is the fate of the 7 sky gods. Before the Lu family was exiled, the everlasting tribe inadvertently revealed to me that the corpse god was hiding in the giant's hell. They also mentioned that he was one of the giant's hell's giants. His weakness is in the giant's hell. As long as we can find him, we can kill him. By the way, the giants created by the ancient gods are only from the primordial space. The giants of the giants' hell have nothing to do with the ancient gods, so don't associate the corpse god with the ancient gods. They are not related. If you misunderstand this, you will suffer. Hui Wu's gaze swept over Lu Yin and the others. I believe the information about the corpse god. The everlasting tribe had their own way of convincing me, just like how Father had his way of convincing me to join the everlasting tribe. At that time, I was already preparing to inform Senior Tianyi, but the Liu family was exiled at that time. How laughable. The Liu family would be betrayed one day. The entire Liu heavenly realm disappeared. I even went to the top realm, but I couldn't contact Senior Tianyi. I didn't expose this secret to the humans because I didn't trust the frigid immortal sect. Liu Tianyi was surprised. Is that how you passed the everlasting tribe's test? Hui Wu nodded. That's right. Mu Xia was puzzled. It must have been a long time since you joined the everlasting tribe and the Liu family was exiled. Why would the everlasting tribe test you then? Hui Wu looked at Mu Xia. A half-ancestor level 12 marquises isn't worth the everlasting tribe's test of the 7 sky gods. At that time, the everlasting tribe had already planned to transfer people from the 12 marquises to form a new true god guard, increasing the number of true god guards to 12. I, Marquis Wang, Marquis Wui, and the West Mountain Tea King were all candidates. Only a progenitor is worth the everlasting tribe's test. Otherwise, the everlasting tribe wouldn't care even if they knew that you were a traitor, because a traitor can't affect the everlasting tribe. Liu Yin's eyes flashed. That's right. He had joined the everlasting tribe under the guise of Yi Bo to carry out missions unrelated to the Six Paths Association. If not for the everlasting tribe's constant losses, he might not have been able to come into contact with the Fifth Mainland for a very long time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3036. Back then, Liu Yin had suspected that the Eternals knew that he was a spy. This was the Eternals' way of doing things. They wouldn't leave important matters to humans, only corpse kings. This was why the Fifth Mainland's Neo-Human Alliance was filled with corpse kings. Any human who could betray and join the Eternals was a powerhouse, but these powerhouses carried out missions that had nothing to do with humans. Only those who touched on core missions would be tested. Hui Wu said, because the Liu family was exiled, I gained the trust of the Eternals. Even so, I only became a true God Guard captain after losing too many captains recently. Qin Ping said, since it's a test, it might not be real. Hui Wu replied, I thought so as well. It wasn't until the final battle between the 6 sides and the Eternals that the 7 sky gods went into seclusion to recuperate that I discovered that the corpse god was hiding in the giant's hell. I was there at the time and had joined the Eternals for a long time, so I understood the aura of the 7 sky gods very well. Or rather, their appearance caused my heart to palpitate. The corpse god gave me a very unique feeling, so I was certain that he was in the giant's hell. That's why I came to find you. The corpse god hasn't come out yet, so he definitely hasn't recovered yet. Since the Eternals are weakened after the battle, we might succeed if we surround him. Liu Yin looked at Liu Tianyi. Liu Tianyi nodded. If we can get rid of the corpse god, it'll be a huge blow to the Eternals. Liu Yin's eyes flashed. The 7 sky gods had lost the witch spirit god and the undying god. If they killed the corpse god as well, it would be a huge blow to the Eternals. During the battle of the giant's hell, the corpse god had clearly not recovered, but he had still forcefully participated in the battle. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't just to deal with them, but also because he was afraid that they would find his hiding place in the giant's hell. That was why he had lured out the Astral Eater after his defeat and forcefully occupied the giant's hell. It's up to you whether to believe me or not. From the day I joined the Eternals, I didn't expect the humans to trust me completely, Hui Wu said casually. Liu Yin looked over. I believe you, but if we surround the corpse god and he doesn't die, what will you do if news reaches the Eternals? Hui Wu didn't mind. He doesn't know that I saw him go to the giant's hell. The Giant's Hell is one of the three hells of the endless battlefield. The Eternals and humans fight each other all year round. Occasionally, there will be experts from outside the realm. It's normal to accidentally find him. Besides, I cultivate divine power. The Eternals won't suspect me. At this point, he looked at Lu Tianyi suspiciously. Speaking of which, there's something I'm very curious about. Is there a spy among the captains of the True God Guards? Lu Tianyi said calmly, no. There were some things that could not be told to anyone. Hui Wu retracted his gaze. Is that so? The 6 captains of the True God Guards attacked the 6 spacetimes, but they were all accurately shot down by you. It would be strange if there weren't any. Forget it, I don't want to know. The reason why I asked was to prevent accidental injuries. Mu Ji was just a scapegoat. If it wasn't for his unique talent, he would have really died. Although he isn't suspected now, the ancestor of the past is definitely watching him. With that, he left, leaving Lu Yin and the others behind. After Hui Wu left, Lu Yin asked, Ancestor, do you really believe him? Lu Tianyi clasped his hands behind his back. We personally sent him to the Eternals. If you still don't believe him. He did not continue, but Lu Yin understood. Hui Wu had done many things that others did not want to do. As the son of the Hui ancestor, he could have lived a carefree life. Yet, he had to accompany the Corpse King every day and watch the Eternals slaughter humans. It was difficult for ordinary people to understand his feelings. When Lu Yin disguised himself as Yi Bo and saw someone betraying the Eternals, he could not help but want to attack. Hui Wu had hidden for so many years. Who knew what he had experienced? Such a person should not be doubted. However, in Lu Yin's position, he was right to doubt him. He also doubted whether he could break free from the divine power's control. The scene that he had seen in his divination appeared again. Ancestor, if there comes a day when I can't control myself, kill me, Lu Yin suddenly said. Qing Ping and Mu Xie looked at Lu Yin with complicated expressions. Lu Tianyi patted Lu Yin's shoulder. We all believe in you. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Everyone has the right to doubt me. He could doubt Hui Wu, and others could doubt him as well. This was not a matter of trust. It was for the sake of the inheritance and the future. The Eternals' first zone of disaster was sealed, and the endless battlefield began to be purged. Various experts from the 6 Direction Society poured in, and the endless battlefield was no longer a meat grinder. It was the same for the 3 abysses of hell, especially the Giant's Hell. Star Devourer did not dare to stay here any longer as more and more 6 Direction Society cultivators entered. Void Master entered the Giant's Hell and looked around warily. His mission was to find the Corpse God. Lu Yin and the others had used the excuse that he had not been able to hold back the Star Toad in the zone of disaster to send him to the Giant's Hell to find the Corpse God to atone for his sins. How preposterous! Void Master was unhappy, but he still came. This matter concerned the 7 sky gods, and he would kill as many as he could. He had long wanted to destroy the 7 sky gods. Taking advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the Eternals experts was the 6 Direction Society's general goal. Hui Wu told Lu Yin and the others where the Corpse God was. Void Master raised a hand, and an overwhelming amount of Void God's power surged into the Giant's Hell. He wanted to use the simplest method to find the Corpse God, which was to search every corner of the Giant's Hell. This way, he would not look like he was here to find the Corpse God. Who would have thought that the primordial space had planted spies in the Eternals? They even knew where the Corpse God was hiding. It was no wonder that the primordial space had come into contact with the Eternals the earliest and had fought the most fiercely. Void Master did not have many things, but he had the most Void God's power. As he searched, he shouted, "Find this place clearly." The giant's hell is the most important gateway to the eternal zone of disaster. No hidden dangers are allowed to appear here. Be it supergiant giants or Eternal's corpse kings, none of them are allowed to appear. The giant's hell was filled with envoy-level cultivators. When they heard Void Master's orders, they all nodded and began to search with even more vigor. Void Master glanced at a corner. It was there that the corpse god was hiding in a parallel spacetime entrance. He frantically spread his void god's power and headed towards that corner. Soon, he discovered that something was amiss. Due to the supergiant's constant battles, there were no longer any planets in the giant's hell. There were not even any larger meteorites. However, there were a few scattered planets in that corner. It seemed that they were not affected because they were in that corner, but no matter how he looked at it, something was amiss. Void Master stepped out and landed on 10 fuck your asterisk SS. Do you know how to drive? The sudden stop in front has nothing to do with us. We are not responsible. Void Master looked around. Was this a civilization? The hell of the giants actually led to such a civilization? Urgent sirens sounded from afar. More and more people gathered around and blocked the entire street. Void Master lifted his leg again and disappeared. Everyone on the street was dumbfounded. Where did he go? In a corner of the city, in a very ordinary farmhouse, a child sat on a rocking chair and watched the television curiously while eating an apple. The television was showing the scene of Void Master disappearing from the street. "Grandpa, Grandpa," the child shouted. The old man came in and looked at the child kindly. "What's the matter, Xiaoyi?" The child pointed at the television. "Grandpa, the television said that someone disappeared into thin air." "Look." The old man looked at the television and chuckled. "Maybe it's magic." "Xiaoyi, do you like it?" The child jumped up and down. "I like it." "Grandpa, do you know magic?" "Grandpa doesn't." "Uncle knows." A middle-aged man walked over from the other side with a smile on his face. He held an apple in his hand and passed it to the child. The child looked at the apple in his hand and then at the apple in the middle-aged man's hand. He couldn't resist the temptation and took it. The middle-aged man smiled and stroked the child's hair. "Eat more if you like it. It's good for your health." "Okay, thank you, Uncle." "Do you know magic?" the child asked innocently. The middle-aged man smiled. "Of course. What do you want to see?" The child pointed at the television. "I want to see the magic of that person disappearing into thin air." The middle-aged man looked at the television. The television was replaying the scene of Void Master disappearing. His eyes flashed. "Okay, Uncle will show you right away." "Really? That's great," the child cheered. The middle-aged man said, "But Xiaoyi has to finish his homework first. Otherwise, the teacher will scold Grandpa." "Xiaoyi doesn't want Grandpa to be scolded by the teacher, right?" The child nodded obediently. "Okay, Xiaoyi will do his homework first. I'll be done soon. When I'm done, Uncle will perform magic for Xiaoyi." "No problem. Xiaoyi is the most obedient." The middle-aged man stroked the child's hair again. It was soft and comfortable. The old man chuckled as he watched from the side. Everything looked so harmonious. Xiaoyi happily walked up the stairs and came to the study table. He switched on the table lamp, took out his homework, and started to do it seriously. The old man went to the courtyard to clean up. The middle-aged man walked out of the farmhouse and looked up. The sky was much darker, and it was getting darker. This was the power of the virtual gods. The majestic power of the virtual gods covered this civilization. As time passed, the power supply stopped and the river stopped flowing. In the end, even the birds stopped in midair. It was like a painting. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.